concentrate. It's always easier to take the bait. You have me in the palm of your hand, in the palm of your hand. Don't you let this go. You have me in the palm of your hand, in the palm of your hand. Don't you let this go. Don't you let this go. Don't you let this go.
quiere. Es que estoy trendy, me recoge cuando quiere. Yo ya voy trendy. Me dice que soy guapo y también tengo un flow que mata. ¿Quién paga? Yo baby, no me digas que no quiere. Es que estoy trendy, me recoge cuando quiere. Yo ya voy trendy. Me dice que soy guapo y también tengo un flow que mata.
Solo Dios me puede jugar, tú vas. Las drogas se venden como fruta. Paraíso de los gatos, tú disfrutas. Paraíso de los gantes. Bebiendo jarabe con dos pones más adelante. Coca y tranqui, mocato sin imán. Haciendo lucas como Andy. El paraíso de los gantes. Lambe, se lo fume, si por mí fuera destruiría. Cabran de mí, quiero que le parta el paraíso de los gantes. Lo mato en 30 segundos. Los peluches llenos water. Los Dubai flow butter. Dale con la carcha, somos los niños de la calle atrás, ni Carter. No me eché el aliento más, solo a buscarte. No te pongas filosófico, me pego el descarte. Estoy dripping como un carro. Con los clowns y con los cortes. Bizcocho se reparte, ven tostitos se te paro. Paraíso de los gantes. Con los clowns y con los cortes. Bizcocho se reparte, ven tostitos se te paro. Paraíso de los gantes. Solo Dios me puede jugar, tú vas. Si lo pagaste ni pa' paraíso de los gatos, tú disfrutas. Paraíso de los gantes. Bebiendo jarabe con dos pones más adelante. Si no, pues no sos chan. Fumando chante con la chanta. Haciendo lucas como Andy. Paraíso de los gantes. Hasta se lo funde, si por mí fuera destruiría. Hasta se lo funde, si por mí fuera destruiría el mundo. Se lo funde, se lo funde. Se lo funde, se lo funde. Llame. El paraíso de los cantos.
Quien no anda corre la que hay, ay, ay, ay. Quien no anda corre la que hay, ay, 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 ay. Fundiendo corre la que hay, ay, 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 ay. Yeah. Quien no anda corre la que hay, ay, 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 ay. Whoa, se despega like a rocket. Oh yeah, she be my rocket. Yeah, una de honey, honey. Yeah, baby, no lo pares. Yeah, si la que hay, pues la que hay. Yeah, AP designer, that's my kind. Whoa, lo quieres pa' mirar el sign. Yeah, yeah. Por si algún día ya no hay. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, ey, lo beben más o hay. Con Pablo y Peter con limón no quieres tanquear. Yeah, gestiona y mala desaprovecháis. Y aunque eso tuviera la ocasión así la aprovecháis. Le llega heavy, hoy no va a portarme bien. Toca pegue y me vacila 10 de 100. Ahora es pussy retrega constantemente. She's smoking glass, casi que rats. Mi nombre por tu ciudad. Baby, sigue que lo escuché el vecino atrás. Let's hop and crash. Y si preguntan la que hay, she want it, I got it, y acabo de zigzag. Let's put it gas, la partidita al solitario. Lloras all around, yeah, yeah. Eso que tiene duplicado, yeah, yeah. Muévemelo para el otro lado, yeah. Oh yeah, baja que se amontone. Tranquilo, sáltame los botones. Los mamas, y a mí me se moconen. Todas las posiciones. Oh no, otro cero. Rugian si lo meto un aguacero. BBM, very big monetero. Quieren dinero, fundiendo cobre la que hay, ay, ay.
se hace. Dale despacito, mami, nada que te pare. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote el culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Que sabes que yo te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote el culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Tú sabes que yo a ti te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sin compromiso, mami, dale hasta el piso. Con esa carita linda yo no me complico. Ven pa' pegarte como si fuera yo mico. En tiempos de la hype, baby, yo no lo medito. Se esconde, nena. Papi, pa' mi mente en ese caso no es dilema. You make me hit in rojo y me voy deep. Andamos un día y nos comemos en luna llena, ey. Baby, pégate, moverlo bien salvaje. No te hagas loca, todos saben que eres gante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace.
Baby, alguien al teléfono.
Mami, baby, Ale me dijo que le cayera a la pista. Te voy a romper, tú sabes.
Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapándote en los coches. Pita encendida, todos de roce, la baby anda activa pa'l perreo hasta las 12. 1, 2, 3 con la nalga pa'l piso, la baby anda sola, nadie le da permiso. Prende y pasa, lo seguimos en casa, que yo tengo un par de amigos pa' quemar la salsa. Oye, bandida, bebé, tú eres una atrevida, cuando baila está encendida. Le pide al DJ que ponga el chori con la blue, que grosería.
Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos pa' leer. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos pa' leer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Con Yori, dimensiones. Con el Yori en la casa.
Swear that I will find you, but it's not the time to make a mistake. You're calling out my name, I'm falling down again. You're calling out my name.
Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution. Revolution 909. Revolution
¿Quién me dice a mí que hoy no voy a salir? Yo lo que quiero es bailar hasta que el sol salga aquí. Dame ron, dame ron, dame ron, 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 aquí no hay tiroteo, aquí hay pariteo, 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 ¿y quién me dice a mí que hoy no voy a salir? ¿Y quién me dice a mí que hoy no voy a salir? Yo lo que quiero es bailar hasta que el sol salga aquí. Dame ron, dame ron, dame ron, 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 ron.
So say what you want. Say what you want. So say what you want. Say what you want. Say what you want.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two teams have already qualified for playoffs, and today, the final two spots are on the line. Who is going to make the top four? There's only one way to find out. Stick with us today because this is day 5 of Masters Madrid, coming at you live from the Madrid Arena. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Mimi. You also got Kukuka. And Kukuka, yesterday, I heard you commentating some Heretics action.
Did you like it?
It was awesome. It was great to, the energy in the room was absolutely electric
Didn't
yesterday.
answer her question.
I
liked it, babe.
I said I liked it.
He did say that he liked it.
I'm gaslighting him.
You're
on
not
frame
listening
one.
to your host. Come on.
No,
Typical,
I don't
typical
listen
Mimi, just ignoring things.
Because
She
I was
knows
listening
everything.
to her the whole day.
Yeah, I get the bias. I see it here. But it's great to have you back on the desk with us. How was that experience, though?
It was great. I think that we were very looking forward to that moment. It's sad that Heretics lost, but hey, that's the competition, and we're happy that Paper X made it back, you know, the win.
It was still exciting. Let's actually go ahead and talk about what we ended up seeing yesterday.
No, because it was actually, that last map was unreal. And of course, if we take a look at what happened yesterday, starting off with that very clean, let's say, for the first map, 2-0 Loud versus Fan plus Phoenix. I think that we were surprised. We're also very looking forward to if we were going to see that Phoenix action finally came into fruition yesterday.
Well, there was Fun plus Phoenix, but there was also Phoenix for Loud as well, but we knew there was going to be the Fun plus Phoenix. Yeah, Loud, honestly, pretty dominant there. Sent FPX home, but they had a much better fighting chance on the second map. We then went on to this absolute banger.
It was
where,
a banger.
In my opinion, it looked like Team Heretics was the better team for the majority of this, for those first
Are you saying
two
that
maps.
just because
No, I'm saying
No,
that because that's true. They were playing excellent throughout this series.
I think
but
Coach Alex felt the same way, too.
Yeah, he did. And they just let it slip a few rounds towards the end of map 2, end up on this map 3, and then in the second half, Paper X just come alive. And for the first time this year, I think actually looked like Paper X.
Yeah, exactly. I was seeing, you know, Benji Fishy just standing up, being like, sit down. And Paper X was like, sit down? You want me to sit down? I will sit down.
Yeah, they did not. Oh, okay. Well, for those who can put the context together on that one. That being said, though, I do want to say emotions were running high on that stage yesterday, and it was awesome to see how passionate our players are here. Of course, here are the matches that are going to be on the docket today. You're going to have Loud versus EDG, and then you will have Karmine Corp taking on Paper Rex. So not a quick, a quick turnaround rather for those for Loud and for Paper Rex after yesterday.
It absolutely is, but it is wild that we're sending 2 of these teams home today. I think someone could make an argument for any of these 4 squads being in that top 4. These elimination matches are going to be so tense.
Exactly, and as we are going to just have half of the teams, we could potentially have no EMEA in those playoffs or no China at all, and it would just be the battle between Americas and Pacific.
Yeah, which would be like...
That's so surprising to say, too, if that happens, especially for Pacific. I was like, I was such a hater coming into this event, and both of their teams have just gotten so much. I wasn't a Gen G hater, but PaperX in particular has gotten so much better throughout this event, in particular that last match.
Yeah, I believed in Gen G the entire time, and
I
everyone
did
was
too. You're not special.
Well, I
think
actually,
a lot of people did.
My mom called me and told me that I am quite special. So
Really?
thank you so much for that.
My mom
I trust
told me
your
that
mom.
too.
I trust your mom.
I trust my mama. But in any case, so hi, Mom. That brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. Which team has the best shot of making playoffs? Scan that QR code, cast your vote. We'll go ahead and check out the results in just a little bit. Curious to see what you guys think, because it's anyone's ball game here. And also, don't forget, use that hashtag Masters Madrid as well as hashtag VCT across all of social media so that you can see your stuff appear on the broadcast. But, you know, I was told as we were getting ready for today, you know, I'm the host of the show. I like to think I'm the captain of the Enterprise, if you will.
Sure.
And I was told, hey, we're going to do this game, and you're not hosting it. Kakuka's hosting it. So
Yes.
what do you have for us today?
Exactly. So I know that you two have been enjoying your time here in Madrid, but I wanted to put you guys to the test, bring those buzzers in, and see if you've been paying attention to what is out there in Madrid y nada más. So it's Madrid, and that's it, and that's all, okay? So this is very easy, the function is very easy. I'm going to show you 4 images.
Okay.
One of them is not going to belong to Madrid.
And we have to buzz
it's like
in.
spot the odd one out,
Okay.
okay? You
Do you
guys
let's have
ready?
some rules?
You can play from home.
Okay.
Hands back.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. First one of all, which of these is not Spanish cuisine? Migas,
Oh.
fabada, polenta, or gazpacho? Okay, Alex?
Gazpacho.
Gazpacho's from Andalucía.
Oh,
Come on, no! Mimi, you want to give it a try?
Polenta.
Polenta is
Yeah,
actually
actually.
Italian, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not mistaken. So 1 point goes for
Yeah.
Mimi.
Yeah.
Come on,
I actually didn't know that.
I'll bring you some gazpacho because in Mercadona they have a very nice one, so I'll bring you
Oh,
some.
please, I would
no
really like it
worries.
so much. Thank you so
Next picture. I'm proud of you, Mimi.
Thank you.
Which of these places is not in Madrid? La Puerta de Alcalá, Cibeles,
Don't
Gran
wait for you to
Vía,
answer the
or
question.
Las Ramblas?
Before buzzing in. Is that
Yeah.
the rules?
Yes.
All right, well, I
Whatever.
just violated
Okay.
it.
Go
so-
for it. No,
okay.
go for it.
Go for it. What is not in Madrid? You're very fast, so I'm hoping that you get this one right.
Cibeles.
Nope, Cibeles is a fountain in Madrid. Alex?
All right. It will be the Puerta Puerta
No.
de Alcalá. No?
Actually, they're both. I mean, you've already, you're both wrong, but you want to go?
Okay, yeah, Las Ramblas.
Las Ramblas. Actually,
Why did
Las
I say
Ramblas
that
is
like
in
it was
Barcelona.
Ah,
Because
okay.
Next event. Next time we will go to Barcelona, right? And I'll show you around Las Ramblas.
Not in
Okay.
Madrid. All right. That's perfectly fair. All right. What we got next?
Okay, so no point for either of you. Let's go
terrible at
on
this
to
game. I got it
the third one.
After
Yeah,
getting it
eventually.
wrong.
Which one? This one is especially for you, Mimi.
Okay.
Tailored to you. Which one is not a metro stop in Madrid?
I
La
got
Latina.
it.
No, I buzzed in.
I need to read them first, guys.
She's got to read the question,
I've been
Mimi.
buzzing.
Go for it.
La Latina, Sol, Callao, or el Paseo de Gracia?
I've been to 3 of these Paseo de Gracia.
You're right, exactly. Paseo de Gracia is also in Barcelona. For this one, she wins.
2 of these are on the same line, and Seoul is the main
All
station.
I'm gonna say
That's
is-
I
pretty
love this
easy.
girl.
All I'm gonna say is,
I mean, both are on line 5. Seoul's a major interchange. I don't know what Paseo de
Ma'am?
Gracia
Paseo de
Ma'am?
Gracia is actually in Barcelona as well.
Oh.
Mimi, ma'am, can she read the question?
No.
Exactly.
Okay,
Before
next
you buzz?
We need to
next
play
time.
fair. We need to play fair, okay? So let's
Hands
go.
behind
Let's get
my
to the
back.
last one. Let's do it to the last one. This
Okay.
one is worth 1,000,000 points.
Ay, Dios.
Which of these museums is not in Madrid? El Museo del... Maybe!
Oh, wait, I thought you
I
answered
said-
the question. You
I
have
need
to
to
read
read
the answers too. I don't know how this works.
I'm gonna just.
Okay,
I'll
I'm
tell
gonna
you what,
give you a
guys.
second.
You have a
You
good
can
show.
say it.
You have a good show. I'm just gonna walk off if that's okay. All right, go, Mimi.
I cheated. You can.
Well,
answer
honestly,
first.
I'm still like not 100% sure, but I will go Museo Thyssen de
Bornemisza.
Bornemisza?
No, that's actually here.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you want to give it a try?
Museo del Prado.
Museo del Prado is also here. It's actually the Museo Picasso. Didn't you see that it's a...
Oh!
Oh, and
Museo
Prada.
Picasso, funny enough, is also in Barcelona, even though Picasso's not from
Everything's
Barcelona.
in Barcelona.
Yeah, but I'm just, leaving the hint there that maybe next time we
You
can
should
go
have
to
made
Barcelona.
more metro questions. I would have won. Maybe
Well-
give me a park question. Throw that in.
And also, I mean, I've basically just been working and going to the hotel and then working and then going to the hotel. So,
Mimi's
yes,
been wandering around. She's working
she's a
lot.
walker.
Wake up
I'm
earlier.
a sleeper.
You're not
true.
rising and grinding like me now.
When your knees hurt when you hit 30, you talk to me then. All right, guys. So,
You're barely a day over 25.
oh, thank you, Mimi. Appreciate it. Now,
I don't believe that.
let's go ahead and dive into our first matchup. No more funnies. We're going to talk about some video games for a moment here and talk about this matchup that we're seeing here. And what I really like about this is very rarely in esports do you get two teams that made very minimal changes. Aspas, only player that's not in this lineup, but yet these guys have ran into each other time and time again.
Exactly, and this is the third time. Currently, they're in that 1-1 situation, and it's so important because Loud kicked EDG out of the previous champs in 2023. Not only that, if we take a look at the other match that they played against each other, it was EDG taking them out of Masters Tokyo. Do you know also what's funny synchronicity is that EG was who sent them both into the lower bracket. So they have an enemy in common, but it's more important to face the enemy that you have in front of you.
And that last match was so important between these teams.
Yes.
It was a top 6 game to make it into the top 4. If EDG had won that, it would have been their deepest tournament run ever. That was the breakout year for EDG, and it was shut down by Loud. So they absolutely have a pressure to win this rematch.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense game, 100%. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Mika, who's standing by with nobody, and I mean the player.
I hope she's standing with someone.
Hey Kong Kong, can we pull you aside for a quick question? The legend right here. So this is, this is your third time playing up against Loud in an international tournament. So I was just wondering if you were looking to settle the score or maybe get revenge for FPX the other day.
这也是你们第3次在世界赛场上和 Loud 碰面了，会不会说今天这场比赛期待能跟他们这样一下，算一下账，或者说来帮 FPX 来复仇呢？
我觉得先不给自己太多负担吧，就感觉背负太多东西不是一件好事，所以说我们先集中手上要紧的东西，先拿下这场胜利吧，然后更专注于我们自己。对。
I think it's not a really good thing to have too much pressure on our shoulder. Maybe we just want to focus on our own thing and play well in today's match, winning today's match first.
All right, it's going to be an exciting one. Good luck.
Apologies for that. It was Kong Kong, but still, always great to hear from the ace of this team. And it's a lot of pressure, for these guys coming into this one. I think a lot of people had EDG stocks high, especially after they dominated their region. And now they're in a position where they could just be going up before playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. For this team, I think this would be a big break if they were to get grouped at this event. Like I was mentioning before, all of their 2023 year was this upward trajectory. They were always placing better at every international tournament they went to. If they lost here, it would be a big difference. But thus far this event, we have seen this squad struggle. In particular, this last match against Gen G, they dominate map 1, and then they absolutely
11
fall
rounds
to
total.
bits in the second 2.
11 rounds total between maps 2 and 3 for EDG. That is crazy. They were shut down.
Same 1-11 that they had at the, that's 11 rounds that they got against them in Greece.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound very good, right? But as you were saying, Mimi, 2023 was the year for these guys. This year has not to be any different. They managed to make it out of groups time and time again, but it was never easy. It was always right before they were kicked out of the tournament that they were able to push through and make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it really felt like their confidence was faltering. Players not going for the fights they normally would, and then it got to the point where players are kind of taking risks, going off on their own, and just getting picked apart by Gen G. But it was a different story, map 1 of that series. We saw this squad going out and looking excellent, playing against a Gen G that admittedly was looking pretty weak on that icebox, but players like Nobody in particular were excellent there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the difference when we have a Nobody showing up, and actually showing up is massive. I feel like he feels so comfortable when he's in the sky. I think that he was one of the main reasons that they were able to close this split in the way that it was happening. We know that Kenken is explosive. We know of the aim of this guys, but actually when they make the utility fall into place at the right time, you see the EDG
that
that makes you
support,
dream.
When that backline support has his back,
Exactly,
ooh boy.
exactly. It's not, you don't feel like you're crazy supporting this team just because they come from China and they do these crazy things.
Yeah, for EDG, they play a very slow style. They build up on their attack sides around Kong Kong, around setting him up for a pick. But that means there's a lot of feast or famine about him. And if he doesn't get that opener,
a lot of what?
Feast or famine. Sometimes they be feasting, sometimes they be famine.
I love learning.
I don't like saying be feminine like that. But But yeah, when they're putting him in these positions where he's taking risks, always taking these opening kills, you really need to see the rest of the team kind of step up. And for me, when they were in those man-down situations, when Kong wasn't getting them that opener, that's where their fundamentals were falling apart, where they were taking these individual risks. Because in the past, we've seen an EDG that's actually really good at still finding the advantageous fight in these late rounds and saving these moments, even when Kong dies. But what was wild was that they lost despite the fact that Kong was playing like this. Like, it was ridiculous how good this guy was.
It's very clear that, like, when that support system is behind Kong, right, it can make magic happen. But you really need that to be consistent, because Loud will punish that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that going back also to those fundamentals that Loud is going to be punishing, I think that Haodong has given us a very good tournament. Probably not the other day, but the previous one, the first that they played, it was amazing. If we take a look at the head-to-head between the two duelists, between Kong and Quake, I think most of the questions in Loud this year were actually about this player. Is he going to perform? The roles that the agents that he's playing, is it going to be fitting the team? Well, if we get top Kong, like we got the other day, and we get top Quake, this can be a very, very close matchup.
But we haven't seen top Quake.
We're still waiting for top Quake.
Exactly.
And we didn't really see it in Americas either. The team has continually repeated this line that he's not replacing Oswald. We're not trying to make him the same team, but you still kind of have to draw that comparison to the way the team plays. They build a lot of their comps in a way where he's playing the Phoenix, playing the Yoru. They're going for these wild double or triple flash compositions. And when he's playing on those roles, it's fine to be a lot more of a role player, to take a step back, almost be an additional initiator for the squad. But when they're playing maps like Breeze, which we saw from them get really dangerously close against FPX, we really need to see more from this guy. When you're at the pro level and you're playing a map like Breeze, your jet really can't be double negative if you want clean wins. That was against FPX. EDG have a hell of a lot more firepower.
Exactly. When you go against teams that shoot this hard, it's something that you need to rely on. And also, when we talk about Loud, even though time has, gone by, this is the team that we always address as the world champion team, Sen was there in the past. EG, well, that's another different story.
It's actually quite fascinating.
Always,
who else do we still think is the world champ?
Every single time that they're on stage.
Because I think it's just the fact that, like, Sadak himself holds himself to, like, incredibly high standard. But then on top of that, too, it's just like when you look at the players and who is out here, because even PaperX doesn't get that same kind of, like, respect, quote unquote, where it's like,
it's like, oh, something crazy. It might have been in paper.
I think they get the respect because even though it's been 2 years since they won that championship, the core of Sadak and Les and them, and in particular, to focus on Sadak, stays with this squad. He is a player that no matter the roster, no matter the team, no matter who's around him, he is a guy who is out there defining the meta with whatever version of Loud it may be, enabling young players to be their absolute best and being highly competitive at a global stage. And the thing is, they are still fundamentally Loud. What's more Loud than coming to a global event, looking really tragic in their first series, losing something no one expected them to, showing up to the second and looking utterly revived. This team has kept its identity through year after year, and that's all about Sadak.
And hear me out, I think that last year probably we got the wrong idea because of what happened in Masters Japan. To just refresh your memory, guys, what happened is that the teams that were first seed didn't have to go through that group stage, right? They got right into playoffs. But actually, it was the teams that went through the playoffs that surprised us the most. For example, EDG. Loud, the moment that they start playing, they get, I believe it was 2-0-2-0 the whole time. So it's like, what is going on?
I don't even remember them there. Someone said that they were there. I was like, I don't remember.
Is that kind of effect that maybe they did not get to warm up, they did not get to get those officials together before the big action happened.
And the year they won the World Championship, it was the same thing. 0-2 at Copenhagen, going out there. That was a long time ago. But this is a Loud team who has had moments where when they're finding themselves, when they're in those early stages of development, trying to kind of put a pin on the meta, they do stumble sometimes, and that's a real opportunity for EDG.
Yeah, man, innovating's a tough job, and Sadak's been doing it for a minute now.
Not many other teams take the risks that Loud does.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more, and I think that's one of the reasons why we hold this team to such a higher standard. But for now, though, Mika Fab standing by, this time with Cowanzine, and I hope I'm right.
Hey, Cowanzine, big match coming up today, but you guys have mentioned before that playing against the Chinese region is quite scary. So do you still feel this way even up against EDG, a team that you guys are very, very familiar with? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
A gente quer saber o que vocês estão achando do embate que vai ser, porque já mencionaram antes sobre a China. E que a China seria um adversário complicado, complexo de se lidar, porém vocês vão pegar a EDG hoje, que vocês já são mais familiares, já estão meio que em casa. Qual é a sua opinião sobre?
Cara, basicamente a China é uma região muito forte e sempre um jogo difícil contra eles. Ontem, apesar de ser 2-0, foi um jogo muito difícil, foi 3-1 na Breeze. E contra a DG vai ser mais um jogo difícil, a gente perdeu uma vez para eles em Tóquio e ganhou de 2-1 a última Champions. Então vai ser um jogo muito difícil dessa vez.
Overall, China is a very complex opponent. If I had to say, yesterday, despite we winning for 2-0, it was a very tight match overall. We do indeed have some, let's say, experience against the DG, 1 victory, 1 loss, but we are ready and prepared.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
And of course, I expect nothing less from Loud. Just a second ago, we were talking about how this team, we always regard them top of class, honestly, because of the players that they have on the team. But what I find really fascinating is that Tui's and Kawanzi not on that championship-winning roster, but we also hold them to that standard because of what we've seen them all throughout last year. These guys were so impactful. It's the reason why Sadak puts his trust in them.
Yeah, there absolutely is a reason. It's because of his ability to develop these talents to be at the same level of those teammates that were with him when he won the championship. He imbues that into players like Tui's, like Kawa, and I think what all Loud fans are hoping for is that we can see that same development from Quick.
Yeah, exactly, and we see it regionally with them in Americas. We needed to see it back to translate it here onto the big stage. It would be to nobody's surprise if they were the winners today, and it would still be considered a big upset if EDG is the one that makes it to that playoffs and Loud gets grouped in this part of the tournament.
Yeah, the standards are incredibly high, and obviously we've been talking about him the entire time here, but we got to give him his flowers a little bit more here. Sadak, the guy who calls the shots, the man with the plan, you know, and what's even great about him too, he's not just an IGL. This guy could frag with the best of them too. So it does feel like Sadak, he's going to be a big difference maker, as always in this match, Mimi.
Yeah, his game yesterday was electric, right?
Yep.
Occasionally, Sadak will have a game. We talk a lot about this in America, where he shows up and he's like, F it, I'm gonna win.
Yeah,
and just balls out. Yeah, and starts taking some risks, going for some individual plays, but executing on them incredibly well.
Yeah, that is what has always been a fun thing to watch with Sadak. And, you know, now I think we're wondering what else do they have up their sleeve here? Because coming into this event, Breeze was the perma. We constantly saw them getting rid of that map. And then out of nowhere, they picked it and everyone's like, what the hell? It was so confused. And they have not lost Breeze.
At the beginning, we thought that this was just a bait for the other teams to just buy into it, or maybe just leave it as a big question mark, because other teams wouldn't even consider it, thinking that this is what was going to happen. But seeing Tui is also playing on the Viper on this map, having those two showings. Let's say also that they were against pretty unorthodox compositions. I still think that this needs a bigger test to actually resemble that they are very prepared. But now it's Lotus, the map that they don't want to see. And if you think about it, across all the other regions, we've seen so much Lotus, so much Sunset. It's such a popular map that in preparation for this tournament, if there's a map that you don't feel very comfortable with, it's very, we can understand why Loud decides to just remove it from the map.
But what makes this even more interesting, though, is that, yes, Loud make those decisions, but it feels like this is a Loud that's starting to find that form again. Do you feel like that they are in a front-runner position here, Mimi, to, be, well, you know, the team that could do the thing that we always expect them to do? Top 4 performance, high placing, so on and so forth.
Not yet, but this match could prove it to me.
Okay.
The reason I'm still hesitant is a few things. First of all, the map pool. We've thus far only seen from the maps they were playing, the Phoenix Breach, back in Americas. We've only seen the Ascent, which they changed to Yoru, still looked shaky. We saw their Sunset yesterday, and I thought that was excellent. But we still don't have a lot of answers on how this map pool for Loud compares to the rest of the competition here. I also think we have not seen enough from Quick thus far. This guy needs to step it up, especially on the maps they're playing Jet, especially if they're going to be letting Breeze through vetoes. That map is so flippy. I think it's really dangerous if they let it through today against EDG.
Exactly, and the bigger test for Quick is going to be on that Breeze, especially if he goes up against, we don't know still if the map is going to be picked, but it doesn't matter if it's Breeze, if we might get some Icebox, you know, mine would be too mild for it. But to get one of those aim test duels where even if things don't go well, what is going to be the protocol to have your duelist player feel comfortable enough so he doesn't like give up on the situation?
Yeah, I mean, watching Loud in that first match, and honestly, towards the end of Americas, I was feeling a little bit like it's so over being a Loud fan, sad life out here, and I'm not fully on the we're so back, Loud's gonna win the event train, but we definitely saw the glimmers of that, and I think Sunset, I want to talk more about that. That was a great example against FPX. They implemented the comp perfectly, the way that they were fighting for extremity control, the way they were calling around the map, and also the way their players, like Les, like Tui's, were stepping up to the plate is starting to give me kind of the glimmers of the Loud who shows up as a top dog at internationals.
Hopium or copium?
I think that's hopium.
I think
that
what she
that's
means
real
is, like,
honest hope.
Okay.
Today is the difference between hopium and copium.
We'll
Absolutely.
see. We'll see. All right, guys. Well,
That's beautiful. You should be a poet.
we should put that in a book somewhere. All right. Earlier, we asked y'all wonderful people back at home for the MasterCard fan poll, which team is most likely to earn a playoff spot, and the results are in, and y'all chose Karmine Corp, which, given how hype everyone was about this team coming in a bit, that doesn't shock me.
In a beautiful blue. It just goes
Wait, what
with
The
it.
color is blue.
It is blue.
Oh, that's
Indeed.
wonderful. You know, back to our previous topic of conversation, I would love to have like a live, laugh, love sign in my house that just says the difference between hopium and copium is you. I think that's beautiful.
Maybe you're the poet.
I actually hope
Maybe you
someone
me
makes
better.
that sign.
Home
That
goods,
would be
hire me.
really good. Oh, man. Look, guys, there's like so much that we could talk about here, but good news is we're going to find out where we're playing because we have the map select standing by. So let's find out where these players are electing to go.
Welcome to Map Select, presented by Omen. Loud was drawn first in the matchup during the draw yesterday, so you'll be a higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So, EDG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ascent.
Ascent. And then your ban?
Split.
Split. And then map number 1 from EDG.
Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2.
Sunset.
Sunset. Side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans, starting with EDG, you have Bind, Breeze, and Lotus.
Ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Your ban, you have Bind and Breeze.
We ban Bind.
Ban Bind. So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. EDG, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Good luck, guys.
Something that really stuck out to me there was Lotus going a little further down the line than I was expecting, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. EDG has been also banning this map, so I was surprised. It was a little bit of a push and pull of who's going to ban it first.
Classic game of chicken.
Are we both going to be living it open? What is going to be happening here? And we see it is EDG actually that decides to ban it. So Loud is very, very convinced they do not want to face EDG on this split.
I think this is legitimately a very good map pool for EDG. They're starting on Icebox, where Loud tends to be good on that map with the Harbor Viper, but they play one of those KO Sova flash comps that can fight into those walls really well. If they get a win there, they take Loud to Breeze. I think they have a real chance of winning this series, but I reckon it would be in the 2-1 fashion. For Loud, on the other hand, I think they want to avoid going to Breeze at all costs, in my opinion. I've not been impressed with any of the looks they've shown on that map thus far. I think that thus far, like, individual form is so important on that map. It is the map where that is the most important, and I think EDG beats them in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you. Also, the confidence and the resilience that both of these squads have shown into when it comes to that last map. For some of them, better than the other ones. So I'm scared in both regards to what happens when this map goes to distance, and especially when things are not working. How are the solutions that they're going to find if some individuals cannot really show up?
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how all that pans out. But what I'm really excited for is, honestly, what this would mean for EDG if they could win. They get revenge on the team that knocked them out of Champions, that stopped their excellent 2023 year. They get revenge on the team who just eliminated FPX, the other Chinese team representing here. And they get to make it into top 4 at a global event. They've been on this long climb up mountain after mountain to really be considered a top contender at international events. I think if they win here, if they're one of only 4 teams in the playoffs at Masters Madrid, it's really a chance for no one anymore to deny their form compared to the rest of the global competition.
And this is a great opponent for doing so, because if EDG has advanced, has progressed, has developed as a team, all of these individuals should be able to go head on head with
But
this
how do you
kind of
feel
squad.
about the structure, though? How do you feel about the fundamentals? Because I feel like Loud just have that so in spades.
That's the thing. This is a great test, and let's say one of the final tests for this squad, because Loud has played against most of the teams out there. They've been around for so long. They have so much experience. They've played against every single playstyle. They know how to read onto all of these different situations and outcomes. So if they are able to even put on a good show, it shows that EDG, even if they're not, you know, top 4, even if they were to lose, we need to see if they're on the right track.
Yeah, this is really going to be decided by Icebox in this series for me. For Loud, they play the Harbor Viper. Their fundamentals are so exceptional on this map. Their retake protocols are on point. This is a map where Les absolutely thrives on the Viper. And for EDG, we've seen some success. It's been a mixed bag in the past. They're playing the more default comp that, honestly, this Harbor Viper comp tends to do pretty well against. I think this is going to be make or break early in this series.
Real quick, I don't know if you guys see our poll down at the bottom of the screen there, but when we started this poll, it was all Loud. And as you guys were talking, selling people on EDG, I was seeing the numbers start to go up a little bit. I don't know. It feels like you guys are making some believers out there.
We should sell some bundles, maybe.
I think, yeah. I feel like this is pretty spot on. In my mind, I think this is a 60-40 in favor of Loud. I think Loud are favored because their fundamentals have looked better in their last matches. I think they have a stronger read on the meta. EDG still playing basic, old stuff from last year for the most part. But for EDG, there's always the upset potential. The individual form has been electric. Kung has been great. And it's just a team that no matter what form they've shown before, they always step up to their opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Is the old guard versus a newer guard that we saw in 2023 looking to make a change also in 2024.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent day. Who's going to make it out into the top 4? Let's find out. Is it Loud versus EDG? We got Karmine Corp versus Paper X. Day 5 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Was it hard, like losing Jing and having to basically fill that hole?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's been a big part of Paper X, and finding someone that as good as him would be very hard. We had a new player. I mean, yeah, he's ready to show what he got, you know, this tournament. So yeah, wait and see.
I think it's just myself that not being confident, you know, because all the players in Paper X are like top-notch in the world. It's normal that you have sort of pressure.
Quite honestly, I think we absolutely need to see more out of Munjet.
When it comes to a tournament, when you're not hitting shot, it's really hard to get back, but my teammates have been helping me a lot going through this.
For us, it's just we're all like very inexperienced, so like all this is new to us, and we all just want to like do everything that we can every single day to prepare ourselves for the situation.
Karmine Corp, their playstyle is the same like us actually. It's gonna be like aggression team against aggression team. I'm really excited for the blood that.
Se te vejo muito esse estilo de roupinha assim, mano. Fica combinou pra caralho. Esse calçaria suave.
Para mim, ser o líder da molecada, né, dos garotos, eu queria muito deixar uma boa impressão neles, que eles se divertam jogando, algo que é uma honra para mim.
就这些新面孔的出现嘛，对于我来说也就还好，就因为我也可能打了2年世界赛了，然后我自己也是一个20岁的选手，所以说我觉得我也是小孩，他们也是小孩。
A gente chegou até aqui, como que joga com confiança, confiar um no outro, confiar uno mesmo, que vai dar tudo certo, dar o nosso máximo e sempre com sorriso no rosto.
但是我希望你们知道，我们永远都在朝 我们心中的那个念想去奋斗，去做好最好的自己。然后以后见到 ZMJJKK 手会抖。
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance in this competition. On the one end, you have EDG, a squad that's coming into this one holding the entire region of China on their back because they are the last remaining Chinese team in this competition. But on the other side, you have Loud, a squad that has been here before. They have reached the top of the mountain and they're looking to get back there again.
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative for as long as China has been at global events. They've constantly been on this upward trajectory, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again if they want a shot at playoffs.
Exactly, and America's looking to be the strongest region out there for now. They could be that for just a second if Loud manages to win. Both them and Sentinels making it onto playoffs, showing that maybe 2024 is not the year of the rookies, but the year of Americas.
It's possible, but for EDG, if they're to win this one, they get revenge for FPX. This is the team that just knocked their compatriots out.
Yeah, and there is certainly going to be a lot of tension on that stage because, as we saw yesterday, right, in the PaperX game, the PaperX Heretics game, you know, when you're in these elimination matches, you're in these high-pressure moments, right? You got to wear it all out there on the stage. And Kakuka, I think both of these teams, they're going to do just that. Both teams have, like, very famous gifs of them, like, mocking one another. So I think it's safe to say that we're going to get some more moments like that
Hear
today.
me out. We all remember Kankan standing up and just showing that operator.
And we all remember
of them.
Sadak just going, what are you doing? I don't know.
What is that? What is that? Is that a toy? I don't see. It's not hurting me. But yeah, definitely. We've seen how the character has also impacted the players from your own team and your opponents. So today, especially jumping onto Icebox, a map where individuals are so important, I think that the start for both of these teams is going to be very important. Sentinels, for example, on their first match, probably one of the reasons why it got so close is that they were losing up on the earlier rounds. Then on the second time that they played around, they were so comfortable at the beginning of the maps. If Loud can also have that kind of mechanism, they can join their compatriots.
And when we talk about the history, there's only been one change. That's QCK. On this map, he's playing the Jet, and he's going up against a man who many consider the best operator player in the world. It is going to be a trial for fire by the guy that they say isn't replacing Icebox, but on some of these maps, he is being asked that.
Yeah.
On Icebox, on Breeze, he has to step up to that plate against Kong Kong.
Yeah, this could be a moment here for QCK, and we'll have to see if this is going to come to fruition. Of course, for Kong Kong, he could very well shut it all down here, but it's time now for our first pistol round of the day. So let's go ahead, send it over to your casters. You got Mitch and Tom.
Welcome sa panibagong araw na naman ng Masters Madrid Tagalog rebroadcast. At syempre para sa araw na ito, walang iba kung hindi si Taylor at si Black and Blue magkacast. After 3 years ng pagiging caster sa VCT, magkasama na tayo for the very first time, BNB.
Oh, mas nauna pa tayong mag-co-caster sa pelikula kaysa sa totoong tournament. Kaya simulan natin dito. EDG versus Loud. Tingin ko ata hulugan na to, di ba? Pag natalo. Kaya medyo
laglagan na to.
Spike down A.
Simulan natin dito. Opening pistol round natin. Sige, bakbakan na agad. Saging 4v4 na. Papuntang A site naman ng Loud. Silang nag-attack.
As you expect, pagdating sa mga Asia Pacific or not other than that, mga Chinese teams din na meron tayo dito. But QCK, trying to plant a spike, pang-ping lang kumbaga, para lumabas ang ibang mga kalaban and really shoulder yung kanilang mga shots dito pagdating sa side ng Loud as they dissipate or completely dismantle yung team ng EDG ng ganun-ganun lang.
Loud naman, wag natin kakalimutan, sila naging champion nga, di ba, noong 2022 season. Pinag-uusapan nga dun sa panel ganina na yung team na to, yung core pa rin nila, nandyan pa din. Nandyan pa rin si Sadhak, nandyan pa rin yan sina Les, sina Kwanzin, at malaking bagay yon nung unang series nila, na nilaro nila dito sa tournament na to. Kailangan talaga nila yung performance si Sadhak at nung talagang kumilos siya at magaling performance niya nung huli, kalaban ng FPX, doon talaga sila nagbukhang yung Loud na kilala natin.
I mean, maraming nag-doubt after mawala ni Aspas pagdating sa team na to. And they also talked about kung saan parang may Masters curse ang Loud. Every time or every single time na makikita natin sila sa Masters, hindi ganun katindi yung performance nila. It's usually the champions kung saan talagang nag-wild sila pagdating sa mga ganong tournament. But nonetheless, it's time to prove themselves. Lalo na, sabi nga natin, laglagan portion to para sa mga teams natin ngayon. And we only have one Chinese team left here, which is EDG, dahil nawala na rin ang FPX. This time around though, lamang pa rin ang Loud of course when it comes to the guns. And that kind of advantage can make them a 2-0 quite easily as well.
Tignan naman natin. Huli agad dito si Chichu. Pero speaking of Chichu, isa siyang player na kinakailangan talaga ng EDG na mag-step up is si Chichu or maybe even si Nobody, si Haodong, kahit sino sa kanila, si Smuggy din. Kasi nung huling series nila, kalaban ng Genji, nung si Kangkang lang, yung may magandang performance, talagang nahirapan sila. Na 2-1 pa nga. At kung siguro may konting tulong lang ng ibang backline dito, baka nagawan pa nila ng paraan. So dito sa series, we need to see yung mga ibang miyembro ng EDG mag-step up din.
As you were talking about it as well, I think it's the same map, itong Icebox map na to, kung saan Chichu was a little bit lost, I would say, pagdating sa mapa na to. But nonetheless, entry towards the site, mula sa side ng Loud ngayon. And like we also mentioned, lamang naman sila sa gun advantage, so it's not gonna be that difficult. And not much damage has been done actually sa side ng Loud. Isa lang ang nawala.
Magaling din naman sa baril lang tong EDG. Kaya
Kaya
huwag
nga
natin
nag-Valorant
count out. Kaya nga sila nag-Valorant Kaya nga sila naging number 1 paulit-ulit dito ng China. Wala pa rin nakakatalo sa kanilang region. But so far, pagdating sa international stage, hindi pa natin masyado nakikita yung talagang full capacity nila dito especially against yung mga teams na katulad ng Loud, kasi so far yung mga nakakalaban pa lang ng EDG, Genji at PaperX, dalawang Pacific team. Pero ngayon na may Americas naman silang kalaban, tingnan natin kung iba yung magagawa nila.
I mean, Kangkang, kapag siya yung nag-pop off, alam natin usually nagre-revolve talaga sa kanya yung mga rounds na nakikita natin. But you also have Haodong ready to step up. Last time, Nobody also was popping off. So, there's a lot of players here from EDG. Napakataas ng potential as a team. It's just a matter of time. As Nobody shuts down sa dock, tatlo na natitira para sa side ng Loud. And it seems like parang hit pa rin ang gusto nilang gawin dito.
Tama dito yung EDG. Si Chun Kangkang naghahanap ng contact dito sa mid. Wala silang mahanap as yung Loud pupwesto ng umabante dito sa may pa-A site. Drone out dito, galing kay Nobody. Katulad ng pinag-usapan natin kanina, kailangan dito ng EDG sa series na to see some of those role players step up. Hindi pwede Kangkang show lang at magiging kangkong kung gano'n nangyari ulit.
Mahirap lalo na pag dinagdagan mo ng chips. QCK though, chips away 1 as he gets Kangkang. Na pinag-uusapan pa lang natin dito, BNB. With the walls up mula sa kanila in a cove, maybe a secure plant mula sa side ng Loud just to make sure. Flank-wise, gaya ng sabi mo, QCK waiting for that take mula naman dito sa screens. And QCK was able to take 1, pero ito na yung flank mula kay Chichu. He managed to pull up 1 and less na lang ang natitira. And with that double swing, mahirap makuha yung round na to.
Okay, maganda dito para sa EDG is yung fact na hindi sila masyado naging over-aggressive nung may mga picks na sila. Hindi rin sila nahuli. Allows them to relatively clean this round up ng malinis. At Loud naman, even though may lamang pa sila, bonus lang naman din nila yun. So, let's see how they perform dito sa pang-apat na round nila. Pero EDG so far, gusto ko makita yung depensa na to. Kung anong setups meron sila. Meron silang KO, so palagi silang may mga potential na makipag-flash play, diba, dito sa defense, may mga traps. And so Loud, knowing na may harbor sila, I wanna see kung may specific adjustment sila kung saan nila ibabato yung mga cove, yung mga tawag doon, yung wall na pa, yung diretso. Basta
Kaya mo
yun.
yan.
Yung
Basta
diretsong
yun.
pader.
High tide?
Cascade.
Cascade.
Boom. Yan.
Yun, nakuha mo din. Pero with the recon, mapapatras ng kaunti si Haodong. But aside from that, marami ring lurk potential itong Loud, no? Especially, you also have less na kaya mag-wall up as well. So there's a lot of really walls na kaya nilang daanan dito. QCK though, on the hunt para sa kanyang Bladestorm na available. Though nagpaparamdam lang naman sila initially to try and pincer out kung may nagtatago ba. And Haodong is ready to take on action kung sakali man.
Tingnan natin dito, di ba? Siyempre, naka-double controller sila. So, madaming parang fake potential ang Loud sa kanilang attacking side. Magiging medyo isang factor yun talaga ng EDG na kailangan nilang makipag-adjust in towards yung si EDG dito pumapwesto sanang mag-peak dito sa tube kaso nawalan sila ng timing. Loud, nakaabang na dito sa may A site, susugurin na nila.
Recon muna, just to try and see kung sino nga ba mga nagtatago sa likod ng smoke na to. Pero it seems like wala sila mahuhuli. At the same time, knife has been set mula sa isang KO as well with the nade. From that KO, pati na rin yung mga darts na lumilipad. Pinapahirapan nito yung Loud to at least have that space na magkaroon ng magandang plant at magkaroon ng magandang post-plant setup dito. Even with the Viper Snakebite, makakasurvive kahit papano si Tuis but very low on HP. Reckoning has been used and Kwanzin, talagang hinohold niya lang yung positioning na to para sa mga screens na gustong pumasok.
Yun ang updraft ni QCK. Makakapanako na naman dito si QCK. Chichu taking him down and Smoggy sasagot na naman. 2v3 na ngayon sa may site as nag-retake na ngayon ang EDG. Pero Smoggy! Nakahanap pa ng angulo doon. Sadak brings it down to the 1v1 as nobody responds. Pero si 2YZ, Tuis ka mo. Makakakuha pa siya ng timing dito. Alam ba ni nobody? Huling-huli ni Tuis. And Loud kumapit pa para sa 3-1.
Oh my goodness! After every damage na tinanggap ni Toys dito from that initial round na nakita natin kung saan pinipigilan siya mag-plant ng spike, up until the very end, nakuha niya pa rin yung correct timing to just wrap around 410 here. Secure the post-plant scenario, lalo na naubos na lahat ng kakampi niya. And up until this moment, si nobody, actually tama naman yung yung hula niya kahit papano. It's just a matter of who takes the first shot and who actually connects it.
Siyempre namang si Toys dun alam yan, nasa may spike lang banda kaya medyo mauna talaga siyang bumaril doon. So EDG, sayang, okay na sana yung retake nila. Pero Loud, siyempre, sinimulan din nila yung round na yun na lamang sila eh. Nakuha nila yung dalawang first pick, naging 3v5. From that point onward, kahit maganda yung nagawa ng EDG, siyempre may konting lamang talaga yung Loud. So, nahirapan lang din. Pero mukhang B-side naman yung susiguro nila, which is, to be fair, magandang basa. Considering isa lang nag-iisa defender dito, si Haodong lang.
So the difference is wala silang knife out mula sa isang KO to really punish kung may nagtatago man towards that. Pero ito na yung pagka-cancel ng kanilang mga plant. It's already too late mula doon sa Snakebite dahil hindi ganoon kalaki yung magiging damage at hindi pipigilan completely ang players ng Loud dito. And at the same time, medyo kalahaf-bay ang side ng EDG. QCK up above gets one and Smoggy to punish him down. 4v4 pa rin naman to and si Smoggy makakahanap pa nga ng isa. In-invest na rin nila yung Hunter's Fury mula dito kay nobody but there's actually nobody to take down. Chichu on the other hand secures one and Sadak fights for his life for another. Kanya-kanyang trade-offs ang meron dito BNB but up until the very end, it's still Loud's round.
Considering yung in-invest ng EDG doon, not a bad eco para sa kanila. Tatlong tumumba sa Loud, naging 2v2 pa sa dulo. So obviously Loud, medyo lamang talaga doon sa pwesto. Tsaka sa armas din. So, time purse, sabi lang ng EDG.
Time out muna. Usap muna sila, lalo na buy round ulit to. And so far, for the previous 5 consecutive rounds na nakita natin, up until this very point, hindi pa natin nakikita na makakuha ng multiple kills si Kangkang dito. It doesn't have much space. Lalo na hindi rin nagsisway sa kanila yung economy para sa side ng EDG. So mahirap nga naman din makahanap ng momentum. But aside from that, of course, we all know Kangkang's strength, which is the operator. And so far, dahil nga sa ganitong klaseng momentum, di pa sila makapag-heavily invest pagdating sa ganong scenario. So I'm quite excited to see kung ano yung magiging changes nila after this timeout.
We've been seeing dito yung EDG sa defense nila parang gusto talaga nilang ipagana yung true play nila. Na dalawa silang magpipick doon, si Chichu kasama si Kangkang. Hindi lang nila nahanap yung timing to do that. And I think kung gagawin nila yon, especially now na parang baka mabasa na ng Loud since ginawa nilang 2 beses, even though wala yung Loud, 2 beses na ginawa nila yon, they might wanna add a flash dun sa mismong play na yon para lang mas maging effective siya pag ginawa nila dito. So far then, yung timing obviously hasn't been working out, but let's see kung mag-iiba yon. Meron naman silang null command dito para i-shut down yung Hunter's Fury kung umabot doon sa post plant ng Loud. And Loud so far, dun nagiging success nila sa mga post planted. Di pa napipigilan ng EDG. 1 round pa lang sila.
Siyempre, kanya-kanyang setup muna. An alarm towards mid, pati na rin ng isang orb mula sa isang Viper. Howdong on the other point of the map, B side, is just play for control pagdating sa mga ganitong klase. Lalo na napakadami nilang smoke. It's such a pros and a cons as well to have that much of a smoke dahil kaya rin namang paglaruan ng mga kakampi mo or kalaban mo even. But I think Chichu, may idea ba siya kung ilan yung nakatawid doon? Alam niyang nabaril siya ng kaunti pero not quite sure kung nakita niya kung ilan.
Nobody. Mag-isa lang siya dito so far. Naghahanap ng timing sana. Lockdown nilapag dito ng Loud. Nobody, magko-commit siya. Trying to look for a pick-off. Hindi siya tatakas dito. Hindi siya mag-back off. Gets the one. Double kill. Hindi pa. Shutdown from Sadak pa si Kangkang. Sakto yung timing din niya para makatulong. And EDG, 4v3 na sila. Ang lamang ngayon. Tapos si Les yung gapang din niya dito. May turret nga. But I think si Howdong could have timing here kung di nila na-expect siyang mag-push underneath.
30 seconds
Na-detect
left.
na yung isa kahit papano. They are aware. May tao na pagdating sa kitchen. Everyone's eyes actually towards kitchen right now. And the swing mula kay Chichu, unfortunately, di niya mahahanap yung pick-off na gusto niyang kunin doon. Na 3v2 scenario as Howdong also goes down. Lahat ng nagbabantay pagdating sa kitchen and nawala na. At mukhang may sasama pang isa as dumaan sa tube si Kangkang. And now it's all up to Smoggy. So far, he's been doing great in holding down the fort here. Not quite sure in a 1v3 scenario like this.
Sayang kay EDG. 4v3 na kanina eh. Pero yung lurk dito ng Loud, nung nag-rotate sila, hindi lang mabasa ng EDG. Even though may turret doon sa may kitchen, hindi nila makuha yung timing din coming from Howdong. Smoggy nakaisa. 2v1 pa din, may oras pa naman. Uy, narinig niya kung nasan si Tuiz. Medyo alanganin ito para kay Tuiz. Hindi niya alam, nandito lang pala si Smoggy. Ngayon, 1v1 na tuloy. He has timing but I don't think he's gonna be able to clutch this. So, save na lang. 5 rounds na para sa Loud.
Might as well save. Nag-hunting lang naman din yung mga players ng Loud dito. Alam nilang maraming pera sa kaban ng Loud ngayon for the meantime. And they're happy to hunt the last remaining player to completely direct the economy kahit papano for EDG side. Hindi pa rin mahanap talaga ng EDG yung footing na meron sila dito. And na-mention mo nga kanina, no, they have that lurking potential. You can also really pick up the pace pagdating sa tube with maybe a help of a flash. But then again, it seems to be na parang basa rin to side ng Loud. They are hyper-aware dun sa mga kind of scenario na kayang mag-lurk nga ng EDG. And this, time and time again, they prove us na kaya nilang i-pick off yung kahit sinong mag-lurk mula dito sa EDG.
EDG. Siyempre yung Icebox, medyo attacker-sided talaga. So, you can see yung struggles dito ng EDG. And the fact na may Viper wall sila sa B, nahatak din ang depensa doon madalas. Les gets a kill dito kay Kangkang. Nakilailangan sana nila makahanap ng isang pick gamit yung blades na yun. Isang armas talaga nila dito na pwedeng gamitin is yung baril ni Smoggy, but it's gonna be difficult now na 4v5 tapos retake pa. And post plants have been yung pinaka-successful pa naman dito ng Loud.
Swing out, nobody, still shut down mula sa kanila. May flash na kasama. Napa-focus na lang masyado sa ating screens dito. But at the end, detected ang isa sa mga players. That's Chichu towards screens. They're aware. They have a lockdown, but I don't think they will use that right now in a 4v2 scenario kung saan sobrang lugi pa sila. Howdong to fall as well. And Chichu saves 1 kill for the team. Kaso nga lang, 3 pa rin ang natitira. Masyadong pressured na yung kanyang posisyon dito. And I don't think he can hop out of this safely as well.
Wala, save na lang to. Save na lang to para kay Chichu. Baka makaisa pa. Ayan na nga. Tignan natin, si Tuiz. Siya ba ay tutumba? Hindi. Tuiz pa rin. EDG, 1-6. And so far, kahit nag-timeout sila, parang wala pa rin masyadong napapala ano bang pwede lang gawin dito? Just Loud, ang galing nila maghatak ng depensa sa kabila bago mag-attack ng site.
The thing is, kahit yung timings nung pang-cancel sana ng plant setup dito mula sa side ng Loud, they've tried B side, yung snake bite dito, for example, from a Viper. I think for EDG, they're expecting it to be actually a fake. Pero paulit-ulit nagpa-plant yung Loud dito nang tuloy-tuloy lang actually. Hindi sila nagpapapigil kahit may snake bite, for example. And kahit paulanan sila ng utilities dito as well. And again, if hindi man sila mapunta or paulanan man sila ng utilities, pwede rin silang makarecover sa ibang parte ng site and just put a cove on it and plant the spike and set up a post plant as well.
Ba't naman sila manre-respeto daw nung depensa kung makakapasok lang din naman, kung pwede naman irekta. EDG dito haven't really been able to do much to really stop them. May nakita tayong moments on parang si Nobody na sinawsawan niya dun, di ba, nung nasa pipe siya nung naglagay ng lockdown. More of that is what EDG has to try to do. Kasi right now, katulad ng sinabi mo, Loud, nababasa lang din nila yung anong timings and positionings ng EDG, and yung mga contact play din nila mas napapagana. So, maybe ito, glass cannon, galing kay Kangkang, baka ito na nga ang pinaka may gagawa nila para lang ibahin yung pace, para lang magulat ang Loud. Hindi nila ma-expect na, uy, may off pala, kahit medyo alanganin.
Oo, alanganin para sa side ng EDG. Kumbaga, all or nothing to para sa kanila for now. And also for EDG, wala pang tayo nakikita masyadong trade-offs. Sasabi mo nga, diba, they need more of those kinds of fights kung saan kaya rin nilang makapag-trade-off sa isa't isa and maybe doon on the numbers ng mga buhay na tao para sa side ng Loud. But again, a Cascade trying to hide everyone here. Nilabas na agad yung Water's Fury. Mukhang mawawala pa si Nobody. Madadamay ba si Smoggy? No, hindi. Safe pa rin ang kanyang location but now spotted as he pins down QCK.
Oh, good trade dito para kay Smoggy, pero grabe naman yon, the confidence from Kwanzin para pilitin doon yung ulti niya. Nakahanap pa nga ng isa. Yan na nga, may cove dito. Safe plant. At yung kalakasan ng harbor din talaga. Ang daling makapasok. Yung reckoning, tapos yung cove lang. And now si Les, may timing pa siya dito. Wala pa namang turret papunta sa kitchen. Nako, delikado to para sa Loud. Pero okay, the turret does see him. Magpasok. That will keep the defense. Dito, nakafocus sa kanya. Tapos nakahanap pa ng isa.
Pangalawang beses na atang namatay ni Howdong dito sa exact position na to. At paulit-ulit silang napipin down sa lahat ng lurks na pwede mong makita. Smoggy to hop out, actually gets a kill towards Konzin. At the same time, nagsiset na ng post plant dito
Smoggy.
ang Loud. At onti na lang, sasabog na rin yung spike. And in EGG, parang naghahunting na lang sila ng pwedeng ma-exit frags at si Tuis ang nakita nila.
Big round dito pa galing kay Smoggy, pero in the end, syempre yung objective pa din is ma-defuse at nakulangan lang din ng oras. I mean, the fact na yung lurk niya doon, dito ng Viper, ng Loud, the fact na nakapasok siya dun sa tube at nasira niya yung turret, matik na yun, mahahatak yung atensyon ng depensa sa kanya. Mag-iingat sila sa flank nila at kaya sila babagal din sa pag-retake. At yun, nahalap pa si Howdong. So, syempre, nabawasan pa ng tao. At talagang nakita mo dito, Loud, napaka-suffocating ng attacking side nila. Tapos, syempre, si Kwanzin, minama lang niya, minacho pa sa simula. Inultihan lang, basic. Nakahanap pa ng pick.
And that goes to show kung gaano ka-importante nga yung mid-control na pwede nating makita dito sa side ng EDG. I mean, nilalapagan nila ng alarm, nilalapagan nila ng turret, pero nababasag at nababasag pa rin at hindi nila nakukuha yung pick-off. Kangkang, forced to back away dahil nakakaramdam siya na medyo marami. Cascade ang makakaharap muna nila. Wala silang idea kung gaano kalalim mga players ng Loud dito for now.
Gusto ko tuloy nung kangkong chips. Naalala ko. Yung may pull boss. Kangkong corner.
Hindi ko pa natatry yun.
Masarap. Masarap. In fairness, siguro madalian din siyang gawin. Tapos mura pa, di ba?
Feeling
Kaya
healthy,
sulit.
no?
Oo, feeling healthy. Pero prito lang
Uy,
din.
nakita ko siya.
Nascan pa silang dalawa. QCK, nakadalawa pa nga. Na-double pa. Nagkulat. Hindi nga kulat. Nag-spray transfer lang.
Reaction doon. Turret has been set up mula sa side na naman ng Loud again with the help of the Cove. Napakadaling makapag-plant para sa kanila. Delayed na naman yung ibang mga utility play dito para makancel sana yon.
Sira pa naman dito ang depensa ng EDG para sa retake. And so far, yung mga retake nila ay talagang hirap na hirap. Loud, napaka-consistent dito sa mga post-plant nila. At nasa mahirap ang posisyon tong i-defuse. So, Tamang call to para sa EDG, tingin ko. Save na lang din, Kwanzin. Alam ni Chichu, nako, si Chichu, baka matalo pa dito. Kailangan niya ma-save to. Ekonomiya nila sa hindi magandang posisyon. Nakaisa pa nga si Kwanzin. Lahat ng gusto niyang gawin, nagagawa pa niya. Finally, na-shutdown na rin yung Nobody, but damage being done dito ng Loud. Patuloy-tuloy pa rin ang momentum.
How many guys does it take to kill one Kwanzin? Takes 3 guys para magawa yon. Lahat sila kailangan magtulong-tulong para lang mahanap, ma-pick off yung nag-iisang tao sa tube. I mean, it's already a plan to save pagdating sa round na to, but you could definitely see kung ano yung hurdle ng EDG dito in trying to punish enemies from Loud. They just couldn't connect the shots so far. Even Kangkang himself is the bot frag for now.
Ay. Sinabi pa
Sakit
naman
sa
natin
ulo.
na kailangan ni Kangkang ng tulong, pero paano pag siya
Baliktad
mismo?
pala.
Siya pala mismo yung kailangan mag-step up dito. Nawawalan na yung mga opening picks na binibigay ni Kangkang madalas para sa team na to Ngayon Loud, they're taking the advantage dito sa pagpasok. Timing ata si Chichu. Nakuha pa rin niya.
Buti na lang, may wall mula doon sa Harbor. At least natulungan siya kahit papano ni Tuiz. Yun lang pala ang kailangan nila. Now in a 3v3 scenario, Chichu still pushing forward para sa kanyang lurk. Though, wala siya iba makakasama dito. Medyo malayo yung kanilang jet or si Kangkang towards A side. Pero the timing might be just right though. May alarm bot na nag-aantay para sa kanya mula kay Sadak. So that's gonna be an issue. Aware na sila dito. The jump peak, low in HP. Kwanzin, he's ready to take on the angle here. Lalabanan at lalabanan niya. And that goes the punish. Now it makes it easier in the 3v2.
Big pick-off sana doon para kay Chichu, pero hindi lang yan nahanapan ng timing. Pagpasok, Nobody! Good find! And that should bring it down to the 2v2. Buhay pa rin ang Viper's Pit. Nandito pa rin si Les. Kailangan nilang i-push. Pwede pa nga niyang i-spam. Timing dito para kay Kwanzin na napaka-solid pa din. Humawak ng pwesto and Les gets the final kill. 8 rounds na ngayon para sa Loud. And EDG, kung kailan mukhang okay na, dun pa nawalan ng tsansa.
I think it's the same scenario na parang nakikita natin for Paper Rex if you think about it. Sinasabi ng ibang team na pag binigyan nyo sila ng space, then hahayaan nyo rin silang mabuli kayo over and over again. And with Loud not giving any space at all towards the side of EDG, hindi makabuelo si Kangkang sa kahit anong kills na gusto kuhanin niya dito. You've seen him time and time again with those aggressive angles, aggressive pickoffs, but it just doesn't work with Loud. Parang ang galing nilang umiwas sa bala, BBNB.
Kaya nga nung pinili nitang mapa na to, nagtataka ako.
Wala ulit siya.
Wala ulit. Sinabi mo lang yung pangalan, -1 agad. Lahat ng pwedeng mangyari dito na mali para sa EDG nangyayari na nga. As I was saying, yung mapping na to, sa EDG pa to
Pagod na daw si Kangkang. Lagi na lang daw kasi. Pero ito, Loud yet again, time and time, paulit-ulit na kasariling post-plant scenario nila dito. Ito, talagang sinasadya nila na i-fake muna yung pagtatap ng spike just to make sure na mapupush out nila yung Hunter's Fury. Mapilitang gumamit ng utility play itong EDG. And with one left, which is Hao Dong, yet again, minamama na siya ng Loud. Tinaluntan lang ni Sadak. Flawless round pa.
Grabe.
Grabe naman yun.
Pinaglaruan pa. Medyo nakakatilt yun mga kaibigan. Medyo kung ako yun, hindi ko na alam.
Ano na ako, F5.
Nagdabog na ako.
F6 ba?
F6? Alt F4.
Hindi kasi ako gumigive up
Tama. Buti pa yun. Hindi sumisirit, bastang pwede pang ipilit.
Ayan. Pero kahit si Sadak, siya na lang din yung natawa sa sitwasyon na to. It's so hard to be in EDG's position right now. Ganito na naman yung scenario nila. Wala nga kahit anong armor dito si Haodong
Naku, na-scan pa si Kangkang.
Parating na lang,
nakatakas.
actually.
Parating na lang. Maganda din yung pagbasa ng Loud dito. Tamo, beto na lang yung dart para dun sa malapit kasi expect nila na baka maging aggressive nga dito yung EDG. So ito nga ang pick nila ng EDG. Siguro kasi natalo nila yung Genji dito. Tapos natalo yung Loud sa Genji dito rin sa mapa na to. So kala nila baka good pick pero yun nga parang hindi. Kasi statistically medyo mahinang map talaga ito ng EDG
Haodong Kangkang, he was already in the perfect position there. He just really missed the shot. Chichu, on the other hand, mawawala na rin dito parang bula. And now, Kangkang to fall. Walang control at all. Yan ang EDG ngayon. Another consecutive flawless rounds we've been seeing here, BNB. Parang gusto na nila tayong patulugin.
Parang ano na, quick game, GG 2-0, move on to the next PaperX na agad daw. Kaibigan, diretso tayo.
I don't know what's the problem here though, para sa side ng EDG, honestly. Because parang ito yung first time na nakita ko na ganito kawala lahat. Usually may saving grace pa sila kahit papano, BNB in the hands of Kangkang or nobody. But this rounds that we're seeing right now, it's not it.
Icebox talaga, hindi siya statistically na at least the history nila magandang mapa para sa EDG, and para sa Loud okay na mapa siya. You look at yung mga performances nila, sige natalo sila sa Gen G dito pero close game yun, 11-13. Natalo nila yung Sentinels dito, natalo nila yung Evil Geniuses dito, tsaka yung Furia. So madami namang history na magandang performances dito talaga ang Loud. And so EDG might have just been parang recency bias kung kaya nila napili ito. Ang nangyari, and tuloy.
And from the past games na nakita din natin mula sa Loud, maganda yung reads nila against their opponents or any opponent team that they have right here. I think yan yung isa sa mga strengths ng Loud dito is they really can read exactly kung ano yung mangyayari sa mga susunod or following rounds, and yun yung kailangan mong factor para mabasag yung offense siguro na meron sila, yung pagbibigla. But again, the reads are there. Time and time, nakikita natin na Kangkang is having a very difficult time finding the correct spacing dahil first of all, walang bumabasag ng recon para sa kanya. Ulit-ulit siyang nanguhuli dito. Nanguulit-ulit din siyang kailangang umatras.
Halos paulit-ulit din nilang na-expect kaway-kaway lang.
Kahit
Easy lang sa
ako
kanila.
11-1, masaya din ako eh.
I mean, nakita mo nun si Sada kanina yung mga patalon-talon niya. Yung mga kilos na gagawin mo lang pag alam mo nagsismurf ka. Pag ikaw immortal, tapos nasa gold lobby lang, dun mo lang gagawin yun eh. At yun siguro yung pakiramdam nila ngayon. Pero katulad ng sinasabi mo, nababasa nga kanina dun sa defensive side. Alam nilang si Kangkang magpupush early on at kaya dun nakaset up yung mga attacking defaults sila. Pero malay natin, pistol dito eh, kahit malayo pa naman yung agwat. It's still a step in the right direction. So, hopefully para sa EDG, pistol round mapupuna ka pa rin sa kanila.
Kala ko nga timeout yun eh. Halftime na pala yun, guys.
Halftime na yun, man.
Ang kalahati na pala yun nung game natin, by the way. But eto, pinaka-importanting pistol round sa buhay ngayon ng EDG. Again, elimination match to for them. So, that's how important it is. For the meantime, EDG just playing on this kind of angles kung saan makakahanap sila ng info. And info they found as they quickly punished too.
Ayun na nga. Good opening picks dito para sa EDG. Si Les may konting timing para kay Kangkang. Huli siya. Pero I don't think expect niya dito si Chichu. May alarm bot ba din naman? But Tuis, naka-isa pa rin. May timing nga siya para makakuha ng isa. Chichu is able to find the frag that they need. Si Kwanzi na lang natitira. Pwede pa niya ata ma-wallbang to eh. Low HP naman si Chichu. Di lang niya makuha yung... Actually, tatamaan niya.
There's still a chance though. Sheriff nga ang hawak niya dito, BNB. May recon pa siyang isang pwedeng gamitin. Low si Chichu, nakabang. Timing, a little bit off on that. Pero inaabangan niya pa rin. Such a good leader para sa side dito ng Loud ngayon. And again, it's more of a hunt. Saan yung susunod na kalaban? He still has enough time. Pero mafo-force out niya ba sa positioning yung dalawang miyembro dito ng Loud? May utilities pa ba? May recon pa si Nobody. Pero tinataguan lang nila to. Isa alam at least ni Kwanzin towards B main.
Aray.
Tap to the spike. Nope.
Okay. Finally dito, EDG. Gumana yung first contact nila. Naging pabor sa kanila. And that has been their consistent problem nung opening half. Yung pinakaunang fight, yung pinakaunang contact, more often than not, napupunta dun sa Loud. And even when it doesn't, nababawi pa rin ng Loud. So EDG, sige, malayo pa naman ang gagwat. There's still a big cushion for Loud to play with. Pero at least yun nga, it's a step in the right direction. Sana may pagpatuloy pa ng EDG.
And naka-outlaw na si Kuya Nyo Kangkang. So, at least, you have that advantage. Dami nating nakikitang kills dito sa Masters Madrid ngayon na isang bala, dalawang mamamatay dahil lang sa isang outlaw for the second round itself. 4 ang nakaabang kung sakali. May firing squad sila dito, BNB.
Tignan natin. Kailangan nila mag-ingat. Dahil yun nga, katulad ng sabi mo, firing squad. Ito talaga kalakasan ng EDG eh. Pag sa tutok, pag sa bang-bang, doon sila nakakalamang. The plant dito sa B site, in fairness, yung Loud nakapag-rotate agad. Lahat sila nandito para abangan yung push.
Bilis nila mag-decide actually. And again, wala naman silang pera kasi. So, it's really gusto nilang tapatan when it comes to numbers itong mga players ng EDG ngayon and try to punish kung magpa-plant man sila ng spike. A knife gives out at least 4 information para sa side ng EDG. Ang tanong, mag-rotate ba sila o magre-hit sila towards B?
Maganda lurk dito si Chichu. Naka-sheriff lang siya, kaya kahit tumumba siya, hindi naman masyadong malaking loss para sa kanila. Timing. Nakapasok pa dito si Chichu. Maybe pwede niyang mahanap si Kwanzin, pero at this point siguro abangan na lang niya yung rotate galing sa B site. Baka isa pa sana. Kwanzin! Classic gamit pa niya dahil dun sa decay, naka-body shot lang.
Oh my God. Hanap pa sila ng isang kill doon. Makes them a little worried.
Booking pa.
Kung ano mangyayari, Chichu? Nako, yung posisyon niya, na-stock up na lang din siya. They have more than enough time to plant the spike, yes. Pero 5v3 pa rin to, BNB. And again, kapag mabibigla nila yung players ng EDG, napakalaking posibilidad pa para sa kanila. Lalo na napakadaming smoke. Wala silang idea. One hops out of that, and that's Kwanzin dying off. The 3v4 scenario right now, tinatry nilang i-punish lahat ng players ng EDG dito.
Kaya pa rin dito ng EDG. Alam nila kung nasa yung mga pwesto. Persiles nakapasok na sa likod niya. Hindi niya alam na sa may site na pala si Kangkang. 1v3 pero sad hack. Headshot pa nga sa ulo. Match point dito from the eco ng Loud. At kung lahat nga na pwedeng maling mangyari, yun nga ang naganap. Nangyari pa.
Na-thrifty pa sila. Na-counter pa. Yung meron dapat silang advantage na round na dapat lamang na lamang sila. They got scared of that 4 kind of people's aerial side. Wala silang idea. And yung lurk ni Chichu dito, lalo na yung initial kill ni Kwanzin dun sa nauna sa A site, that was huge. Other than that, it made Chichu a little worried. Na-stuck siya sa position up until the very end. Loud knows how to play the cards here.
Sabi ko pa naman, sige okay lang kahit matalo si Chichu mahanap dito kasi total, sheriff lang naman. Pero yung sheriff na yun, nakatatlo pa. Doon pa naubos yung Loud. Oh, di nilabas naman dito. Nakaisa. Nakadalawa pa si Kangkang doon. Puro body shot. Sige, pagbigyan. 3v3 na ngayon. Pero EDG, at least meron silang isang Vandal. Kailangan nila mapagana. Kasi ito na nga, match point at 10 round pa ang agwat nila. QCK, nakagapang pa sa ilalim. Hindi niya alam. Dalawa sila sa ilalim niya. Hindi nila alam. Hindi rin siya tumatalikod.
Pinagtag po, pero dili tinadhana. Nakita pa rin siya ni QCK. Smoggy though, at least na-trade off niya yung scenario na yon. 2v2 pa rin naman to. Anything can happen, pero I guess the lurk is still there. Wala nang anti-flank na meron dito ang EDG. I'm a little worried about this kind of scenario for them as well. May wall pa.
May wall pa nga. At least walang tao sa site, so makiklear nila yun. There should be a safe plant para kay EDG, at least. Maging retake, pero ang problema, ma-expect ba na dito yung flank dito ni Toys? Wala maging big impact killer dito siya. I don't think expecto ng EDG.
I don't think so. Toys in such a very good position. Trigger discipline ba? Hindi na kailangan.
Yun na.
Dahil sila na mismo magla-line up sa harapan nila. And that's game number 1.
Okay, tapos na agad. Loud. Tahimik ang crowd. Dahil sa Loud. Kung meron bang EDG fans doon. Basic na basic. Kala mo, spike rush lang. Pero katulad nga ng sabi natin, itong Loud the team, ito din ang sabi ng panel, diba? Habang tumatagal ang tournament, mas lalong lumalakas. At may nakita akong comment na asa na daw yung semical dati ng EDG na umuubos sa Loud.
Buff eh.
Boss, tinubuan na ng buhok. Pero parang nawalan ng tutok.
Kailangan ng palitan ni Vil to. Isa pang semical yun eh. Pero, yun nga, this game number 1 itself, I don't think this is what we are all expecting, lalo na yung hype pagdating sa Twitter. Alam mo naman yung mga memes na nakikita natin here and there. Yung mga sniper shots ng Lisadak plus Kangkang na kind of meme. But in the end, we haven't seen anything at all coming in here mula sa side ng EDG. Lurk potential pa lang, basag agad ng Loud. Basa agad. Every move, kahit anong recon, basa na naman nila. Pagdating sa tutok, talo din sila. So, wala talaga.
Wala na eh. Wala silang edge tuloy. Yung isa pa namang kalakasan nila dun sa mga contact play nila hindi pa gumagana. Nawawalan sila ng para mga option B kung ano pa bang magagawa nila. And kung ikaw yung EDG ngayon, lahat pa naman ng timing hindi gumagana sa'yo. So, syempre medyo matitilt ka kasi parang feeling mo namamalasan ka lang din. Hindi lang sa skills pero just general timing dito. So, para sa EDG, considering na mapick nila yun, tapos pupunta pa tayo sa Sunset, isang mapa na hindi siya necessarily super maganda yung stats ng EDG doon. Okay naman, actually, better than Icebox, pero parang tapatan lang din sila in terms of statistics. I'm worried here for EDG para sa tournament natin.
I mean, what's gonna be their mental after that game? Yun yung tanong muna, diba? And how can they actually cope up? It's not about how you start, pero how you finish. Sabi mo nga, one time na narinig kita, sinabi mo yon. Pero anyway, that's just game number 1. And yun nga yung natitirang tanong sa isipan ng lahat ngayon. Paano makakabalik ang EDG coming in from that game number 1 that we've just saw? Game 2 coming up, pero right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. And when we come back, malalaman na natin kung uwi na ba ang last Chinese team or there's still a chance.
Hey guys, I am here with SCK from Loud. Congratulations on that first map. Now the team has shared previously that this tournament is very challenging for them, but despite that, Loud has been very consistent with their energy. Who on the team contributes the most to keeping that energy up, especially for very important matches like this?
I think that Sazahak is this guy. He always like have a smile on his face. He always like time to cheer and make it the environment really good. I'm a kind of this guy that always listening music and all of that. So we have a little bit jet lag, but the energy will be growing up because we like are happy to be here.
All right, well, it certainly looks like that. He looks like a really happy guy. So let's see if Loud can close this out.
Well, they have plenty of reasons, Mika, to be happy because after a 13-2 trouncing over the Chinese #1 seed, Loud show the world that they are very much here to play and maybe even here to stay. That was, honestly, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was just straight up brutal.
I mean, what is going on with EDG? Back to back, they start a map with an 11-1 half against them. They crumbled in that
Not a good
Genji
prospect.
series. They show up here against Loud, and they look like they are crumbling again. This is not the team we've come to know from EDG. Loud absolutely picked them apart.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the logic that EDG applied to picking this map, by the way, their pick was, okay, we beat Genji on this map, Genji beat Loud, so therefore we should be able to beat Loud. But it looked like a rock, paper, scissors. It looked like a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation.
Transitive property, I said process of elimination.
Yeah.
No, I was
Fun
wrong,
fact,
you were right.
Neither of us actually pathed 4th grade mathematics.
But yes, like you can see the logic there. But I can't. There's no logic in that game.
It's not about the map pool. I think they could have showed up to any map and looked like that. It is about confidence. This is a team. You look at their faces. No one is yelling. No one is making noise. No one is giving that energy that EDG thrives on. Think of when this team is at their best. Kangkang is up, standing, screaming. He's shooting an operator at the camera. They're showmen when they're great. And right now they look completely deflated. But we do have to give Loud credit because they did still play a really good game. In particular, that attacking side, I thought that Sidak was calling an absolutely stunning match.
Yeah, exactly. And we picked up a couple of good examples because, Mimi, you're completely right. It's all about that mid-round calling. We know that both of the teams are very, very hard shooters. So it's only on fundamentals and actually the reads on the map that you can win in this matchup. We were seeing that EDG was getting a lot of the kills in some of these rounds, but they are unable to close them up because of the adaptation and the moving around the map that Loud was having round after round. You know, maybe they won 2 rounds, but let's think about the 2 rounds that they won. The 3rd round, right after, Loud is on a bonus, and then Pistol on the 2nd half. This could have perfectly been, this could have perfectly been a 13-0.
Yeah, it absolutely could have. It was just inches away from that happening. But you see in the rounds the variety of the calling for Loud, even when they're losing. They're going for a lot of fakes. They're going for these interesting ideas with the B split. And I think we have seen that historically when they play this Harbor composition, they really have a lot more kind of adaptability than with the comps when teams are playing without the Harbor. Without the Hammer or without the double controller in general, most teams it's just an A-hit simulator. You go there always. Sometimes you throw in a B-hit. You have to fight deep. But yeah, it's so different for this squad, the variety they have.
Well, let's go to the AIM Lab shoot around real fast. We'll check in with Chichu and we'll continue the conversation regarding EDG. You know, something that I thought I would never see as I'm looking through the stats, because obviously we're looking at Chichu here, but Kangkang, 4 frags total. Like the whole map, which is like heartbreaking because
shut down completely.
And you would see him on screen here and there. It didn't feel like his aim was aligned there. Like it wasn't like, it was like big battles. No, it honestly just felt like he was just getting diffed.
Yeah, exactly. Not many things were working on the side of EDG for their first map again. And I repeat, this is the map that they chose. Now we should be moving on something that theoretically Loud is going to be more comfortable in.
Yeah, and honestly, the wildest thing to me about that match, besides the crumble as a whole, was that QCK was diffing Kangkang. He's the guy we were saying needed to step up, needed to be great on the jet. We hadn't seen him at his peak yet. And he was out there, he was being set up beautifully, and he was dominating Kangkang in the opening kills. But you're right, Bea. We've hit a reset point, we've gone into sunset, but man, am I worried about EDG. It's so hard to reset. Not just, sometimes you lose a match, you can wipe it away, but this is now 2 maps in a row where it's been the same story.
Yeah, probably they run out of fuel maybe too soon in the tournament. We were talking about, is Loud top-notch right now? Are they going to be, are they really up there to be the winners of the tournament? EDG right now is not looking like a fair opponent to them because Loud, after what they did yesterday on Sunset, how good they were feeling, how everything was falling onto place, a 13-5 against FPX where FPX were having crazy rounds. I think that Live and Ultim were final bosses. For this one, things are getting even harder for EDG.
Yeah, very much out of hand here. Here comes the agent select. And, you know, we're getting ready here for some sunset. You're going to see QCK. He's going to be rocking that Phoenix. He's going to get right in the face of his opponents as much as he can.
Yeah, the biggest goals of Loud's comp on the defense is extremity control. With that breach, with their multitude of flashes, they're really good at holding down space in the mains, in fighting forward against EDG.
There's
They
so
don't
many
have
options.
that same initiator power to fight back in. So for EDG, I think this attack side is about getting mid control, baiting out util, going for these late round hits if they want to win. But that's all out the window. This is a map about confidence. EDG need to remember who they are. They're the team who's been dominating in China, who comes to international events and beats the best of them. It's absolutely unacceptable for them to go out with a whimper. This team needs to remember why they're great.
And watch out, because Loud might have the read onto them. We know that EDG likes to play it slow, likes to play it with time, but Loud, with this composition and with that first map that they gave us, they want to take it all and make it into playoffs.
Is this how it ends for EDG? Will Loud push forward into the playoffs? Let's find out. Send it right back over to Mitch and Tom.
Kamusta mga kaibigan at saka mga EDG fans, at nagbabalik tayo dito sa VCT Madrid Masters, ang ating rebroadcast. Ako si Black and Blue, kasama ko si Eliza Taylor
Full name
at
pa.
men. Buti hindi ko sinama yung Robby. Pero men, alanganin dito ang EDG kasi parang nung last game, ang score natin 13-2.
Kaya nga, kinamusta mo sila eh, di ba? Silang dapat nating kamustahin yung mga EDG fans ngayon. Medyo masakit, pero feeling ko, etong game number 2, dito sila babawi, BNB. Hindi sila papayag na kaganon-ganon na lang sila pagdating sa kanilang elimination match dito. QCK though, taking advantage pagdating sa mga smokes and yung mga quick flashes na kayang gawin. Pero nga lang, towards mid, it's a battle towards also B as well. Habang isa-isang bumibigla or isa-isang nawawala ang EDG members, Kangkang still alive. He picks up a ghost as well. Ooh!
Nako. EDG na naman, simula pa lang mas maganda na agad ang momentum dito ng Loud. EDG dan sa pistol, nakapasok sila ng market, nakatagos. Pero yung sa B main, para sa parang B split nila, hindi nakapasok dahil nga sinugod ni QCK gamit yung Phoenix niya. Kinuha niya yung space at parang masyado din na-respect dito tuloy ng EDG yung pag-push. Huli din si Howdong dito sa kanyang lurk even though nakaisa siya. And I'm very curious dito para sa depensa ng Loud considering wala silang Cypher, wala silang Sentinel, pero alakas pa rin nila mag-hold.
Malakas silang mag-hold, malakas din silang mag-delay kung sakali mang may mga fast pushes magmumula sa side ng EDG. Plus, they do wanna take control of the orbs here, lalo na may Phoenix pa sila sa kamay ni QCK. With the help of that smoke, that will make things a little bit easier for the meantime. Pero kung iisipin din natin, no, momentum-wise, talagang nasa Loud yan. And so far, shots connect and EDG, si Kangkang ang nagiging saving grace na naman nila.
Ayan na nga. Yan yung kailangan nila kanina na hindi lang nila masyado mahanap yung mga first blood ni Kangkang para simulan ng round, para lang makuha ng konting advantage yung EDG. QCK, naku, alam pa ni Howdong kung nasan siya dito. Bulag na bulag. Now that's gonna give him yung konting trade din para makapag-equalize. So ngayon kikilos ang EDG.
Baka makasunod. Lahat na binato na ni QCK doon para wala nang sumunod afterwards. Di na nga niya hinil yung sarili niya. It's really more important for them na walang mamatay and at the same time, walang mabigay na barel sa kamay ng mga players ng EDG. They take B side though. Very open for them to take. Less checks on the right side as well. Napaka-careful sa angles nitong Loud for now.
Tingnan natin EDG. Siyempre, eco to. So, konting economic damage lang ang habol dito ng EDG para na makabawi, para na makakuha ng mas magandang tsansa sa pagpunta sa round number 3 natin. They have the breach dito para lang din sa retake nila para kunin to Loud sa EDG. Okay, Chichu nakaisa. Nobody din nakahanap ng timing dito after ng stun pa rin shock dart dito. Napakalakas ang impacto. Muntikin pa makahanap ng isa. 2v1 na ngayon. Kwanzin, he has to try and get another here. Kailangan niya at least makuha yung half. Makuha ni Chichu, but time is ticking and EDG, nakasecure pa sila ng round dito sa Ego.
They actually won it. Surprisingly, sinubukan, I think yung Loud, sobrang careful nila na hindi sila mawalan ng baril dito, na hindi na nilang inisip na i-push throughout yung B main para makuha yung control doon. Kasi lahat naman ng tao mula sa EDG side, actually, doon nanggagaling. And at the same time, they were able to clear out mid already since a while ago as well. Itong shock dart, muntik pong makadalawa to eh. Pero up until the very end, it's just, we all know it, kapag nasa B main ka, it's just a play for that post plan.
Medyo nawala ng pwesto dito yung yung Loud sa defense. Considering nakalapit na doon sina QCK sa may A main, umabot na nga sila ng tiles. Dapat yung depensa ng Loud, expect na nila na yung rotate pupunta sa B para sa EDG. And Kangkang first blood na naman, ayan nga ang hinahanap natin.
Exactly what we're looking for. Sabi nga nila, and Smoggy to take on another. Tatlo na lang natitira para sa side ng Loud and Kangkang for the triple. Punishes 3 to say the least. They have the plant of the spike, but again, eco disadvantage yung Loud dito sa round na to.
Puro pistol lang ang kapit nila. So, para sa Loud naman, syempre hindi naman tong round na ina-expect na masyadong marami sila mga gagawa. But, I mean, at the end, kumakuha to ng EDG ng flawless. Magandang bonus yon para sa kanilang ekonomiya. Alam tuloy nila nandito si Tuiz. Siguro mag-check lang din naman dito. That's a flawless round at 4K para kay Kangkang. At ngayon may ulti na siya.
Showstopper ready. And I think, gaya nang na-mention natin kanina, umiikot ang mundo kay Kangkang dito sa EDG. And if he performs like this, with how we see it right now, yung Kangkang na kilala nating lahat, then there's really such a big chance, especially on this map as well. Lalo na kung makakakuha sila ng maraming puntos dito sa attacking side nila as well. So, when the next round comes over, meron ka namang run it back mula kay QCK. I'm quite excited to see kung paano gagamitin to. Will it be more an aggressive or more of a retake kind of scenario? But it seems like nilabas na nila yung showstopper agad-agad dito. Looking for any kill at all. Kangkang, wala siyang mahanap kahit isa.
Kaya nag-play off-site din yung Loud eh. Expect nila na posible talagang pumunta ng A-site to gamit yung showstopper. Eh na nga, nakapasok dito ang EDG. Pero hindi pa nila makuha ang plant. Nasa may elbow sila, na-stuck sila doon. Dahil hindi nila nakuha yung site. Nag-iingat sila. I think maybe overthinking this. May double stack din naman dito. Parang roam game sa may pa-mid. Pero Loud. The adjustments do they do defensively? Parang si Sadak lumalapit pa dito para i-check tong elbow.
Sakali, dalawa makikita niya yan. Yun lang. Nakita niya. Pero mapapatras na lang din siya. It's really an information game that we're looking at right now. They still haven't taken sight here. May mid-control sila, pero Chichu yet again goes down. Wala pang nagagamit na run it back, so that's still a possibility on this. And now they pull that out to find any info at all. Pigilan yung plan kahit papano. Kwanzin actually takes one down. 5v3 to at mukhang nalulugi pa ang EDG.
Hindi pa ma-plant.
Aray!
Shock dart, molly, lahat na lang tumatama dito kay Smoggy. Backside na lang ang kanilang kapit. Hindi nila makuha dun sa may parang backside. Sa may default pala kamo. EDG. At least they get a pick off dito kay Nobody. Tapo the spike para makakuha ng konting reaction dito sa depensa. Pero naubusan na ng oras. That's a good find dito para kay Nobody. Ngayon may space na sila para mag-plant. Ngayon si Smoggy naipit dito sa kanto. Nakuha pa nga yung spike. Hindi na patay agad. Kangkang taken down sa 2v1. Ang EDG, hindi nila makukuha. Sayang naman yung map control nung una.
Napatagal sila doon. Parang natambayan nila masyado tong A-site, expecting, I think EDG was actually expecting na lalaban yung Loud dun sa take nila sa site and yung pagpa-plant nila. But that's not the plan. Loud is all about the reads, all about the retake scenario that they want to play out. Lalo na yung run it back, finorce pa nga nila yun para lang talaga makita kung A-site na ba talaga to dahil the time itself is saying na, where is everyone? And it's on A-site, they just couldn't get it.
Sinugal nila yung site control dun sa Pero yun nga, kudo lang sabi mo, in-expect nila na sasawsaw yung Loud. Pero yung Loud, they wanna play this safe. Hindi yung porket na dinurog nila na map number 1 basta sila magpapabaya para sa map number 2. Oo, may talagang discipline naman talaga tong Loud na team. Kaya EDG, medyo mali yung basa nila doon. Si Chichu nakapasok pa ata, di naman na-scan. So,
Ligtas siya doon
may konting
dahil
pwesto.
sa wall ng Viper kahit pa paano. Kwanzin though, nahanap na yung star player ng EDG.
Spam lang yun.
Si Nobody, meron pa namang Hunter's Fury kung sakali. Pero paano sila i-entry ng site? Ito lang yung kanilang duelist so far.
Oo. Si Kangkang pa naman yung madalas nakakuha ng first blood dito sa mapa na to para sa EDG. Drone para makakita dun sa kaliwa. Pero hindi sila sigurado kung may crossfire din sa may elbow. Kaya medyo mag-aalanganin dito ang kilos ng EDG. Maybe Chichu can find timing. Basta i-bait dito para kay Smoggy. Kaya na nga alam tuloy ng Loud. And look at Loud, discipline. Hindi sila mag-push out.
Okay na yung info gathering situation nila dito. Talagang kuha nila lahat. They get or they ping someone. But will they check the corner? That's the question. Hindi ang magiging sagot dito ni Sadak. Namatay siya doon. And I know, at least alam na nila na may lurk towards mid. And that's Chichu waiting for them patiently. Mapapatras siya. Muntik pang mastan. Muntik pa, BNB.
Patay to. Huli to. Ni QCK. Alam na alam niya. Sayang pa naman if Chichu got a kill there. Meron siyang neural theft sana para malaman na kung nasaan ang defensive rotation. Pero at least makuha ng EDG dito yung plant. Meron silang Hunter's Fury para sa post plant nila. But they need to find another pick dito dahil 3v4.
Uy, magandang lineup para doon sa magiging paranoia. Dalawa ang mahuhuli nito actually. One still alive. Ito na yung Hunter's Fury nila. Sabay-sabay lumabas. The doubles, nabuhay pa. Nakuha pa nila yung kill. And even a nobody. He's the only man left. Open na open. Naglabas ng utility. And that's gonna be Loud's round instead.
Sayang, ang daming chance doon ng EDG. That could have been it. Even though nawala si Kangkang, may mga good moments na doon, may mga good timing sana. Katulad ng paranoia na binato doon ni Howdong. Kung may mag-swing man lang sana, baka si Nobody nakahanap pa siyang isa. But yun nga, Hunter's Fury na lang niya. Nakatakas pa sila. Somehow, hindi nakapatay si Howdong dito nung na-double peak siya. Na-spaman lang din, na-spray at na-peak. Hindi dito din kay timing sa kay Nobody. Naglabas pa siya ng shock dart. Doon pa siya iniswingan ni Kwanzin. And ni Tuis Camo and Loud dito. Great reads na naman sa depensa nila.
Nasanay ata yung EDG sa Asia way ng paglalaro. Kasi yung previous matches nila dito was against Genji, Paper Rex, FPX, di ba? And I don't think na prepared sila na ganito ka-safe play maglaro ang isang Loud, ang ibang teams na nakikita natin or ibang regions na nakikita natin ngayon. And they still haven't found a chance to really adjust to that. Mas wary sila, mas icky yung positioning nila dito. Feeling nila may lalabas pero hindi naman talaga. Kumbaga tamang hinala sila.
Iki talaga, nakakadire dito ang kilos sila. Chichu, if he can find the kill, pwede pa sanang maultihan to. But he's pulling the defense dito, at least keeping them busy para makuha yung plant sa main site. Chichu, huling-huli, flushed out doon. And good job addressing yung pinaka-flank doon galing sa Loud. At ngayon pwede sila mag-focus sa retake mismo.
Retake itself, at least. Ngayon, nakuha na yung post-plant scenario kahit pa paano. Pero itong flash will just connect to Kangkang just for a little while. Crossfire has been set. QCK was able to punish one. Alam na nila yung posisyon! And even with that, Kangkang takes one down. Ngayon, si Nobody na naman ang natitira. Trigger discipline lang. Ang ganda ng pagkakasetup and saktong-sakto sa paglalabas ng smoke. Alam niya na rin, the recon is there. Halfway diffuse yung spike. He still have time kung sakali man, and Sadak wins the duel himself.
Grabe yung timing dito ni Sadak. Alam niyang dun sa second tap magpipik. Sa una, hindi yan. Kasi syempre, medyo dikit, medyo malapitan. Great mind games dito galing sa Loud. Hindi yan pa nga maklatch out dito ng EDG. Si Kangkang, he did a good job para makahanap ng dalawa doon. Pero kung ang sinigang, hindi sinigang kung walang kangkong. Ang EDG, hindi EDG kung walang Kangkang. Nakikita nyo ngayon na medyo nakukulangan pa sa asim sila.
Masyado silang worried sa lahat ng pwedeng mangyari dito. I mean, you could definitely see yung confidence nasa side talaga ng Loud so far pagdating sa mga swings na napapanood natin. Though, may malaking change pagdating kay Kangkang compared sa game number 1 na meron tayo. But the rest of the team, for example, they just get pinned down quite easily. Hinahayaan lang nila, for example, tong orb control towards A. Nandyan sila lahat, nakaabang, pero at the same time, walang paramdam.
EDG. Ano bang magagawa na dito? Nakakaiba. Yan na naman, Kangkang. Siya ay magsisimula dito para sa EDG. Unang pitas. At baka yun pa nga ang nakaligtas sa kanila sa round na to. To try and get this score a bit closer. Kasi medyo nga, kung pinayagan pa nilang mako. Follow the leader na lang. Sunod-sunod na lang. Yun pa, may ulti. At least.
Nakasunod na sila dito kay Kangkang. Follow the leader lang. Samahan natin si Idol. Samahan natin si Boss. Unti-unti nilang ginagapang B-main. Actually, naka-knife out and you just never know. Kanina, deep ang control towards B-main. So medyo nakakatakot pa rin to. Knife would give them a little bit of an info. Lalo na yung dart. hindi rin nabasag agad-agad. Pero yung nade na yan, all the way from the back ends of the site, hindi mapipigilan yung at least nakatago sa pocket na yan. QCK secures one towards Chichu. Sadak, on the other hand, does enough damage to make a little bit yung HP dito sobrang baba na. Less on the other hand, pre-fire lang sa kalang. Si Toys na dawang sa kasalo. In a 4v2, Kangkang goes down and now it's to Smoggy na wala pang plant.
Grabe yung hold dito ng Loud. Kahit alam na alam ng EDG na dalawin nga sa backside ha. Sutuman na rin si Smoggy. Wala pa rin silang nagawa. Na-scan na nila. Na-suppress pa nga nila ang backside. Pero todo pa rin ang hawak dito ng Loud. Yung paint shell, medyo masyadong malalim. At si Toys, ang galing ng suporta niya doon para kay Les. Nung si Les, nasa medyo alanganin na pwesto, pwede pa sana siyang mahanap dito ni Haldong. Buti nga, nandun nga si Toys para tulungan ang kanyang kakampi. Grabe din, tumutok. Lahat na lang ng kailangan niyang gawin, ginawa na niya. At na-hold pa na lang yung site.
Sayang yung info, no? I mean, yung Recon, it perfectly connected. Yung knife, na-cancel out yung ibang utilities ng players ng Loud. Pero up until the very end, hindi nila makonect yung nades na nakikita natin. Sobra pa nga. QCK, makakahanap pa ng isa. Nang ganun-ganun lang, consent to go for a follow-up. And Kangkang being shut down like that.
Konting hero vandal silang binili dito. Bulag na bulag pa naman si Nobody. Mukhang pwede pang ma-flawless to unless maka-lurk dito si Chichu sa flank nila. Yung spike, wala sa kapit niya. And this round, it's done. Unless may impaktong pakitang gilas na 1v5 clutch.
Si Chichu.
6-2 na to.
At least ito yung lurk nila. Pero yun na nga, tamang strafe lang, tamang aim labs lang para sa kanya. Sa Dak, spotted out. But that's gonna be it for the side of EDG. 6-2 BNB. Ano po bang pwede nilang i-adjust dito?
Hirap na hirap sila dito makapasok. Kung hindi nakaka-first blood si Kangkang, papansin mo talagang nahihirapan ang EDG. Mga kilos, they have to take away some positions dito ng EDG. Considering EDG wala naman cipher yan yet. Parang natatakot talaga sila i-push tong mga backside, kunin yung map control na mabilisan. And I think because medyo nag-overthink sila, katulad na nakita natin dun sa A site na nakuha na nila yung elbow pero tumambay lang sila. Binibigyan nila ng oras at pagkakataon yung Loud rather mag-adjust at saka mag-abang at saka mapag-set para dun sa depensa sa site. Kung sinugod na lang nila, total walang cipher naman, feeling ko makakuha nila agad at mas okay pa yung chance nila.
Kumbaga, ang EDG, para nilang binabasa ang utak ng mga nagbabasa na tao. Kumbaga, binabasa mo yung utak ni Madam Auring sa ganitong sitwasyon. Yung kayang magsabi ng kung ano yung susunod na mga mangyayari. And again, kung susubukan nila to keep on trying na basahin yung play ng Loud dito and release or not be able to play their own style, I feel like doon sila mas mas magpupush forward kung lalaroin nila yung comfortability nila, yung style nila, kung paano sila maglalaro instead of trying to keep up and adjusting with Loud.
Masyado lang ino-overthink dito para sa akin ang ginagawa ng Loud. May breach din naman kasi ang Loud kaya medyo iningatan nila yung fault line, yung mga flash na baka biglang dumating, baka biglang tumama. Pero hindi lang nila alam, may mga chance talaga sila makapasok sana sa mga site minsan. And knife dito, so may pa A site. Nag-iisa dito si Toys pero naka-off nga siya. Hindi ko sure kung expect na to.
Paunan sa silipan. Sino mas magaling sumilip? Toys. Oh my God. Saktong-sakto na naman yung timing niya. Walang bawi kay Kangkang dahil napatipi out na lang din siya. This time around, mapapansin mo din yung pag-iiba ng pacing ng Loud dito. Minsan, nagiging aggressive yung mga positioning din nila. Pero at the end of it, it's a push and pull. It's more really on the safe side.
And syempre, iba din yung nakikita natin kumpara sa nakikita nila. Pero kung sinugod lang nila yon sa simula pa lang at mag-isa lang doon si Toys na naka-off, baka na-trade pa nila agad.
Kawawa siya dun.
Baka naiipit pa nila, di ba? Baka hindi pa nga nakatakas dun si Toys or maybe not even get one. Pero they'll get the plant down now. Ubus na rin yung utility na para mag-hold dito So, EDG, nasa alanganin na pwesto talaga. Loud here on the retake. Have everything going their way. Si Les baka makahanap pa nga ng isa. Nakita pa niya yung barrel dito ni Chichu. And everything is going wrong para sa EDG.
Feeling ko, sama na lang si Chichu para
Nako.
may trade eh. Nako po! Pinaulan na ng utilities. Baka mabu, guys. Baka mabuhay. Haldong, the only man remaining here. And hindi na rin siya makakasurvive. And the plant of the spike as well. Sobrang default din nito. So, imposible na ata.
Ginamit din nila lahat ng utility para lang makuha yung site eh. Pagdating nung post plant, literal, wala na silang flash, wala na silang molly, wala na silang paranoia. Lahat na, inubos na. Blast pack na lang natitira at cyber cage. Kaya wala din sila pang hold.
Isipin mo, binulag ka dito, tapos pagka wala nung bulag, makikita mo,
May molly, may aftershock.
May molly. Parang ikaw na lang din yung magi-give up at that point na hindi talaga kayo i-swing out to. And again, EDG, too worried for their own sake.
Right here.
Masyadong ginagalingan dito ng Loud. Flash play, ito, medyo mas aggressive play. Ito na gusto ko sana makita, pero dahil nga takot sila dun sa op, inihingatan nila. Paranoia, ginamit na. At ngayon may chance talaga silang sigurin tong site.
They're taking space. Ang importante para sa kanila is hindi na naman
Nag-pause
sila
pa rin.
ma-stuck kagaya nung nangyari kanina, 'di ba? And tignan natin kung this time successful nilang makukuha to. May Hunter's Fury sila, so in any way, pwedeng pang post plant, pwedeng pang create ng space, pero mukhang pang create ng space yan para sa ngayon. As they use that, makakapasok ang ibang mga miyembro. It detects one, that's a duck. Did a little damage to that, pero hindi pa rin sapat. Mapipigilan pa yung pag-plant those spike. Pati pre-fire, nagko-connect pa, and that's Loud, taking one down away.
May ult pa dito, si QCK. Nag-run it back pa nga. Parang kaka-ult pa lang niya, may ult na naman. Nakapasok pa nga dito. Getting the one dito para kay QCK. 3v5 na naman. Alam pa nila ni Kauzin. Nandito lang siya sa may kanto. Ubos na naman ang EDG. Si Nobody na lang magagawa. Ano ba magagawa niya? Nothing. And Kwanzin, an 8th round dito para sa Loud.
Oh man, 8-2. At tapos, nawala yung run it back sa kanila. Pero ang susunod mong iisipin dito, magpapasakit ng ulo mo, is another Rolling Thunder, a Viper Spit, from the shadows. Mabilis na rotation, you probably would expect it. Pero the thing is, Loud just keeps reading them, keeps denying them the plant, and then at the same time, pagdating sa tutok, lugi din sila.
Oo. Napakatulis ng tutok dito ng Loud din. So, hindi lang sa mental, pati sa mechanical. Nakon, pati pa naman sa spam sa ganon. You have to feel helpless ngayon kung ikaw ang EDG.
Orb control, it is QCK. Parang kaya ka hindi magtataka kung bakit may ult na naman siya. Kasi every time mag-swing out din naman siya, nakukuha niya rin yung kill eh.
May kill, may orb pa nga. Tapos kung pwedeng may defuse, ibibigay din nila. Kaya parang every 2 rounds may ulti ata itong si QCK. Ang hirap tuloy makabawi dito EDG. Knowing that that's a factor. And considering sila yung isa sa mga team na nag-Phoenix dito you don't see many teams do that.
Wala din yung anti-flank nila na si Chichu. So, they have a little worry pagdating sa ganyang klaseng scenario ngayon. And kung magde-decide silang mag-rotate pa papuntang B, si Les nakaabang na kung sakasakali man. Kasi being detected by a recon still has more than enough time to manage a little bit of a space or move back. Move away.
Yari.
Oh no.
Kawawa naman tong si Kangkang. EDG. Lahat na lang ng malas na pupunta sa kanila. Blind the blind pa naman kay QCK. Nakapangatlo pa nga. Inubos lang niya ditong mag-isa. Pagpasok sa elbow, binigyan niya ng siko. Loud. Isa ba na namang tong durog na half?
I don't know, BNB. Sa nakikita natin ngayon, kahit saang sulok magtago ang EDG, nahahanap at nahahanap sila each and every time. And I feel like yung sinasabi natin kanina, yung mas gusto nating makitang aggressive yung EDG dito. Ang ginagawa nila, nagiging aggressive sila sa pag-take ng hanggang dulo ng aim-in. Pero tumitigil pagdating dun eh. And then afterwards, wala nang follow-up kung ano yung magiging next scenario kasi wala silang nakikita. And nakakapag-reposition lang yung Loud for that sense.
Hindi sila nakakatuloy di ba? Yung momentum sana kung sinugod lang nila. Parang yung step 1 pa lang, pero step 2 wala na. At yun yung nagiging problema dito ng EDG. Mas lalalat ngayon, may Viper Spit. Pwede lang ikutan dito papuntang market, pero may drone. Medyo natetelegraph din. So, alam ng Loud na ito yung plano nila.
So si Kangkang naka-judge na. So feeling ko, mas magiging aggressive sila dito. Ang kaso nga lang, si Kwanzin, masakit sa ulo to. Ang dami nitong pang-cancel na utility. Na-detect pa yung mga nasa mid at gagamitan na nga. Kinalampag ang papag. Mga tropa, ito na. Ako na ang bahala. QCK punishes one. He goes away. At least 4v4 to para sa side ng EDG. Pwede pa silang mag-revive.
Smoggy, mararez naman din dito. May ulti. Uy, may konting kanto. Nakita siya. Nakaisa pa nga. But at the very least, mabuhay pa rin din dito. 3v4. May lamang ang EDG. Kailangan mag-ingat dito ni Kangkang. Hindi siya pwedeng mahanap ni Sadak. Kundi mawawala na naman yung advantage nila. Saan naka-lurk pa naman dito si Chichu. May pa-stairs pero may tao pa rin doon. Nakaikot sila sa may B. Alam nilang nandito pa rin sila sa B main. At konti na lang paubos yung oras na.
Mahuli pata ni Chicho kahit isa. Yun na nga.
Yun.
At least nakapunish na siya finally after 12 rounds ng paglulurk niya. And Kangkang secures another towards the DAC. Maybe may chance pa. Pero again, you read Loud but it's already too late. It's a swap of the sides.
Malay natin, pag nagdasal sila sa mga Diyos ng 9 triggers, baka sagutin pa ang kanilang mga dasal dito. 9-3. Kung naniniwala kayo, edi
Ito na yun.
sana ito na nga para sa EDG.
Kumbaga, itong last round nila sa first half na to, naging impatient na rin ang Loud Sige na, ultihan ko na to, gagamitin ko na yung Rolling Thunder ko, pasukin nyo na guys. Kasi kaya nyo namang makuha yung pick-off. Pero yung confidence na yon, I mean, maraming ang natamaan, but at the same time, ready to react yung EDG. And I feel like dito sila mas nagsashine sa mga chaotic play. Pag masyadong tahimik ang mundo, dun sila parating nahahanap.
Kailangan na ganun yung pilitin ng EDG. Yung mga situation na ganun na hindi lang basta-bastang makakapaghanda ang Loud. Perhaps can be a bit more difficult ngayon na nasa defensive side sila. Sige, sa Sunset, medyo mas baka pabor para sa EDG pagdating dito sa depensa kasi statistically, medyo mas mataas yung win rate talaga nila dito sa Sunset on the defense kumpara sa offense sila. And maybe that will help them pero at the same time, yung Loud din naman medyo mas komportable dito sa attack pagdating sa Sunset, knowing they have that Phoenix, knowing may space taking sila na gawang kalakas with the flashes, may yung curveball tapos yung flashpoint pa ng breach. Madami silang pwedeng iba to. So, at least kung may Cypher, baka ayun yung magiging one stopping point nila para kay Chichu kung hindi siya ma-shock dart dito ng Loud.
True, and Chichu has to step up, say the least.
Oo.
Dahil yung since first game na nakikita nga natin kanina, even with that big of a lurking potential, paulit-ulit lang din siya nahahanap ng Loud dito. And na-mention mo nga, no, yung utility capabilities ng Loud din as well, dun nga sa Phoenix, for example, or kay QCK, but you also have a breach na kayang mag-stun, kayang mag-aftershock. So, maliban dun sa mga initial fights mo, yung mga post-plant setups pa nila dito, pwede pa maging masakit para sa kanila. Lalo na itong attack nila, si Les, alam naman natin na when it comes to the lurks, isa rin siya sa maaasahan for Loud.
Tingnan natin. Pistol round dito, napaka-crucial para sa EDG may panalo. They have utility dito sa may A site. Dito nga nakaset up si Chichu. Walang handa para dun sa spam. Tripwire naging pang-info lang. Sana sinet up nila dito sa may site para mas paman man lang kung sakaling mangyari. But the plant will go down.
Sobrang passive ng positioning ng EDG. Talagang inaabangan nila. Lahat makabalik muna bago tayo mag-retake scenario. I mean, at least, sabay-sabay kayo. And plus, they have a flank here na kaya nilang ipitin ang mga miyembro ng Loud. The question is, i-check ba nila yan? How Dong setting up the smokes already. May paranoia din siyang available. Les is holding down the pagdating sa flank. Alam na nila. They're aware. And now, yung kanilang retake, ay nangyayari na nga.
Uy, si Kangkang! Uy, sinugod niya dito sa may stairs. Na-shutdown din naman dito ng Loud dahil nga expected nila. Pero 2v2 na ngayon si QCK. Nahanap pa nga si Nobody dito na pumapasok pa sa smoke. Tas timing para kay QCK. Alam niya nandito sa may bandang spike. Minoli lang. Ispinaman, hindi niya kailangan makita para mahanap.
Ping me the spike. Yung Viper Orb na yon, kahit nawala na si Les, ang laking bagay para sa side ng Loud. Lalo na kung naka-ghost ka. Wala ka talagang clue. May hot hands pang nakaset pagdating sa Spike. Line up kung line up. Thank you, nakapatay pa siya ng isa para ma-set up yun.
Ang tagal naman buhay yung orb na yun kahit patay
Ang
na yung
tagal na
Viper, di ba? 1v1 na yun eh.
Daya, kakampi.
Oo. Bias yung orb. Nagawan pa ng
10-3.
paraan. Well, sabi natin, crucial na pistol round para sa EDG. Hindi nila nakuha. Dami. Nako! Kala ko yun nasahan na yun. Nako, lateral pa ni Kwanzin.
Makakapag-heal pa si QCK, yun yung masakit. Nakuha mo na yung early pick-off sa isa, pero 2 ang kapalit. 3 pa nga ang kapalit nun. Sipin mo si QCK, bulag na bulag. Di na niya kailangan pumatay.
Jishu, mahanap pa ata dito. Ayun na nga. Hanggang mag-isa, alam nila ang parating. At nako, 11-3. At least, totoo yung sinabi natin, Taylor, kanina, kumpara sa Icebox. Close game to. Pero isang puntos lang yung pinagkaiba.
Isang puntos na difference lang. Ako yung
Progress pa
nahihirapan para sa EDG side. Hindi nila mabasa at all kung ano yung gagawin ng Loud dito. And to be fair, you have to give credits to Loud. Yung preparation nila pagdating sa mga post-plan scenarios, pagdating doon sa pagtitake ng site, makikita mo yung confidence compared sa EDG. Yung take nila sa elbow, na ang bilis, kahit may tripwire, wala silang pake, sisirain lang nila. As long as they hit their shots, then they're gonna win, right?
Ay ngayon mahirap dito eh. Sa EDG, they're not even hitting their shots. At kahit sa mga round na ganyan, si QCK pa rin ang lamang. Kang able to get the one underhand throw dito sa kanyang paint shells para lang makakuha ng konting space. Nahanap pa nga si Kwanjin galing dun sa kanyang paint shells. Spike na sa control nila. At EDG, sadhak sasagot dito. Smoggy, siya rin ay tutumba. At biglang naging 2v2 yung 4v2 kanina.
Chichu has the better upper hand! What? Lamang na siya doon, BNB. And nobody naman yung susunod, oh. Knife out para sa kanya, oh. Timing na naman, no?
Nako, Terror. Nako.
Oh my God.
Okay na sana. 4v2. Pero napakamalas dito ng EDG. Mga timing nila, yung mga anggulong kinukuha nila, medyo masyadong risky din para sa lamang na player count at biglang nabura yung lamang nila.
Ang mahirap pa dito, I feel like para sa susunod na round, ipilitin nilang makuha ni QCK yung orb. And then, papasok na lang sila ng site. Again, they have a lot of rounds to lose. They have the confidence for their picks. They have the aim. They have the plan. Lahat na nasa kanila. Kumbaga sila ang God's favorite team sa araw na to.
Lahat na lang. Buti sa kanila. Maganda ang kanilang gising. Maganda din ang tulog. Parang yung EDG. Sana all. May tulog. Tayo, kapit lang mga kaibigan. Salamat syempre sa panunood dito. But, yung EDG, parang nung simula nung mapa na to, okay naman yung kilos nila. Hindi sila nanalo ng ibang rounds, pero okay naman yung kilos nila. Nung bandang kalahati na, nakikita mo, nawawala na ng confidence sila. Bumabagal na yung laro at masyadong in their heads. Masyado silang napapa-overthink at kaya tuloy nagkakaroon ng mga maling kilos din sila. At pagkalaman mo ang Loud, hindi pwede yung ganong klaseng laro na madaming mga butas.
Oo, lalo na sa Loud, parang wala pang pagkakamali dun sa mga plays so far na nakikita natin dito. It looks pristine, looks clean mula sa side ng Loud. They are patient and they, at the same time, tama yung reads nila dito. Sakto-sakto din lahat ng players, may tutok pa. And I think that's the biggest thing that's lacking para sa side ng EDG. Kahit makuha nila yung space, wala rin silang tutok ngayon eh.
Hindi rin maka-adjust yung EDG dito sa ginagawa ng ng Loud sa laro nila. Ngayon, sobrang alanganin ng armas ng bahay nila dito. Smoggy, kailangan niyang palapitin pa ng onte para makapag-confirm. Galing sa right click niya, gets the one. Shutdown siya agad, may naka-anti-flash pa.
Oh no, lalabas pa si Chichu dahil lang na aftershock siya dito. To the left, to the right, lahat ang pwede mo makita, mamamatay. QCK gets a double. And that's all they needed to take the site.
Nako, everything here going right para sa Loud. Napakaingay ng pananahimik nila sa EDG. Nobody mag-isa, and that's gonna be it. Kwanzin with a double at the end. And EDG go down 0-2. China out of Masters Madrid.
Close fight, BNB. Grabe yung games natin para sa araw na to, guys. I mean, napakasakit para sa side ng EDG. Especially coming after that game number 1. For sure, gustong-gusto mong makabawi completely. Kahit man lang mapunta sa tight scoreline. Alam mo yon, yung parang kaya nyo talagang manalo. Pero all throughout the rounds, we keep seeing over and over and over and over again, EDG just seems to be lost.
Sa buong series na to, sa dalawang mapa na nilaro natin, 5 rounds ang nakuha ng EDG. In 2 maps, 5 rounds lang. Napakasakit naman na makita yon sa scoreboard. Close game nga para sa mga sino makaka-top frag. Doon lang ang pinaglalaban nila kanina sa Loud. But Loud so far, looking back to form pagkatapos ng unang series nila, nung kinalaban ng FPX, kinalaban ng EDG, nagmumukhang yung Loud na kilala natin, parang bumalik na nga.
Oh, QCK pa is definitely on fire for today's match. All cylinders firing para sa side dito ng Loud. Everyone is doing everything they can, and at the same time, lahat ng possibilities kumbaga para sa kanila, nandun na. They just have to grab it. And again, for Loud, sila muna ang makakaligtas para sa araw na ito. And magpapaalam muna tayo sa ating last Chinese team dito sa Masters Madrid for now. And I mean, we're gonna miss Kang Kang. But again, it's Loud's game today. You see kung gaano ka commanding yung panalo na nakuha nila dito.
Sobra. Nung simula, may konting kilos pa nagagawa yung EDG pero after yung first siguro mga 7-8 rounds na nakita natin, you can slowly see yung confidence na yun ay nawawala nga sa EDG. Pinag-usapan nga natin na sana nung attacking side nila, medyo mas aggressive pa sila yung style na nilalaro nila, but they try to be a bit more, I guess, conservative dun sa pagkuha nila ng map control, ng site control. At dahil dun, nabigyan pa nga yung chance ng ang chance para sa Loud na makapag-setup, makapag-control dun sa site kahit wala naman silang sentinel.
Now it makes you think na grabe rin ang pinagdaanan ng Gen G sa laban nila against Loud at nagawa nilang matalo ang Loud dito. I mean, you don't have Aspas on the team, but I mean, QCK, everyone's just firing off their cylinders pagdating sa matchup na to. Pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Ano pa lang yun commercial break, intro para sa susunod nating matinding match as well.
Main
Pero for
event.
now, ibibigay muna natin sa ating mga panelists para mag-break it down kung ano man ang nangyari sa series na to. So, please go ahead.
He didn't necessarily need to be that guy, but I felt like we finally
But he's
got that
finding
here
who
today.
he is.
Yes,
And I think that's what really matters for
Yeah.
Loud finding who they are themselves in 2024.
Yeah, this is going to be super fun to see what Loud can do in the playoffs. But of course, that means we have to say goodbye to EDG, Edward Gaming. An exit that I genuinely did not expect. A grand total of 5 rounds won by the #1 Chinese squad. That is heartbreaking, Mimi.
Yeah, and this is a team, again, we talked so much about it in the pre-show about how this team just kept getting better and better, but they really fell apart in these last 2 matches. The mental was crumbling, the rounds weren't sticking together.
What do you
and
think
they
it was?
were up against
What would you chalk it to?
It's so hard to place.
Yeah.
I really think that they just somehow, after that Gen G game, lost faith in the system, lost faith in themselves, and didn't find it in themselves to bounce back after. Unfortunately, they're home, but Loud, looking good.
What a day. But let's go ahead and hear from the man of the hour. It's Sadak standing by with Kukuka.
Y estamos aquí con Sadak. Vamos a hacer esta entrevista en español porque la ocasión lo merece y obviamente él nos la va a dejar hacer así. We're here with Sadak after that brilliant performance coming in from Loud. So the first question is going to be, what a brilliant performance there on Icebox. EDG picked that map, but you definitely show them how it's played. Did you imagine that it was going to be such a dominant performance? Sé que me has entendido, pero te repito la pregunta. Menuda performance que habéis tenido en ese Icebox. Ellos lo escogen, pero vosotros les dais una lección, impartís cátedra. ¿Cómo ha sido eso?
Y la verdad, cuando vimos que ellos escogieron Icebox, dijimos, buenísimo. O sea, es nuestro mapa, nos sentimos muy cómodos, así que entramos con mucha confianza y la verdad salió todo bien.
Basically, when we saw that they picked that map, we were like,
that's so good. We feel super comfortable in this map, so everything is going to go our way, and it definitely did. Next question is going to be about QCK, about Quick. Many people have had questions about, you know, who he's replacing and yada yada. I know that he has not had an easy day, and I want you to tell us how he's feeling and how do you see his performance on the big stage. Ya sabemos que no ha tenido un día facilito. Quiero que me digas tú, como su IGL y uno de sus mentores, ¿cómo estás viendo su performance y qué tal está él?
Y la verdad, yo estoy muy orgulloso de él. Para quien no sabe, él durmió solamente 2 horas. Esta noche se la pasó vomitando. Tuvo que ir al hospital, la pasó muy mal y le dijimos, quédate tranquilo, haz tu mejor. Lo que pasa es que el mejor del muchacho es muy bueno, la verdad. Así que estoy muy orgulloso, es un guerrero. La verdad que muy orgulloso.
Okay, so basically for those of you who didn't know, QCK was sick. He only slept for 2 hours. They were telling him, hear me out, just do as good as you can. Nobody's going to look down on you if you don't perform. The bad thing is that the worst of this player is actually pretty damn good. Well, with this, thank you very much. We will see you in playoffs. Anybody that you want to face off particularly?
Realmente no quería enfrentar al otro equipo de Américas, a Sentinels. Después el resto, buenísimo. Así nos vemos en la final, quién sabe.
He doesn't want to play against Sentinels until the finals, so we'll wait and see it there. Don't go anywhere, we have another matchup, KC versus PaperX, right after this.
It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance.
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
They've got to be extremely careful. Tui's needs to time this just right.
Over for 4v3, might be down to just one.
Very few defenders left standing. In fact, now just one. Smoggy's on all fours. Aodong tries to get back towards him.
Be right up behind them. First kill's free, and he'll close it. Loud come in with one of the most dominant performances we've seen in the tournament. They are one step away from making it to the top 4.
We've hit a reset point. We've gone into sunset. Man, am I worried about EDG.
This is a confident-looking Karmine.
Combat, Aodong though wants to take down less, forced forward, and Tui's was waiting. A quick double for him, a triple in fact.
The spam almost eliminating Aodong, wallbang in, it's just one left. They're cleaning house. It's left all onto nobody, and the fact is nobody is standing in Loud's way, closing out this series. A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got this far, talking over all the problems like we live for it. Now that I'm waking up to how we missed the bar, fading out like an old song that never got a hit. Trying to tell me I was picking a fight. Should've known that it was just a gaslight. Now you got me faded, jaded. All the time I wasted. Now that I'm waking up to how we missed the bar, fading out like an old song that never. All the time I wasted. Got so comfortable here, I couldn't give it up. Getting high off of the mess that you would not throw out. Done with getting a fix and giving all my love, just to watch it get forgotten with everything else. Trying to tell me I was picking a fight. Should've known that it was just a gaslight. Now you got me faded, jaded. All the time I wasted. Done with getting a fix and giving all my love, just to watch it get forgotten with everything else.
Welcome back to day 5 of our coverage here at Masters Madrid, and our final match of the Swiss stage is about to go underway. It's going to be the Blue Wall versus W Gaming. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Kukuka, and we have a great one for you. It's going to be Karmine Corp going up against PaperX, and I think a lot of people were very much selling PaperX very short going into their matchup against Heretics yesterday, and we saw a revitalized, rejuvenated, energetic PaperX, Mimi, that honestly we haven't really quite seen before, especially when, you know, they've always been known as the fun guys, having a good time. But no, Moniette was out there just talking all that hot trash. Had to make sure I correct myself.
For a
Almost
second
pulled a Brent for a moment there.
I'm people. I was the one who was doubting PaperX. For good reason.
How dare you people?
Because they have not looked like themselves this entire tournament. But Heretics awoke the beast. Benji Fishy was standing up, was yelling at them, telling them to sit down. And then the second half, they had one of the wildest comebacks I have seen. Finally, this team was back PaperXing, right? All the individuals were popping up. They were flooding back into sight. They were making magic happen. It felt like honestly, just the mystique of PaperX, of how do they win this, was back for the first time in ages.
Yeah, exactly. And probably it wasn't just coming from them, it was provoked by the other team.
Absolutely.
As we were just watching, like, the reaction is unanimous also on the side of PaperX. It would be so easy because after, what was it, 4K in 4 rounds in a row, like, Heretics was just,
I mean, they were getting stomped the first half.
Literally.
Yeah.
And then they're like, you know what? enough is enough. We're not going to have it, and they go on to be the most paper eggs, just thriving in the chaos that they love, and just giving up the best performance that we've seen so far from them just last night.
And let's not forget that Forsaken came into this event saying, I'm playing like a 6 out of 10. We asked Alex what he thought coming into this event Paper X was going to be. What did he say?
He said 6 out of 10.
Like, they feel like they're coming into this event like so mid, and then they end up walking on that stage
But
just
again,
clapping.
they were. This
Yeah, I
is the
get it,
first
yeah.
time that they have been more than that 6 out of 10. You look at the rest of that Heretics game, and there was mistakes being made. Heretics was the better team for the majority of that one, but they have this wild ability to activate sometimes and come back, and that's what makes them such a scary opponent against a team like Karmine Corp, who plays very similar.
Sorry, there
to
is something
Heretics,
there is something that makes teams like Paper X, teams that have been in so many international events different from the others, and is that they have the ability to peak where they need it most.
It's very similar to Loud, honestly, in that way.
Exactly, right. It's a very good simile because many teams will peak, their peak is out of their control, right? They will have like a brilliant, outstanding performance, and maybe they feel a bit lackluster, like for example what we saw from EDG. Most teams cannot control it. If you're able to control it, that is more than just an ace under your sleeve.
Well, we talk about this, but the catalyst of it all was Munyet. He was the guy who got up and let everyone know who was boss. Thankfully, we got a chance to speak to him because Mika Fabs is standing by with him.
Hey Monyet, can you come over here really quickly? Just a really quick question. So yesterday, your performance, that was a really strong statement coming from you. So what do you plan on doing on keeping the momentum going against KC?
Nothing special actually. I just want to win today because if we lose today, me and Davai will lose the laundry at the hotel.
Is that so? You lose the laundry?
Yeah, because if you lose, like you're going to leave tomorrow, you know.
Oh no, stakes are definitely high then. All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Brother, I get it.
Dude, they're winning the tournament. They're winning the tournament. They need to get the
Blood's
laundry
got to get his laundry back, okay?
We're all like here, the theories. Wow, the performance chiming in, just being unreal for the
for a
team.
pair of socks.
Meanwhile, in their minds, man, I have my mom's t-shirt. She's gonna kill me if I go back and I lose the t-shirt and it stays in the hotel.
They're playing for some clean draws. I respect that very much so. All right, well, we'll see, though. Now, the thing is, when you talk about Paper X, you always have to talk about something. The player.
The guy.
The guy. Something.
Chad, is this something?
I don't. Now,
it is.
The thing is, though, something definitely was a question mark for us because we were seeing him a few times, especially on that Gecko. It just wasn't really clicking the way. I know Mitch is somewhere around happy that I mentioned it. And I guess what I'm wondering here is, Kakuka, like what ends up happening with something coming into this? Because it feels like he has now just found that next gear that he really needed.
I mean, we have to say that in Lotus and in that split, I think that he came back to life. He had to be like some of the in this series compared to what he was doing previous in the tournament. It's gone crazy.
Look at this comparison. The rest of Masters, he's an average Joe. He's a guy who shows up, who's playing the game, whatever. And then map 2 and 3 against Heretics, he's something again. He's winning every first duel he takes. He's out there dominating them. This guy's an absolute superstar, and he wasn't playing like it for most of the event. But he locks Jet 2 maps in a row, and he's enabled very well by his team. Paper X is the team where we have to talk about the individuals. We have to talk about the confidence, because that's what gets them going. They have these ideas of how they want to play the comps, of how they want to do it. But it does not work unless you have individuals like this team does. Seeing them online now makes them a very dangerous team for KC to deal with today.
Incredibly fast, incredibly literally on your face. There are some of the things that, as you're saying, not many teams can go into that line because they just make everything seem crazy. All the action happens in like 10, 15, 20 seconds, and if you're not up to speed, you're gonna be late, man.
All right, well, let's go ahead and shift focus to their opponents on the other side of the stage. It's going to be Karmine Corp. Now, they're going to be looking for redemption here because they had to, unfortunately, swallow a tough defeat against the Sentinels. But this is a team that really met a brick wall, right, in Sen. And now, coming into this one, Kakuka, we get to see what this KC team is made of as they have to dig deep, which is something that, well, we have only seen once before. isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly. We know that KC, just because it's a very new team, they have only lost that one time, right?
Yep.
We saw them failing against Team Heretics back in EMEA. But after that loss, they went on a streak and just kept winning and winning until they got their revenge against them in the final there at kickoff.
Yeah, in the last match we watched them, they were playing a team who just went into playoffs looking fantastic. Sentinels, and it really came down to the wire. I think the make or break in that game, though, was counter-stratting and the read that Kaplan and Sentinels had ahead of time. Here's one example to take a look at on their split, where they go for this Yoru play that we see from them a lot, where they set up this paranoia, and then it gets punished by Sen. They overcommit to it.
So here's the thing, Junkity is completely ready. I love that we're seeing it also in this lower speed. So basically, as you're saying it, he's going to be using the Euro ultimate, and he spots 1, 2, 3, minimum, I would say 3 to 4 players. The thing is that instead of going back, instead of saying, this is not safe, there is a high likelihood that I'm going to go down, they commit to it. So we're in a part in the tournament that is going to be a before and an after when we go into playoffs.
Yeah.
Set plays will get you this far. If you want to go into playoffs and actually be a great contender to winning this trophy, you have to see beyond.
And this is the turning point for KC. Will it be like EMEA kickoff, where they take that loss, they learn from it, and they go on a run from there on out? Or will it be like many a promising team that have come to international events before, hit that roadblock and fallen? That's the question for today.
Yeah.
Both teams have a massive expectation to make it out of groups, but only one of these squads has been under that pressure before.
Yeah, well, of course, we have Mika standing by as she's going to get some words with Martine. Let's see what's going on there.
Hey Magnum, can we pull you aside for a really quick question? So a lot of IGLs, a lot of coaches say that PRX is a tough team to play against, especially for the first time. So how did you prep for this match?
So hello, yeah, I agree. I think their playstyle is quite annoying, but I don't think it's the playstyle. I think it's their individual performance. I think they're quite insane. But we prepare for all of the other teams, and I think we are ready.
All right, good luck to the team.
All right, well, this is going to be a tall task here without a doubt for both of these teams, but they know the challenge that's at stake here for the both.
Yeah, and I mean, that is really the question today. He can give an answer, but it only comes down to showing in the server. PaperX is the hardest team for new IGLs to play against because they play like no one else. You can prepare for how their util combos work, for the plays the players make, but they will take risks that no one else will. And today isn't going to be about the prep, going to be about what fantastic counter strat Eng came up with ahead of time. This has to be about Magnum, about this team, and how one of the youngest rosters we have here can adapt to the most chaotic team, the hardest team to play for the first time in VCT.
Yeah, exactly. And there's many answers that you can give to this question, right? Are we going to give them the space? Are we going to fight them? Are we going to give that chaos a little bit more? If you just look at the compositions, you might think that KC is the kind of team that is going to fight fire with fire, right?
Sure,
but when you see them play, you see a different kind. You see that they interpret the utility in a different way for them to have different outcomes. So I'm really looking forward to see what Magnum is able to do today.
All right, well, we got a few more seconds before we toss it to the map, so I want to get real quick predictions. We haven't really done this in a while, so how you guys feeling? PaperX, KC, Mimi?
I mean, I think KC will win this match, but I think it has to come down to the adaptation. I think that their map pool is stronger. They tend to have better reads. PaperX is still playing a lot of comps that are kind of weird, off-kilter. They're still figuring themselves out, but there's a real chance PaperX win. However, the necessity is they need to be playing like the second half of Split last night. If they can continue that energy, this is going to be a damn hard game for KC.
Hear me out, we're in Madrid. I cannot see this going any other way. KC has to make it onto the playoffs to say the very least. We already have Genji there. I think that they, at least deserve it.
Yeah, I'm totally with you guys. And it would be a heartbreaker as well to not have, any EMEA team in the playoffs,
for either
especially.
Of these teams, though. Imagine another playoffs without PaperX. What would that be?
That's very true as well. Great point brought up there. There's still so many more questions. Thankfully, we do have the map selection ready to go. So let's see where we're headed for this epic confrontation.
All right, welcome to Map Select, presented by Omen for match 2 of the day. Based on the draw order, KC, you are higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So PRX, you'll be Team A. And we will start with your first ban.
Icebox.
Icebox, your ban?
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. Map number 1 from PRX.
Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2?
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with Paper X, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Split.
Split.
Ban Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. Map number 3 by default is going to be Ascent. Paper X, side on Ascent.
We play attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Both teams here looking to move past them, their opponent in this competition. This is going to be a tough game through and through. For Paper X, they're a squad that really rides the momentum of the moment. But for KC, for Karmine Corp, is it about being drilled, the structure, the plan of attack that they have here? Whether or not Paper X will just blow the whole thing up.
Karmine Corp, they've been tested before, but this is going to be something very different, something they've never experienced in EMEA. This is the day where they have to figure out if they can adapt to a team like Paper X.
We were thinking and saying that 2024 might be the year for the rookies. Well, KC should be the one trying to prove that. Of course, we also have a new face on Paper X, but we have known them for a very, very long time. People are also saying a tournament without Fnatic, without Energy, without all of those heavy hitters, especially DRX. Yes, exactly. When is going to be Paper X's moment to lift the trophy?
That's a great question because it's been some time. Remember, this is a squad that was runner-up at champs last year, right? They have had so many great opportunities in their career here, but to get Monnier a trophy lift, for this team to have that moment would be huge.
I think it's almost more about Monnier getting it for the rest of his team, stepping up, filling those shoes, bringing this Paper X squad back to those finals they've made before. But let's talk about the map, Vito, because I think this is where it gets really interesting. Both these teams play very off-kilter comps. You're not going to see the same head-to-head of the default comps we always get in a match like this. We're starting on Bind, and last time Paper X played this, they lost this map, but I actually liked a lot of the things they were showing with this Harbor Raze composition, with Arena in there too. I think they have really creative ways of executing the site and of kind of pathing their way around and setting up their Raze player on the dive.
So here's the thing, right? I do disagree with one part. I was not very surprised because I like the Harbor, I like the intention, you know, of doing something different. To me, the Reyna was very lackluster. Like, I did not understand the final point onto why you would choose Reyna above something else.
But you did. That was a something.
Sorry.
That was dreadful.
Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose.
But the thing is, you don't understand why they choose Serena until something has a game. He has had a very slow tournament up until those last two maps yesterday. I think it's not the optimal pick, but if something is playing like he was last night, it is a dangerous pick for KC to go up against. Things for this team to watch out for is how aggressive Paper X is with these fast site hits. If you're playing on the site, if you're playing backside A, you are going to get ran over. For me, when we're looking at KC, this is going to be about taking extremity control towards showers and long and playing off-site to be able to flood retake.
Exactly. It's the shower controls that in the previous match through Paper Paper-Rex off a lot. They were not able to regain that space, and I think that this composition may have a lot of holes. Karmine Corp, and specifically Martin, has to be the one finding those holes and actually taking advantage of the situation.
We talk so much about these Paper-X individuals, but the two youngsters, Nere and Martin, have been electric in Madrid thus far. If they can keep that up, if they can compete with Paper-X, there's no doubt that KC would be a player in the playoffs.
It's time for our final match of the Swiss stage and to find out who will be remaining in the playoffs. This is going to be a game with a lot of fireworks, so I think we're going to need to bring out the big guns. We got Pansy and Hypop.
At nagbabalik tayo dito sa ating VCT Masters Madrid broadcast, mga kaibigan. Ako si Black and Blue, kasama naman dito si Taylor. Hindi kami magpapalit kasi ito na nga ang main event of the evening. Ang Pinoy Rex versus ang Karmine Corp. Isa sa dalawang pinaka madaming fans na team dito.
Totoo, no? Kumbaga, fanbase sa fanbase, napakalaki ng fanbase ng dalawang teams na to. Pero ito na nga, umpisahan na natin agad kasi alam nating mabilisan itong dalawang teams na to. You have Martin on at least a Euro here, and then Shin na nandyan as an Omen again. Nakita natin multiple times before sa matches nila. Lagi nilang nilalaro yung Dimensional Drift plus yung kanilang Paranoia perfectly. So tignan natin kung masasayko nila ang PRX, ang Pinoy Rex.
Gusto ko yung spelling ng Martin hindi I. Martin.
Oh, Martin.
Si Coco pala to May Pinoy din pala
Pinoy
sila.
din pala sila
Pinoy din pala sila Yung itong Pinoy Rex nga. Pinalit na dito si Divide, ginawa nilang Sky. Nakita natin recently, they've been playing that fade. Pero execute naman dito ng Paper Rex papunta sa may B-site. Monyet tumatalon at yung right click pa tumama.
Completely connecting sa side ng KC ngayon. Play for retake scenario muna sila. Mind Freak has a good positioning kung sakaling may lumabas sa smoke na to from Hookah's side. Pero Martin, waiting patiently lang dito si Coco. Nagkakasalisihan lang sila actually. Paunahan na lang bumaril at mukhang Martin has the clearer shot here as he pins down one. 4v4 na to.
Plante naman agad dito. Uy, makakuha pa nga ating half defuse. Hindi, Forsaken. Madedenay pa niya. Sa ngayon, si Martin ay tutumba. 2v3 na ngayon dito sa may site mismo. Si Narrate na lang, rather si Magnum na lang natitira. In a 1v2, pareho pa naman nakaplant dito sa may elbow. Hindi para sa kanya. Alam nilang wala siya sa may spike. Nag-double swing at dalawa pa naman sila. Sabay-sabay.
Sabi na, Paper Rex ang mananalo
take the
sa pistol.
opening pistol dito. At so far dito sa tournament, Taylor, yung Paper Rex napakagaling sa pistol round. Kaya kung ako, dapat dito talaga ako sa Paper Rex.
Tsaka, di ba, napag-usapan natin, stats-wise, way back before, it seems like Paper Rex, nawawala sa kanila yung pistol. Maybe probably because yung aggressive play style na pinapakita nila dito, marami kang butas na madadaanan kung baga. Pero dito sa Masters Madrid, they've shown us time and time again that completely changed and they can win this kinds of pistol rounds. Mind Freak, good for two. Pati yung orb, nakuha ba? Nakuha at least.
Nakuha, So at least meron silang konti doon. Pero yung regrowth and yung dalawang duelist, back to full HP na naman. Siyempre walang armor, pero better than nothing. Ngayon dito yung A-site. Libreng-libre para kunin naman ng Paper Rex. And I do like yung change-up dito para sa Sky, para kay Divide. Kasi yung pinaka-best performances na nakita natin in the past is when he's on that Sky. So talagang comfort agent niya to.
Plant is on its way para sa side ng Paper Rex. Again, wala rin naman masyadong baril ang mga players dito ng KC, pero lalim nung lurk ni Narrate dito actually. Ang tanong, wow, naka-sentinels siyang capsule He gets down, and that's gonna be Narrate going away. And wala nang flank. It's all up to these two players na feeling ko, wala na lang pagdating sa spike.
Petics na lang yan. Kung kahit anong mangyari, bahala na. PRX looking potentially for a flawless dito. Casey, nagbabalak nga, magpatumbad na lang sa spike. So, 2 rounds dito, relatively clean na rin para sa Paper Rex. Makakatulong yan sa pag-bonus nila. Si something, katulad ang sabi nga niya, drop ang Mimi kanina nung sa panel. Para mo close. Pero, he has had medyo a slow tournament so far sa mga opening matches niya. Masana sa Reyna. Nung pagdating lang sa Heretics, doon lang talaga natin nakita yung potential niya on that Reyna. But still so far, hindi pa natin yung nakikita yung something na muntikan pa maging MVP ng APAC last year.
I mean, if you have a Reyna on your team, at least expect mo is yung mga initial pickups nilang makuha dito is makakataka siya kahit papano. So kaya niya makapag hit and run kahit papano against KC's side. And mukha namang nagugulat pa so far ang KC sa mga galawan dito ng Paper Rex dahil agad-agad something punishes narrate immediately through the smoke pa.
Yan na nga ang kailangan lang gawin. Something good, punish para sa kanya. Good find. Ngayon makukuha nila yung sight. And yung harbor na to talagang si Sugod talaga dito si Munyat. Walang katakot-takot. Kahit naka-stinger man lang. Munyat with a double. Hindi alam ni Magnum na sa likod na pala niya. In ice cream lang. 2v5 na ngayon. And Paper Rex. Pulse plant na agad.
Ito exactly yung kailangan nila coming in from Monyet. And actually last night, after nung laro nila, meron pa silang media na kinausap at mga sinagot na tanong. And you could definitely tell na
uy!
Tumawa rin si Tamay! Na-jinx niya si something!
Gulat
Ginawa
si
sa akin
something.
to ni Bill, kaya naintindihan ko ang pakiramdam.
Kala niya may tao. Flick siya agad eh.
Tripan na lang siya eh. Nagsisave na lang yung dalawang miyembro dito ng KC. Pero anyway, going back doon sa sinasabi ko kanina, na Monyet, malaki yung pressure para sa kanya eh, na mag-step up sa team na to, makasabay, lalo na siya yung pinakabagong membro ng Paper Rex. And to really fit in dun sa iniwan ni Jing na posisyon. So, with that kind of pressure, he just needs to be confident. And siya na mismo yung nagsabi nito na yung confidence na yon yung posibleng magdala sa kanila sa panalo. And so far, it's looking like that.
And big shoes to fill talaga dito, di ba? Big shoes to fill para dito kay Monyet. Pero yung ginawa niya sa round na yun, that was more of what we need to see para sa kanya. Get that space para kay something para makakilos din yung rest of the team. And ano mo nakakatawa, if further sa mapa na to, hindi mag-react sa something pag binaril siya sa likod kasi kala niya kakampi na naman. Pero yung pala maging kalaban.
Checking lang kung talagang aware si something dito kung may ibang mga lurks, di ba? Pero di ata nila mababasag yung Trailblazer. Mapipilitan na naman silang umatras. And Monyet this time, not towards the site, but instead, lamps control lang meron sila dito. Hindi pa nila nakiklear yung shower, so may lurk pa rin dyan.
Nice out dito para sa Paper Rex. Hindi na nirespeto doon yung snake bite. Sige, Pain Shells will force him off the plant. Pero sa ngayon lang yan. Si Monyet, si Silip dito. Isa para sa kanya. Paper Rex lumalaban dito at walang masyadong mapapalag dito ang KC dahil si Monyet, inuubos niya. Triple kill na agad. Pang-apat pa nga. Hinahabol niya yung ace. Ibibigay na rin natin sa Eco. At Paper Rex patuloy-tuloy pa rin ang momentum. 4-0.
Nilalabanan yung race debut ni Forsaken kahapon. Hanggang 4 kills lang daw kasi yon. And I think, dun sa nangyaring scenario para sa side ng KC, itong paranoia, tumama rin sa kakampi niya ata. I think that's coming from the side of KC kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Kasi wala namang omen din yung
Kaya nga
PRX. So, medyo naguguluhan din ata ang KC dito. Hindi sila kasing kainit ang Paper Rex sa simula.
Wow. Monyet's feeling himself.
Narinig mo ba naman, malaki ang stakes dito. Matalo sila, yung laban nila. Baka hindi pa umabot.
Same, yung laundry ang puhunan. Kaya palang lakas.
Kaya lakas. Ikaw ba naman, men? Papayag ka bang wala lang yung damit mong pinaghirapan mo? Siyempre, hindi. Kaya, Paper Rex, big stakes, laundry on the line. Sa series na to.
Yun lang pala kailangan para mas mapaigting ang offense ng Paper Rex dito. Lalo na kay Monyet. Yun lang ang kanyang...
What is igting? Explain to Konyo me.
Parang
hindi ko talaga alam.
Ganon. Parang mas mapabuti pa. Kumbaga, dalawa nag-aantay sa lamps. Cascade, nilabas na. Kanina may mga patience sila para iwasan o at least hindi makapag-plant ang players ng Paper Rex dito. Pero mukhang pino-force na nga nila agad yan at inaabangan na rin nila. Baka sakaling may pick-off mula sa upper position ni Monyet.
Angle dito, Monyet, double peak. Magandang pakipagsabayan doon si Forsaken. Hindi niya pinabayaang mag-isa si Monyet. At dahil doon, they get that opening pick. That's more of what kailangan gawin talaga ng PRX eh. Nung simula, nakukulangan sila ng mga double pick na Genfire. Si Monyet, confident na confident. Nakikita mo ngayon, Forsaken, pangalawang kill niya dito sa round na ito mismo. Shin makakaisa. Sige, good pick off sa kanya. Makakapangalawa pa at nakabawi bigla ang KC. Kesa si Something naka-off din pala, nakaabang din dito sa may angulo. Martin nakaisa. Meron siyang ultimate para hiwalayin, para maghanap ng impormasyon dito. Pero alam ba niya, Forsaken on the swing at PRX walang kaba-kaba.
Yung swing pa niya bago pa mag-tap ng spike. So, timing-wise, it just perfectly aligns. Kumbaga, lahat ng stars ay nag-align na para sa side ng Paper Rex. 6 or 5 rounds in, now we're seeing an not an overtime, pero a timeout mula sa side ng KC to try and understand. Kasi nga naman, hindi pa sila sanay sa Pacific Way. Hindi pa sila sanay sa W Gaming masyado.
Kailangan na lang masanay na mabilis. Kasi yung W Gaming coming in full force. Alam mo yung nakakatuwa dito sa Paper Rex is ilang taon na nilang ginagawa to. At hindi pa rin maka-adjust yung mga ibang team sa style nilang nilalaro to. May mga ibang team naman na sinusubok gawin to eh. Yung EDG, di ba? Sinusubok nilang mag-run it down style minsan. Pero walang katulad ng Paper Rex pagdating sa W Gaming talaga. And other teams na mas sanay sa medyo mas mabagal na laro, medyo mas default heavy, hindi nila masyado makuha yung tempo ng Paper Rex na hindi nire-respeto minsan yung utility na yon. Mga smoke criminal, susugurin lang nila. Kahit may snake bite lang yan, pwede namang tumalon eh.
Same. Tsaka makikita mo, di ba, na Martin, for example, was holding hookah here. And wala siyang nakukuhang value dun sa TP away niya. Di siya, at least nakukuha niya yung info ng isa. Yes, may Reyna, oo. Pero anong kasunod nun? TP away agad siya. And wala nang laban na nakikita dito para sa side ng KC. They're giving away that space and Paper Rex is happy to take that.
I mean, Paper Rex, yun talaga yung pinakakalakasan nila as a team compared to almost any other is yung pagkuha ng space aggressively. At yung pag-squeeze mismo ng map control dito, nawawala bigla. Diyan nahihirapan ang KC ngayon. Fact na PRX, ang bilis na makakuha ng control na yon. They use his cascade para makapag-isolate ng angulo, para makuha itong garage agad, rather itong garden agad. At tamo KC, they can only hold on dito sa may pag-garden. Nakatipi dito sa may side mismo si Shin, pero syempre nakaikaw. Good on the one!
Nakagat.
So okay na yun. Kinagat pero at least nakaisa.
Oh my God, the positioning. Harap-harapan. Pag nawala tong smoke to, alam mo na ang kasunod. May mawawala sa kanilang dalawa. And as that goes, wala na rin. Pati si Something kasi di na natin kita yon. May healing galing naman mula kay Davai. TP na lang daw tayo. Pwedeng-pwede naman. And usual nilang ginagawa to. They always leave Mind Freak alone to cut off any rotation na possible gawin nila. Exactly like this. And they punish one.
3v4 PRX dito. They get another. Assuredly, para na kay Mind Freak, pero mag-rotate na dito ang Karmine Corp. At doon sa alanganing pwesto si Something. May snipe fight din naman dito si Tomasi para ma-flush out siya sana. That could be one way, pero okay, Magnum, good shot para sa kanya. Seekers din dito, Something nasa alanganin na pwesto. But if he can find the kill, makakatakas siya. Martin! Isa pa na naman, kahit bulag, the ulti here para alam nila kung nasa mismo si Something. Paglabas pa naman niya, nandyan si Monyet, pero 2v1 pa rin ngayon. Hindi pa rin niya makuha yun na sana yun. At Magnum and Karmine Corp nakaisa dito sa eco pa.
I mean, they had to invest the dimensional drift. And hero ba ito mula kay Martin if you think about it? Siya lang yung may isang tao na may Vandal for this round. And they played their cards right. Kahit na may nahuli pa si Mind Freak dito, nakapag-rotate pa rin sila ng napakabilis. And thanks to that dimensional drift, nabigay nga lahat ng info na kailangan nilang makuha dito. Not only that, na-punish din nila yung napaka-close na angle mula kay Something as well. Wala na rin kasing heal na pwedeng makuha si Something dito. So, nonetheless, the first round na makukuha ng KC after that timeout. So, a good adjustment.
Ito pala yung probinsyano na kailangan nila, KC, si Martin. Patingnan natin kung mapagpatuloy pa bang momentum. Narrate. Siya nga ang nagbulong ng kwento dito. Dalawang opening pick para sa KC. Trade lang din para sa PRX. Pero good value na rin nakuha nila.
They clear out showers. May boombot pang kasama. Kumbaga, talagang mini-make sure nila na walang tao dito. Naku, nadaanan lang si Something. They might be able to take this one. And yun na nga, nakuha pa sa pick-off. Kasalanan ng Boomba yun.
Sipin mo, nag-go-off sa attack gamit Reyna. Sino ba naman gagawa nun?
Paper Rex.
KC. Paper Rex, ayun na nga. Pero sumasagot din sila. Yung flank dito ng KC malakas at hindi pa na nahuhuli. Devi, always reliable. Wala silang sentinel kaya kailangan ingatan din yung flank pero at the very least, nakapag-recover dito ng PRX kahit sa 3v4.
Grabe, nung start ng rounds na nakita natin dito, actually, I wasn't expecting na si Monyet ang magdadala pa ng mga sunod-sunod na round wins na nakikita natin and more of nagiging suporta ang ibang mga miyembro dito ng Paper Rex. But coming the following rounds, they also do micro adjustments here. Alam din nila na lumalaban ng KC doon sa mga engagements na gusto nilang makuha right now. And again, an operator, nandito pa rin, nilalaro pa rin nila. Tamang fake-fake lang, pero something hindi magpapapeke as he shuts down Martin already.
Ito na nga, something. Nakaabang sa kanto. Tomasi, good shutdown naman dito sa may aggression. They needed to do that dito para naman na hindi masyado maging confident ang PRX sa pag-peak lang lagi. PRX, syempre, nakaigo pa rin ang KC. Pero, nakakuha ng konting advantage kahit pa paano ang KC sticking together here. Good read naman sa PRX para mag-rotate sa A.
Rehit sa A. Mukhang nakiklear na ni Mind Freak na nawala lahat ng tao right now. Pero the double check pa rin nila yan. Really utilizing yung kanilang mga guiding light, yung mga flashes nila. Again, meron pa ditong orbital strike na pwedeng gamitin. So worst comes to worst, kayang-kaya nilang ilabas to. But position-wise, si Forsaken na siya may control ng showers. That's the lurk coming in. Merong isang A-main and the rest would be lamps.
Dalawang flank nga, katulad ang sabi mo. So, ang 2-2 split dito sa kanilang retake. Isang Vandal, nag-iisa. Ito masi yung isa pa ng kay Narrate. So magkahiwalay. Meron silang orbital strike dito para lang kunin yung space na to. Pero will he land the shot? Narrate even bigger. May showstopper nga pero wala pa siya mahanap din agad-agad. Forsaken sa pagsawsaw dito galing sa showers. May nahanap din. Ngayon si Narrate na lang natitira. And Paper Rex, good job to mitigate yung damage ng KC.
Ang ganda ng positioning nila sa post plant na yon. I mean, the decision to wrap around towards A site and re-hit it again, especially may capability nga makapag-adjust o makapag-rotate na mabilis itong KC. Thanks to lots of TPs na pwede nilang gawin as well kahit na wala si Martin sa una. Alam pa rin nila yung pacing na gusto nilang iset kasi sila naman yung nagsiset ng pacing na to. And nonetheless, time and time again, paulit-ulit din nagle-lurk yung KC eh. So, the expectations is definitely there mula sa side ng Paper Rex. Unfortunate pa nga na hindi nakuha ni Mind Freak yung kill na yun habang nagdodog yung isa eh.
Oo nga, muntikin pa. Kung napatay niya doon si Narrate, edi baka na...
Sakto yun.
No, na double kill pa niya si Magnum doon, di ba? Nasunod pa niya, pero tingnan natin dito push. Look at their wall. Talagang ayaw nilang kunin dito yung parang pa-elbow garden side, isolating this. And yung kagandahan ng Harbor is that mag-regen to. So, pwede silang magsayang ng utility sa KC side, sa defensive side. Tapos, adjust naman sila dito papunta sa May Garden. Ang ganda ng pagka-flush out nila dito ng angulo.
Seekers, ginamit na rin para sa kanila. Monyet, handa na siya para makapag-satchelin kung sakasakali man. Reckoning has been used already. The satchel play towards the side. Something is already in. Control towards elbow. Yan ang gagawin ni Monyet dito. Walang kaalam-alam yung iba habang nagbaback at gulong-gulo na sila. Magnum, very low on HP actually at hindi niya mai-heal yung sarili niya.
Low HP na rin binigay nila yung hookah. Ni-retake naman dito ng KC para sa kanilang retake mismo sa post plant. Wala silang ultimates para pilitin to. Mayroon silang isang Viper Spit pero kailangan pa ng isang pitas para magawa yon. Yung flank din dito galing kay Devi is going to be big. Tingnan natin kung aabot ng timing. Ayan na nga, something hindi makatakas pero Devi galing nga sa likod. Forsaken, binaabangan niya dito. Pagpasok nila, ay tutumba din agad. 2v2, low HP nga yung dalawa katulad ng sabi mo. Isang pitik lang, isang hatching, tumba na. And Devi coming from that flank na big play from him. 8-1 Paper Rex, methodical and perfection.
Hindi rin nila mahanapan ng butas yung pinch dito ni Monyet. Hindi nila mapatay at all si Monyet doon sa ginagawa niya towards elbow. Kaya hindi talaga sila makakuha ng positioning sa CT side. Bago pa sila makalabas para sa retake nila, wala na silang buhay dito at all. And again, you have lurks coming in from Devi to save it. And then, meron ka pang mga tao sa loob ng site na si Forsaken, hindi lang supporting role ginagawa niya. Siya na rin ang pumapasok at humahawak ng post plant na yon. There's just a lot to cover. And something, again, investing on an operator here.
Pero nakita mo ginawa nila doon bago sila mag-execute. Lahat sila naghuka para makuha. Tapos winol nila para ma-isolate yung elbow and garden. Tapos tsaka nila pinunta yung wall, yung garden. Nag-rotate from fountain para lang din ma-pressure. If may player doon, mag-fall back. There's just so many things na ginagawa ng PaperX na hindi mo talaga makikita galing sa ibang team. Hindi lang yun sa W Gaming. Pero kung saan nila nalalagay yung utility nila at kung paano nila ginagamit yon, it's very, very unique dito para sa style ng PaperX.
Kino-cover nila lahat ng choke points possibility na kumbaga kaya mong i-isolate yung fights dahil sa mga wall na nilalagay mo dito. TP out, yan ang gagawin ng players ng PaperX ngayon. Nakaabang na lahat ng players ng KC right now on the site itself. KC, Martin, may nakatawid ng isa. Alam niya to, walang nag-check and that's gonna be a double. Davai, double swing, gumana pa rin kahit papano. Wala pa rin barel ang mga players dito ng KC. Lamang na lamang ang PRX pero so far, iniisa-isa sila and that's gonna be a thrifty round.
Walang tumama dun sa shorty. Kung hindi lang din nakasawsa si Martin, hindi malay natin may nagawa pa yung PRX. Pero good ego dito galing sa KC. You can still see though na PRX talagang sa simula pa lang, ang plano nila is conditionin ang kalaban dito para sa maling read sana. Pero in this case, KC, inabangan yung TP doon papuntang A site. Nakaabang sa showers, Martin in the right place. At dahil sa, yun nga, pitas ni Martin, naka-double kill siya. Parang nawala na tuloy yung structure at yung kalakasan ng PRX ma-overrun yung site.
Dalawang rounds ng KC dito, I think galing sa thrifty round na nakita natin so far. And dito mo makikita rin as well, yung dalawang rounds na yon naka-off din si Something. So, again, you have lesser firepower towards the site itself. Kung yung isa mong duelist, syempre, naghahanap ng pick-off sa kabilang parte ng mapa. At na-pick off nga siya doon. Something to go away, pero ito, ang control nila pagdating sa hookah. Makakahanap pa ng kill, magsasatchel ba? Yan ang tanong. Isang fake TP mula kay Martin, pero hindi sila magpapabitaw.
Isa din tong problema nakita natin nung kalaban na yung EDG na pag susugod si Monyet, wala siyang kasama kasi nga naka-operator dyan si Something. So, I think they really need to keep him on this aggressive role. Paminsan-minsan ang dapat yung attacking Reyna op nila. Hindi laging pwede yun yung plano nila. Kasi kung hindi, ganyan nga nangyayari. Walang biglang rush na pwedeng gamitin. Si Shin, makakatakas pa dito. Huli pa si Monyet. At ang hirap tuloy pasukan nitong Viper Spit.
Tumasi, boy pa! Yun na nga, mawawala na. Viper Spit na pinag-uusapan natin mawawala na for the meantime. It's still a 2v3. Dimensional Drift, ginamit na. Meron pang showstopper dito and possibly gagamitin din niya. Especially alam na nila kung nasan si Davai. Sinusubukan lang nila iwasan, hanapin ang iba pa mga members and that's Mind Freak from behind. Wala na siyang takas. That's the connection mula sa showstopper as well. 3v1. Kaya pa ba?
Lakas talaga ng Dimensional Drift Lahat ng impormasyon na gusto nila pwede lang kunin. Bila na lang siyang lalabas. Levi, hindi pa niya mahanap to. And narrate with a 4K. Sinimulan niya gamit yung op sa pagpitas kay Something at tinapos din niya. And this keeps at least dito in contention para sa KC. Kung makuha nila yung 4th round at tapusin yung half na to strong, kayang-kaya pa na talagang comebackan to sa second half.
360 pa si narrate doon, guys. Huling-huli pa rin sa acto talaga. And again, nilabanan na rin nila kasi ng operator dito si Something. So, with that initial kinds of pick-offs na nakikita natin, pag nawala si Something, then it opens up the lurk potential mula sa side ng KC, which is kanina pa nila ginagawa. And the thing is, they didn't do that this time around. They were really playing for that retake scenario on CT. They want to make sure na may control sila pagdating dito. And the good part about it is, kahit lamang na lamang ang PRX, the best possible outcome na gugustuhin mo for KC is an 8-4.
Look at the buy dito though ng PRX. Medyo alanganin niya yung mga iba sa kanila, naka-SMG, naka-Bulldog man lang, Magnum, hold niya yung angulo na yon dahil nga lamang din siya sa armas. Late din yung Lear doon. Buboop ba niya si Forsaken? Yes, kept him off of the plant. And look at KC dito, talagang sinasayangan nila ng oras. Buying enough time. Hindi talaga nila pinapayagan makaplant na wala na yung Cove.
Sige na, out! Out na lang tayo, guys. B na lang. Ayaw payagan mag-plant dito. Heavy rotation mula sa side ng PaperX. Something ang naiwan this time. Usually, si Mind Freak yan. Pero baka may mahuli siya and makapag-heal pa siya. Dahil si Narrate, unti-unting ginagapang yung lurk na to.
Hindi sila nakapasok. Kala nila kasi baka may nakaabang doon. Look at yung wall dito para lang kunin itong front sight. Pero Dahil dito, makaka-angulo pa nga ang Karmine Corp. Mind Freak gets a big one. Kinalangan na yun pero nawala tuloy yung orbital strike. Defy with a double. Pagkatapos si Shin. At naging 2v2 pa nga. Something. Wala siya masyadong dala. Nagamit naman yung Reckoning pero naka-Spectre lang siya at low HP pa.
It's an off setup. They know this. So, kahit pa paano, iwasan mong mag-dry or mag-swing dito ng dry peak. Defy. Nakita na rin siya. Something, gaya na sabi mo kanina, Spectre lang to. And that's the swing, and that's the wall bang. 8-4.
Wala pa naman silang flash loan, kaya yun nga, ang hirap din ni Peak. Kailangan talagang madry, tapos Spectre pa dito si Something. So, di rin siya nakahuli sa pag-lurk niya doon sa market, sa A-short kanina. As we said, Karmine Corp, they get those 4 rounds sa kailangan nila para lang hindi masyadong malaki yung lamang dito. Now this makes this a much more winnable game. Kayang-kaya pa. If they win this pistol round, edi magiging posibleng 6-8. At doon na natin makikita ang baka bumawi pa.
Napaka-intimate naman ang handshake nila.
Oo, ibang klaseng fist bump yun. Nakakakiliti.
Meron ding sariling fist bump si Something tsaka si Forsaken Mamaya, baka makita natin. May ano rin sila, may special fist bump din sila.
May kiliti din ba?
Oh, ibang kiliti. Ang posible mong makita dito. But, slowly but surely, nakapag-adjust naman yung KC doon sa naging sitwasyon. But anyway, itong mapa na to, Bind, I would rather get a lot of points sa attacking side ko kesa doon sa defending ko. And alam naman natin gano'ng kahirap pumasok or entry, lalo na kung maganda yung defense. And we all know that they have a harbor here. They also have a brimstone. So that double smoke can be a problem as well.
Bibigyan kita ng statistic na at least nakakatulong sa Paper Rex kahit paano. Bind isa sa pinaka-worst map nila. At yung attacking win percentage na dito sa Bind mismo is only 29% in the past few months. Paper Rex, oo, sa attack. Kumpara sa 50% nila sa defense. Oo. So, ibig sabihin, may plano talaga silang ibahin to. May balak sila na sigurong makaka-advantage sa kanila, at least kalaban itong Karmine Corp. So, the fact na nakuha nila ang 8 rounds sa attacking side means a lot considering this is one of the best maps ng KC. Pinagplanuhan talaga.
Oh, syempre naman, elimination match pa rin to para sa kanila diba? So, it's very important for them. Sabi nga nung panel, kailan ba ang Paper Rex makakakuha ng trophy? Kasi ang dami nang pumasok na halos parang mga bagong teams itong nakikita natin ngayon for Masters Madrid. I mean, Casey is a very, has a lot of very young players here on the team as well. Meron kang Magnum na may experience, for example. But aside from that, you have the rate from NA region pa. And then the rest is very much young bloods.
Yeah, sabi nga ng panel, when will be PRX's time? Sila ang isa sa mga veteranong team na titira dito at nakapasok dito sa tournament. The only other one, in reality, siguro EDG. Yun lang din, wala din masyadong iba. Pero PRX, nagsugod dito sa defensive side. Shutdown ni Forsaken. Magandang shutdown yun.
Cove, kahit pa paano hinaharangan sila. They let them plant. And PRX, hinahanap na agad ang mga kalaban nila. Napakadaming smoke, napakadaming ecoms. Wala na silang makita. Paper Rex for another pistol. Ang laking adjustment ng ginawa ng Paper Rex dito. Alam natin kung gaano ka-importante yung mga pistol rounds na yan.
Grabe, para silang bubuyog. Pag nakakita yung isa, yung buong nest na susunod, they absolutely swarm yung KC dito sa pag-retake sa site mismo. So PRX, nagpatuloy nila ang kalakasan nilang pistol round naman dito sa tournament na to, which is, we have seen in the past na natatalo sila minsan talaga pag pistol, pero so far, at least in this one, maganda ang pistol round percentage nila. Paper Rex continuing yung momentum nila na mukhang medyo nawawalan nung first half, at least na ibawi sa pistol.
Tsaka yung pagpasok pa lang nila dito, good vibes na. Speaking of good vibes, na-rate na lang na mabibigla sa nangyari doon. Shotgun sa mukha, makikita nila. Martin already on side. A quick trade and a quick overheal. Isa pa daw, pero hindi na sapat.
Overheal ba o overheat? Ang nakikita natin. Medyo A bit ambitious. Si Monyet though, nanggaling dito sa may flank. Baka hindi nila ma-expect na wala yung smoke timing pa.
Force buy pa to?
Alam. Oo. Si Magnum pa nasa likod niya dito. Free kill para sa kanya. Sayang ayun na dapat para kay Monyet. And 1v3 pa para kay Mind Freak. Nakakita naman tayo ng madaming impactong clutch dati. Pero ito ba na naman yun? Hindi. And the shutdown dito galing kay KC. Force buy nga pa ang gumana.
Actually, wala nga siyang idea na ubus na yung utility play ng KC doon eh. And the fact na may isa siyang smoke could have been a play mula kay Mind Freak. But again, it's all about the reads. And this time, hindi niya nabasa, hindi niya na-psycho ang KC dito. A good force buy round mula sa side ng KC. At makakasurvive ba ang lamesa ni Alex today?
Hindi pa naman nagdadabog.
Hindi pa, no? Wala pa.
Konting debate pa lang.
100 HP pa.
100 HP pa. Pero wala nang shields. Kaya ingat na sila. Ayun, blinded, peek. May makukuha ba? Si Something nakapag-dismiss pa.
Hit and run. Wala kang bawi doon. Wala ka talagang trade doon. Makakapag-heal pa. Walang heal. Okay. Ito na yon. Yun na yon.
Walang heal tong si Devay. Sayang. Pinasa na yun. Pero at least may nakuha silang isa. Konting saw-saw pa. Malay natin. Makakuha pa ng isa pang frag dito ang Paper X. May isang leer na lang si Something pero wala na siyang orb or dismiss or heal or so medyo alanganin.
Pogi muna. So relax na lang muna sila mag-aantay dahil as we can see, Forsaken has a shorty, si Monyet nakabaki lang din. So really on a close angle fights ang hinahanap nila dito, while the rest is more of that support on the back ends as well, lalo na kay Something na wala ng HP. Unti-unting ginagapang na nga ng KC ang B as well. So, i-expect ba nila to? Mind Freak might actually see someone here. Whoop!
Okay, nakita ni Mind Freak. Kapit naman nilang hookah at walang nagpa-flank galing doon. Makakatakas din naman dito si Mind Freak. Si Monyet, hahawakan lang itong angle na to. Gamit yung shotgun, may paint shells siyang nakaabang para i-force out yung plant. Pero mabibigay impormasyon na nandyan siya pag bato niya yan. Kaso lumagpas nga, pumasok masyado. Kaya wala siyang matatamaan doon.
Ito na, the power of shotguns. Tignan natin, may mararating ba?
Boom!
Wow! What a shot mula kay Something! And Monyet actually secures a kill on the Bucky. Iisa pa ba? Naghahanap siya ng posisyon. He still has the boom bot.
Sayang.
Last player remaining. Nilalaban niya ang buhay niya, but that's gonna be it. 6-9, nice. Pero at least damage has been done.
Kung naunahan lang niyang ma-peak doon si Magnum nung nakatalikod, di baka nakuha pa niya. Tapos, syempre, si Shin low HP na lang, isang hatching na lang. Ubos sana siya sa shotgun. Muntikan pa nga. Good eco dito para sa PRX. Something nakaisa pa nga kahit low HP galing doon sa Gardens. Pero Magnum talagang siya ang nakapag-secure ng round dito sa KC. Paper X, hindi pa rin nawawalan ng momentum dito kahit natalo.
Tsaka, nung nalaman nila na Bucky na nga yun, mas lumayo na rin sila eh. So, inantay na lang din nila. They know he has to play much more aggressive and try to find the positioning na malapit. So, hindi magpapalian lang ang KC for the meantime. Si Magnum, available na ang kanyang Seekers para dito sa round na to. So, this might be big, can give them a lot of info as well. Kaso wala na siya.
Oo. Grabe naman yun. Aggressive play dito sa PRX at lahat na lang nahanap nila. Nakatakas pa nga dito. Kala ko isa pa eh. Sabi ni Tomasi, teka muna, chill lang tayo. Laro-laro lang muna. Nakuha naman yung B site. Dahil dyan sa orb na yan, medyo mas mapapaabang ang PRX. Ayan na nga, nakita mo, pining nila yung peak bago mangyari. Talaga. PRX 6-10.
Grabe ka na, sir. Mainit ang laban talaga pag PRX ang naglalaro. Kumbaga, ito ang tunay na absolute cinema. Pagdating sa mga play na nakikita natin, huling-huli sa akto, yung nagpupush sana ng hookah doon, yung tumatalon-talon lang, biglang tumatalong-talong.
Si Alex, hindi niya alam kung masaya pa siya. Hindi. Panalo pero galit pa din. PRX. Kaya nga sila main event, hindi lang dahil syempre pabor tayo sa PRX, pero masaya din talaga silang panoorin maglaro. Bakbakan talaga.
Barilan, 'di ba? Parang Valorant.
Parang
Tunay
lang
na
naman.
barilan. Oo. Umpisa pa lang, round 1 pa lang, barilan na! Forsaken, hindi siya magpapaloko. Alam niya na yan. But Narrate was actually able to pick up a kill here. At least na-trade-off na yun kahit papano. 4v4 pa rin.
Hindi na-clear.
Open. Ang Seekers, hindi na-clear. Hindi nila na-check. May susunod ba? Biktima number 2.
Tumasio dito pa rin sa kanto. Oo, may snake bite pa rin siya at hindi tuloy makapush dito ang PRX. Alam nila masyado marami nakaabang, masyado
Okay
marami
lang.
nakabantay. Okay lang, si Monyet. Sige, may angulo dito gamit yung Guardian. Pangalawa, Monyet! Grabe ka naman! Pinaglaruan at PRX lamang na naman.
Dahil lang sa ganun kasimpleng play, sa pagpupush, naku, mamamatay pa tong nagpa-plant ng spike. Pero anyway, dahil lang sa ganun kasimple, na-force nila yung dalawang snake bite, na-force nila yung Viper Orb as well. Ang daming utilities na nasasayang dahil lang sa pag-push. Pero what a double kill mula kay Narrate. Possibility pa na makuha nila tong round na to, but it's all up to the Vi to make something happen here. And he gets the kill.
Muntikan pa. Muntikan pa doon ang PaperX. Pero nagawa naman ng paraan at si Devi napaka-cold-blooded sa mga clutch na ganoon. KC, valiant effort sa dulo doon, mas lalo na't galing kay Narrate. Pero grabe, PRX pa rin, meron pa rin clutch factor.
I mean, hindi lang clutch factor eh. X factor, it factor, lahat na ng pwede mong sabihin eh, nandito sa side ng PaperX ngayon. Especially kapag online si Monyet dito sa team na to. Today, he looks like he fits in PaperX.
PaperX talaga. May ibang factor na hindi mo masasabing nasa ibang team. May iba silang style na hindi magagaya ng kung sino-sino man lang. And KC nahirapan din dito sa aggressiveness ng PRX na ipinapakita. May reckoning sila, pero showstopper available naman para sa KC. Kaso Iko. Oh, Monyet.
OMG. Mind
Si Mind
freak. Ano na nangyayari? May sarili siyang mga problema doon. But Magnum actually secures one towards Monyet. But ang sakit nung damage na to kasi yung spike na iwan pa, BNB.
Ayun lang, nakaisa pa nga dito. Narrate, can he find another? Muntikan pa doon si Forsaken. Low HP lang. Magnum, at nakuha pa niya yung spike dito. Vandal retrieved. May clutch potential na naman.
Takbo habang may lupa. Out na lang tayo dyan, sir. Bye-bye.
Okay. Takbo na lang sa kabila. At least may oras pa siya para mag-plant dito. And syempre, ina-expect ng PaperX. Baka umikot pa to ng elbow eh. So, yan alam na nila. Plant sa may A. At nako, naghiwalay pa ang PRX dito. Kayang-kaya pa tumaklatch ni Magnum.
Naka-knife out yung isa mula sa likod. Pero nakaramdam na si Magnum na merong nag-smoke. So, hindi ko sure kung nababasa niya na nagkahiwalay itong dalawa. Inikutan pa ng tubig.
That wall actually, medyo nakakatulong yan kay Magnum. Kasi yung city niya, hindi ma-expect. Ayun, alam na niya, nandito manggagaling si something. Naka-atras pa, narinig ata niya yung tubig.
Narinig niya. Nag-aabang sila.
Alam tuloy nila dito, nandito sa may lamps. Pipik siya, pero sakto din yung swing ni Forsaken para protektahan dito si something. Medyo risky play, pero in the end, gumana pa din. At match point para sa PRX.
I mean, the R in PRX is risky, right? No risk, no fun para sa side ng PRX dito. But it all worked out in their favor in the end. Nakakuha pa dahil dun sa smoke ng pwesto si Forsaken at that finale. And yung pagkakaplante ng spike ang lalim sa side ng city. So, hindi mo rin masasabi na kaya niyang iswing ng kahit maliit na swing lang na maliit na angle. Kailangan niya talagang mag-hop out of it. And now we are on to a match point, by the way.
Sana lang kung tumuloy siya doon sa city, baka napatay niya pa niya si something. Pero kailangan nila mag-focus ngayon dito sa rounds na to. Medyo mahirap ang angat nila para lang mag-overtime. Pero pwede pa. One round at a time para umabante dito. At medyo i-close yung gap kung gaano kalaki man ang lamang ng PRX. Siyempre round per round kailangan lang i-focus. B-site mukhang gusto nilang subukan to. Si Devi, medyo alanganin din yung pick. That's an opener para sa KC na kinailangan nila.
Wala siyang takas doon aside from the TP, I would say. Ginamitan ng Cove. Kahit paano tong bilong. Pero play for picks. Onting katahimikan sa mundo ng kaguluhan para sa game number 1 natin. And ito ang, kumbaga, wala kang nakikita, wala kang narinig eh. Sino ba ang unang makakahanap? Tagu-taguan to. One down.
Nako, Paper X nag-push out pa naman dito. Nakadalo si Mind Freak. Good push out para sa kanila yun. Unang-unang informasyon, oo. Pero knowing na lamang sa player ang KC, you have to take that risk para lang makahanap ng picks. They're able to find something going on here. Yan si Something. Siya ang nag-iisang may barrel. Gets the one. Meron pa siyang dismiss. Hindi siya nakapag-dismiss. Shutdown galing kay Shin. Naka-vandal na rin si Monyet. Napulot niya. Pwede ba niyang mahanap to? He gets it! Shin! And Monyet! Pero hindi alam ni Monyet. Katabi lang pala niya. Akala niya nasa kabila. And Tomasi keeps KC alive.
Oh my goodness, but too close for comfort para sa side ng KC. Dahil doon sa lahat ng fights na nangyari, though kumpleto yung ultimates nila dito, half pa rin yung kanilang magiging armor for the next round. But what a kill and swing coming in from respective members mula sa PRX hanggang sa side ng KC. Okay, minus 10 damage na. Pati si Davay nagulat na lang din. But honestly, not too bad of a round for Paper Rex here. KC barely survives that.
Medyo risky play nga doon. Umangat. Na-shutdown tuloy si Monyet. A good effort pa din. Paper Rex, eco para sa kanila. Hero Vandal para kay Something. Siya din naman ay Reyna. So, kaya ito na mangyari. Basta may half armor at pambili sa next round, okay lang. But KC, slowly but surely at least, nakakuha na rin ang round dito na kailangan talaga nila. Parang may insistence sila dito para talagang paglabanan tong bilong paulit-ulit.
Gusto nila i-take over and over yung fight kasi over and over again, nagsiswing din yung Paper Rex pagdating sa bilong. Pero ito, smoke off. Ito na naman yung aggression mula sa PRX. Nagpaparamdam lang sila. And KC, they know better. They have bigger guns here pagdating sa round na to. But at the same time, they wanna wait for that certain aggression. Medyo naiinip na rin ng PRX. Tatlong nakaabang pagdating sa bilong.
Medyo maaga pero tingnan natin dito. Magnum, nahuli pa niya dito si Monyet na nasa may kanto. Forsaken, nasa close corner. Nakaisa pa nga gamit yung Frenzy dito. May dalawa pa naman sa site pero may magagawa pa talaga sila ng divide dito. Rotate agad galing sa showers at Paper Rex. May trap play sila sana doon sa may bilong pero masyadong napaaga. Kaya walang nahuli.
Setups mula sa side ng KC. It's still a 3v4. With how chaotic it seems, baka kakayanin pa ng Paper Rex pero magandang setup ang kailangan nila. And that is gonna be the showstopper connecting. But Mind Freak and Something, nakahanap sila ng pick-off. Nandito pa rin yung Hero Vandal, BNB.
Not bad na rin dito para sa kanila pero hindi alam ni Mind Freak. Nakaabang din si Martin. Comes down to Something. Magagawa ba niya to? May oras pa naman. Meron siyang isang dismiss din dito na pwedeng gamitin. Flash on out. Bulag na balag. Alam ni Martin na natamaan niya yun. Can he get the isolation? Hindi pa rin mangyayari. At kumakapit pa din ang KC.
KC knows better. Kailangan nilang i-double swing yon. And that's exactly what happened as well. Dito na mas nakakatakot kasi kahit match point na ang Paper Rex, nawawala yung momentum dahil papalit-palit na lang din yung eco round, pati yung magiging buy rounds nila rito. At yun na nga, isang ballpen na naman ang mawawala para sa araw na to. They just need to close this off into one more round. They just couldn't find it. And para dito sa susunod pa, BNB, available yung Dimensional Drift, available din yung Viper Spit. There's so many utilities you can play around here.
Kaya okay lang sa kanilang gamitin yung showstopper kanina kasi alam nilang madami pa silang pwedeng gamitin dito sa pag-attack nila. Nahanap na nga kung nasan si Something gamit ang kanyang judge. So booking na tuloy. Ito may angulo dito ni Narrate. Good for the one. Makakapangalawa pa nga. At KC, patuloy-tuloy pa rin ang momentum dito. Mind Freak gets the one, but they need something more. May showstopper din si Monyet. Boom! Dinabas na nga ang Viper Spit.
Oof! Merong nahanap yung dog, pero hindi pa rin talaga nila mapunish. Tatlo na mapatay ni Narrate dito. Again, all or nothing para sa side ng KC. Kaya lahat ininvest na talaga nila. Now, Paper Rex, they're gonna save this round and I think that's the better option for now.
Sana kung alam lang niya, hindi na showstopper sana doon sa Lambs. Baka nakadalawa pa nga. But for now, KC, continuing yung momentum nila. PRX, hindi nakapag-adjust dito on their defensive side. At KC, nakita mo na talagang komportable sila sa mapa na to. Once more, yung struggles ng Paper Rex mag-close out sa mapa na to. Yung lumalabas na naman, natalo sila dito sa EDG, sa Genji, at saka sa EG. It's been months since nanalo sila. Nung huling beses nanalo sila dito sa mapa na to, sa Bind, was August pa nung huling taon.
Tagal-tagal na rin. I mean, it's a call for timeout for now. Probably. Para sa side dito ng PRX, I guess. Naghahanap na lang sila ng isang puntos eh. And again, they've been doing great doon sa kanilang attacking kanina. Here on the defense, it seems to be na yung KC nakapag-adjust na rin sila para sa sarili nila. At again, ang dami nilang in-invest doon sa round na yon eh. So understood natin na kahit papano, malaki advantage nila. Dimensional Drift gives you every info you need to take on lamps or whatever control you want to get. Then you have a Viper Spit as well, which is also a very big ult to use. Itong susunod nilang round, kailangan din nilang pagpalanuhan maigi para sa KC actually, hindi lang para sa Paper Rex.
Yung Dimensional Drift din kasi, nahuli din tuloy dito ang Paper Rex. And naka-judge pa naman doon si Something, so alam tuloy nilang ipitin. Si Narrate, kinuha niya yung top angle doon. Walang nakaabang para ma-shutdown yung angulo pa naman na yun. Paper Rex, kanina pa nila hawak tong showstopper. I'm not sure kung ito yung tamang round para gamitin, pero kung makahanap sila ng pick, pwede lang ma-justify.
Well, let's see. Kala-half buy. Meron sila. I mean, may showstopper naman si Monyet, so everything goes crazy, right? Di ko ma-assume kasi kung anong pwedeng mangyari. Ang daming possibilities pag Paper Rex kalaban mo.
Daming pwedeng iba to. Daming pwedeng mangyari. KC, yung subukan sana may hatak dito ang depensa. Tignan kung anong ginagawa ng Paper Rex. Nakita mo naman ng wall doon. Yung si Paper Rex may trap setup sa may showers kung masyado mabigat ang push doon. Pagtitipi sila. But seeing as how medyo tumahimik na rin sa showers, bumak na ang Paper Rex. Parang dahil sa ingay dito sa B-site, baka dito pa mapunta ang depensa, pero yung spike na sa A.
Boombot, para lang makapag-clear kahit paano ng hookah, magparamdam, but then still the rotation towards A. Dalawang nagabang pagdating sa lamps. Walang makikita si Monyet dito. Malalim-lalim ang kailangan niyang hanapin at sisirin. Narrate on the other hand, kasabay na rin syempre si Martin to clear out lamps, and they do exactly that. Mind-free control pa rin naman towards site, lalo na sa pagkakahati ng wall na to. Feeling ko maraming sabay-sabay magsiswing, pero ito na nga! Tatlong nakaabang para kay Mindfreak doon. 5v3.
Nako, hindi pa tama yung mga reads dito ng PRX. Si Monyet nakalapit. Nakita pa naman siya. Nakita pa naman siya. Sayang, yun na sana yun. Hindi lang niya alam kung tinuloy na lang niya sana. Eh, may tao din doon. Triple pick nakaabang pa sa kanya. And PRX crumbling down dito. Walang napapala. Walang nagagawa. Hindi pa tama yung pagbasa nila ng sitwasyon. And KC, ang ganda ng pagka-default game nila. Naloloko tuloy ang PRX kung anong balak talaga.
Oh my God. Lumalapit na ang scoreline at unti-unting kumakambak na ang KC para sa larong to. Naintindihan na rin nila yung assignment na hindi pwedeng solo-solo pick lang ang gawin natin. Lalo na laging may trade-offs na kasama itong Paper Rex. And slowly but surely, they get the reads right. And then on the side of Paper Rex, sila naman ngayon ang nagkakaroon ng mga bad reads pagdating sa mga ganitong scenario. I mean, you had the showstopper pero wala tong nakita at all.
Oh? Yan nga eh. Kailangan makahanap ng isang pick doon para ma-justify. Gamitin yung ulti on an eco round. Pero look at this. Paper Rex, walang katakot-takot, walang kahiya-hiya. Nakapasok din agad. Pero, Shin, pumunta sa may side, kailangan nila mag-ingat. May magandang angle siya dito. Naiwasan pa kayong guiding light, mga kaisa. Hindi Monyet! Handa pa rin siya! And Paper Rex, 5v2 agad. Tapos na ba to?
Parang sila yung nasa attacking. Naiwan nila yung spike, guys. But something waiting patiently sa magiging rotation ng last two remaining members. Nakakatakot para sa side ng KC. Kaya pa ba? Yun yung tanong. I know, for Paper Rex, wala silang pake kung mapupulot tong spike na to. Then okay, I'll be willing to give the space. Lalo na 5v2 to.
Sabi kasi ng Paper Rex, sige, medyo niloloko tayo sa default gaming. Hindi natin alam saan napunta minsan. E de, labanan na natin agad. Simula pa lang. Para tapos ang usapan, manalo-matalo. Paper Rex in that case, nanalo nga sila Hindi in-expect ng KC na maging ganong ka-aggressive sa defensive side ang Paper X na 4 man silang sumugod doon. It comes down to KC. Nasa napakahirap ng sitwasyon. Forsaken takes him down. Nag-iisa lang dito si Narrate. Yung pinaghirapan pa nilang comebackan, mukhang mabubura. And Paper X makakuha ang bind. Unang panalo na sa bind since August ng 2023.
You have to give it to them. Pag sila yung nag-set ng pacing sa isang laro, patuloy at completely ka mabubuli out talaga. They've decided na enough is enough dito sa mga default play ng KC. Instead, kami na lang yung magpupush. And if you have that manpower advantage laban sa dalawang players na papuntang hookah pa lang, na walang ka-idea, mahuhuli ka talaga. And they had the comfortability dun sa finale round na nakita natin na we don't mind kung mag-rotate yung ibang members natin dito. Walang pwedeng umalis dahil 5 naman tayo laban sa 2. Time to close off the round. Paper X 1-0 sa best of 3 na to.
Ginamit nila yung natitirang brain cell nila sa bagay na alam nilang malakas sila. Sabi nila, sige, medyo hindi kami magaling magbasa ngayon, kaya barilan na lang. At doon nila idinala. Isinugod nga sa may bilong and nakita naman natin ano nangyari, 5v2 agad. Pagdating sa punto na yon, ayun nga, yung pinaghirapan pa dito ng KC para kambakan. Bilangan na bura. PRX, maganda na yung mga adjustment nila nung first half. Nung second half, medyo nagbimintis lang talaga. Siyempre kasi KC, maganda yung default game nila. Nahatak na yung depensa sa kabilang side at naloloko din nila paulit-ulit ng Paper X. Hindi maganda yung reads. Pero finally came down to it at Paper X at least na-close out pa rin.
Hindi pa tapos ang laban though. Ito pa lang yung unang map na makikita natin sa dalawang teams na to. Meron pa tayong mga susunod pa as well. And I'm excited to see what else can KC bring to the table here. Nadikit nila yung bind to say the least sa lahat ng nangyari doon sa mapa na yon. But in the end, this next game is very important for everyone.
Super pa naman, especially yung map na yon, map pick ng Paper X. Pero syempre nakakabigay ng confidence pa din yon, the fact na nanalo kayo sa mapa na ang tagal-tagal na nilang hindi na nanalo, ang tagal-tagal na nilang nahihirapan sa bind, and they finally secured. So pagpunta natin sa map number 2, mala natin dun din naman babawi ang KC. We saw naman na parang nung bandang second half nakaka-build na sila ng momentum. So para sa Karmine Corp, para sa kanila at least sana umabot yon at ipagpatuloy nila sa map number 2, which we will come back to pagbalik natin dito sa break. Babalik ang VCT.
Muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo y quiero más y más. Y poder soñarte y verte al despertar y volar. Porque solo tú me llevas a otro lugar. Quiero más. Solo dime, baby, que no va a pasar. Quiero más de ti. mueres por mí. Somos de otro planeta. Somos de otro planeta.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. Now that map was quite close. It's interesting because PRX has been described as like having 5 IGLs. So how do you as a coach manage to wrangle all that?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with the way we practice. I think the most important thing is trust. Like, we trust each other a lot, and anyone can take over anytime they want. And we also do a lot of work trying to align, you know. That's pretty much it.
All right, well, so far so good on this strategy. So let's see if PRX can close out this one.
It definitely does come through with this team. We've always talked about it with PaperX. They're a squad that always just kind of like rise of momentum. They communicate with one another. Their comms oftentimes don't even lean on just one individual. For me, it kind of sounds like a Halo match sometimes, where they're all just yapping at the same time. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it is wild. The first half of this game to me was quintessential PaperX. They were out there PaperXing all over them, dragging KC down into the chaos. And that's what I was worried about for such a young team. Playing a squad like this for the first time, them dragging you into that chaos, your comms getting muddled, you experiencing something you haven't really played against before, and PaperX thriving in that. And that was the case for quite a while. But I think we really saw a step up from both these teams to be forced to play a lot more strategically, and actually to Karmine Corp managing to gain some control in the second half.
And loving those small micro plays that we love PaperX for. We're talking about the Reina denying those trade-ins is something that she can do so easily, and it fits so well to PaperX, and especially to something. Some of these rounds literally made no sense, maybe.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos, but I think you're absolutely right that that's kind of what's defined PaperX for so long, but it's also true of what Karmine Corp was doing. I think a lot of the good in this map was when they were showing us these Yoru ult combos. They were setting themselves up after that. They definitely learned more how to play against PaperX. It's just that this squad built themselves such a huge buffer on that attacking side, and they're always gonna steal at least 1 or 2 rounds and a half. It's really hard to come back from a deficit against this squad.
And not only that, we saw Casey actually getting lost in the sauce. We were seeing a lot of ultimates invested in just one route to make it through, as you're mentioning. The Yoru, even the Showstopper, everything being used at wrong timings. We see also Magnum struggling a little bit with his own ultimate on how and when to use it, just because of how overwhelming PaperX is.
And that's exactly that. They're the team who's gonna rip any hole you have in your communication, any hole you have in your practice. They're gonna rip that apart because of how chaotic they are. The question now, going into the rest of the series for me, is whether this team for Karmine Corp can wrangle control of this one, because Lotus, our next map, it feels like for them, that is their comfort zone, and I don't feel like these little combos, these ult combos that we talk about for PaperX are as strong on this next map.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I do want to know what the coach of Karmine Corp has to say. We have Eng standing by with Mika.
Hey guys, Mika here, and now I'm with Coach Eng of KC. Now, Eng, Magna mentioned earlier that PRX can be a team that is pretty annoying to deal with. So I want to know what they were doing exactly that was so difficult to deal with, and how you guys were able to mitigate that as the side switched.
First of all, they're an amazing team, really, with amazing playstyle, a very unique playstyle. So I don't know what to say, to be honest, because of to be honest, it's a pleasure to play against them. Really, we're learning a lot from this game. So yeah, I don't know, like, but what can I say? It's hard to read them because of this like unique style. Yeah, and I don't know what to say, to be honest. But we will try our best on the second map. So yeah.
That was such a wholesome answer. So let's get to it. Second map.
It almost felt like Coach Eng Kakuka was a little speechless there as well, because I mean, he has expressed praise for a lot of the players that they've met on that stage. But there is something unique and special about this PaperX team.
Yeah, exactly. Eng can be as wholesome as he wants, but he's going to need much more if he wants to face off PaperX now in Lotus. This is the map chosen by KC, and maybe one of the reasons is what happened yesterday when PaperX lost this map. But again, I think it's going to be a lot of what happened on on that bind just replicated, and a lot of what happened against Heretics happening again on this Lotus. A Mind Freak that doesn't respect any timings, any position, that's just going to push through, and a lot of crazy and set plays again.
Yeah, it is absolutely a map where Paper Rex does that same style. But for Karmine Corp, we have to talk about the history of them on this map. They've been playing the Fnatic comp. They beat Fnatic on this map. They have beat pretty much every top team they've gone up against on Lotus. Here, this is where Magnum tends to put on a masterclass. Their attack side, decision-making, the way that they call is always near perfect, quite honestly. And I actually think their style, if Paper Rex is going for these forward plays, they don't have the Reyna to combo. They don't have the same kind of util setups. It's crazy that I'm talking about Reyna as like the big util agent, but they don't have those same tools to set up these combos like they do on some of these other maps. So I think this will be a bit of an easier time for KC to punish when they're playing their attack.
So you mentioned the Lotus situation and them being so good at this map, but I also have to say in the back of my mind that if Paper Rex comes out just like they did on Bind with a big lead, and then you're like, oh my god, we were supposed to be good here. I get a little worried about the young team on that stage in that situation.
And not only that, we were talking about how Monier is doing great in this tournament, how today specifically he's performing super well. And he's going to be leading that race onto Forsaken.
I mean, we saw Forsaken's debut on Race last night.
Loved it. I mean, well, debut, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And this is a crazy switch to make, but it's Paper Rex. Rules don't matter. Agents aren't real.
I was gonna say
it's Paper Rex. This is it for Karmine Corp. This is a team who went on a run in EMEA. From Melons to Madrid, they have done something no one could have ever expected of them. And now they're here in an elimination match, a game away from going home empty-handed. These are all young players. For all of them, this is the biggest match, maybe, except Magnum Bay back when, but it's a very different time. It's now him as a leader, and they need to come back here.
And for Paper Rex, it's quite the opposite. They need to close this in a very good fashion if they want to be contenders for those playoffs. Genji's already waiting on the other side. It could be a great year for Pacific, especially if EMEA goes home this early.
Well, it's now time to see what this Karmine Corp team is truly made of against the game and ready Paper Rex. To send it back over.
No risk, no fun, yan ang gusto ipakita ng Paper Rex para sa araw na to. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Game number 2, Taylor at Black and Blue pa rin. Tingnan natin kung tuloy-tuloy ang swerte, BNB. Speedrun.
Napaka-interesting talaga ng ginawa ng Paper Rex dito. Unang-una, usually nilalaro nila Cypher, but now they have Monyet back on the Astra na nakita natin dati ng global siya. Pero him here with Forsaken on the raise. Kahapon nung kalaban na Heretics, hindi naman siya nag-raise sa Lotus. Nung sa split, first time niya. But now, with a double controller, tas hindi pa Viper yung isa, very interesting comp ang nilabas ng Paper Rex. Nagbabago na naman ang meta dahil sa kanila.
Never let them know your next move. Ika nga, mapapatras si Forsaken. Grabe yung drawing nila, no? Ang ganda ng mata. Pero Monyet secures one actually. The stun connects perfectly as well para bigay yung kill kay Forsaken. At isa-isang nauubos ang KC. Mukhang makakapistol na naman ang Paper Rex.
Ayan na nga, Paper Rex 3-0 sa pistol sa series na to.
Grabe.
At grabe, nabuhay pa si Forsaken doon. Nakita mo, ipit siya, di ba? May dalawang circle, nakadrawing sa tabi niya. Tapos sa gitna pa binato yung pinches. Pero buhay pa rin siya.
I mean,
si Monyet pa rin naka first blood.
Walang rules pagdating dito. Mag-set ka ng orb, papasukin pa din nila. Mag-set ka ng smoke, ng blind, papasukin pa din nila. So what else can you do?
Itong kagandahan din, dahil double controller, hindi kailangan ni Monyet bumili ng puro star. Pwede siyang bumili ng ghost pa din and still have yung 3 stars niya. And allows them so much more flexibility dito dahil nga may omen pa din ng kay Mind Freak.
Changing the meta here. Makakita na naman tayo ng mga Astra sa ranked games natin ito, BNB. Sa setup na naman sila. Dumami na nga yung mga controller dahil kay Tense. Mga instalock na ng omen
Pinapakita nila na pwede maging aggressive omen naman talaga dito. Alanganin yung pwesto ni Forsaken. Huling-huli ng right click ni Narrate. At least dito para sa Karmine Corp nakakuha ng isa. Nilabas yung barrel para hindi madampot ng basta-basta. Si Something, sabi niya, ako naman.
Next
Sunod
na
audition.
biktima. Dumaan na kayo at mag-audition at rumampa sa harapan ni Something. Masakit yan kung sakasakali man. Plus may dash pa siya. Pwede pa siya makatakas dito. That's gonna be the Prowler not connecting. Nabasag niya kahit papano. Alam na nila though, that's gonna be a shotgun. Pero nilabanan pa rin. On to the other corner, is gonna be a lot of players coming in from stairs. Inaantay lang nila mawala tong smoke na to. Pero medyo low na yung iba.
Ito ang ginagawa ng Karmine na team, no? Dalawang ghosts dito. Magnum, na-shutdown niya si Something. Pero halos wala na rin oras, So, kahit ano mangyari, this round will go to Paper Rex. Baka maubos sila sa ekonomiya. Monyet nakaisa pa gamit yung judge dun. Sana they all go down ng Paper Rex. Dahil nga, hindi sila lahat bumili. Madami pa silang economy para sa bonus.
You could see the importance nung lahat ng pistols na napapanalo nila dito. Especially dun sa map number 1 natin. It was a 13-10. And imagine if those pistol rounds actually was in the hands of Casey and yung momentum mag-iiba, diba? It sets the pacing, it sets the tone for the game itself. And game or round number 3, operator agad. Attacking na naman.
Oo nga. Ang hilig gawin to ng Paper Rex yung round 3 tapos mag-o-op agad, pipilitin kahit bonus man lang. Pero tingnan natin, kay Something naman yan. Alam naman natin kung gaano kalakas siya sa jet dito.
Wala na yung dash.
In fairness, nung simula nung Lotus meta naman si Astra. So, hindi naman out of the question to.
Yeah, you got the pull. Gravity well, andyan kung sakaling gusto mo i-cancel yung defuse or set upan yung iba mong teammates as well. Lalo na yung mga fake smokes na kaya mong i-pick up. May mind freak ka naman din na kayang tumulong pagdating sa mga smokes na yan. But triggered na rin agad yung mga swarms dito at mukhang lilipat na lang sila ng B-site.
Di nila alam, may operator pa din. Mind freak, alanganin yung pwesto. Pwede siyang ma-spam dito. Ayan, nahuli pa nga siya. Trying to get aggressive. Di in-expect na si Narek nandun na pala sa may kanto. Something. Siyempre, ayaw niyang iparinig na may op. Laking advantage yon na hindi pa nila alam. Hindi pa sila aware. Pag bumaril na siya, hindi malalaman nila. At mag-a-adjust yung KC. So, dahil lang gamitin pa rin yung surprise factor dito. Binibigyan ng angulo si Something. Sumusubok pa rin maghanap ng pick pero tamo Casey umaatras.
Nakakaramdam no?
Oo.
Parang may certain feeling sila na iba yung bumabaril pero iba yung nakikita ng mga utilities nila. Magmula pa lang doon sa Prowler pagdating sa Boombot as well. Pero the angle itself, kung may magro-rotate man, open yung B side for them to plant it. And kung may magro-rotate sa kamay ni Something, mahuhuli niya.
Bukas pa yung B-link dito. Si Devay kailangan mga hawak doon. Alam na ata nila At that point, parang nakita nila na kapit nga ni Something tong operator. And sure ball na talaga. Kung hindi man sila sigurado kanina, ngayon alam na nila, hindi pa tumama. They need a pick here. They need a pick very soon. Kasi naiipit na sila sa site.
Space is not there for now. Paranoia perfectly connects. Pero syempre, yung shotgun na yan, ang lalaban pa din. And gaya nga ng sabi mo, unti-unti na silang naiipit sa site na yon. Ping me the spike, yan na lang ang masasabi ni Monyet. Dahil this third round, mawawala yung op na yan.
Ang laking investment. Oo, laking investment pa naman yun. Tapos nabigay pa sa defensive side. Medyo delikado talaga minsan ng mga risk ng Paper Rex. At yun, in this case, hindi naman gumana.
Sometimes it pays off. But this time, hindi yon yung magiging scenario. Lalo na ang laki din ng na-fish nila doon na si Mind Freak yung napili nilang mapitas. It eliminates the paranoia and the other types of smokes that you can also put and help out the team. Mapapailing ka na lang din talaga dahil sa mga nangyari. And good decision from Casey na talagang tiisin yung info na hindi magbigay ng angle para kay Something.
Parang naaamoy nila no? For some reason na, ba't parang jet nakikita natin pero iba yung bumabaril? Diba? Parang Guardian bigla naririnig natin. Kaya tuloy nagtaka ang Casey. So just being disciplined in general, hindi binigyan ng oportunidad yung KC, ay rather yung PRX makahanap ng isa. Paint shells, rather showstopper, hindi naman nag-connect. May baril naman ang PRX. Pero tingnan natin, post-plant hold dito, naka-judge si Something.
Patience is key. Yung rotation ni Monyet dito maganda kung hindi siya mahuhuli. Yung operator ni Shin, naghahanap pa rin ng angle. This might be a paranoia setup actually, pero hindi na nila magagawa as they clear out the angle. Thanks to Monyet's lurk right there. 5v2 na ngayon, BNB at ipit na ang dalawang miyembro dito. But Monyet was shut down. Hinahanap na nila kung nasa kanila ulit ang operator na to. Something moves away. Hinahanap nila isa-isa. Hunting it is.
Tingnan natin, device shutdown kay Tomazi. Narrate na lang natitira. Nilipat na siya dito galing sa duelist kanina. Ngayon siya na ang fade. Something hindi pa rin makatama gamit yung op niya. Sinarate. Save na lang dito. PRX. Buti na lang din. Kahit naka-op sila nung kanina, nadampot na naman. Natakuha ulit.
Ang ganda ng lurk ni Monyet Naipit nila at least yung dalawang players dito. Kahit hindi tumama yung pangalawang shot, ang important si Something ay mag-push forward with that help as well. So, kung makikita mo talaga, no, this W gaming style, it works out greatly, especially kung yung comms mo, pasok na pasok din at mabilis mag-react yung kasama mo sa team.
At saka dahil dun sa second round nila, na hindi lahat bumili, yung dalawang naka-ghost lang, naka-afford pa sila ng full buy dito sa round 4 Kahit medyo magastos yung round 3 nila yung bonus. Kasi naka-isa, sige na-tag siya, pero may heal naman si Divide. Wala lang armor.
Yan yung wala ang KC. Wala silang Sky dito. Kagaya ni Davai na may Seekers din available for now. Again, they're still playing this operator. They try to clear out some of the angles as well. At ang daming naka-stack towards A kung tutuusin, pero naghahanap pa rin sila. Magnum secures the kill on that classic shots.
Parang lahat ba ng miyembro dito ng PaperX may pocket shorty?
Parang
Kahit sino lang kahit hindi lang si Something at si Forsaken, pati yung controller nila may shorting hawak. But at least PaperX dito.
Ay!
They get the early advantage. Lahat na lang nasa scan.
Lahat na lang! Anyway, nangyari na rin sa akin yun. Tagal kasi dumampi nung hunt na yun Ang tagal bago mawala, pero yun nga, si Something muna ang mawawala. Stinger pang naging killer niya doon. And Forsaken with 2 HP, still alive and kicking. Post-plant scenario nila dito, mapapagana pa ba? Davai, is the only remaining player. May angle naman siya.
Meron siyang ulti. Ayaw niyang gamitin. Nading pa nga niya. Narrate na wallbang pa nga. Divide taken down. May konting oras pa para sa defuse dito. At KC nakabawi pa galing sa eco buy.
Sinatsahan niya lang si Davai doon. OMG. Napakanipis talaga ng pader pagdating sa Lotus. You just couldn't be comfortable enough na kahit wala ka na sa angle, tatagos at tatagos pa rin yung bala. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Coach, nagets naman namin. Huwag kang mag-alala. 3v1 yun. At nabitawan pa ng PaperX. Off na naman kay Something. Pero, feeling ko hindi gumagana yung off dito early on. I think if this doesn't work again, bitawan nila yung off sa attacking side. Kailangan nila ng medyo aggro push.
Kagaya nung nakikita natin sa bind kanina kung saan mas, syempre, yung advantage nila is yung firepower, yung push, yung W gaming nga. And naiiwan yung isa dahil sa isang operator setup. Speaking of op, napitas din kahit si Forsaken dun sa angle na hinahawakan niya. It's the one-way smoke. Yung flash hindi pumasok ng sight. It's barely there even.
Walang makasunod, walang maka-breakthrough. Kasama si Forsaken dahil naka-op nga to si Something. Oo, nakaisa siya, pero at this point, low impact frag na yan. Wala din nagagawa masyado. Gets another. Tignan natin. He finds a third kill. Di baka pa yung pang sabihin, sige. Pero, malay natin. May blades pa nga siya.
Naman Nasa kanya naman yung spike. There's still a chance. But, a very, very crucial round para sa side ng PaperX. Napakadelikado ng ginagawa at plano nila dito.
Kailangan din yung kumilos Walang oportunidad binibigay ang KC dito makahanap ng pick si Something. So plant na lang din niya. Try niyang hawakan pero madami pang utility dito ang KC. May paranoia pa nga at saka dalawang smoke.
Feeling ko kaya, BNB. May chance si Something dito. They gave the space. They have no clue kung saan siya manggagaling and they think it's actually a plan for long as well. Dun sila nag-smoke. He has the angle. He smoked off. First pick down! Ito na yung knife!
Sayang! Dun pa nag-double pick pero yun na dapat sana para kay Something. Good effort para sa kanya. Pero syempre, hindi niya makuha yung isa. We've seen incredible clutches galing kay Something mismo pero sa sitwasyon na to, KC pa din. At katulad ng sabi ko kanina, I'll stick by it. Sige, nakapag 1v5 siya doon kay Papano pero kailangan nila maghanap ng bagong paraan makapasok dito. Hindi nilang pwedeng ma-counter up din lagi. At nakukulangan nga din ng entry power dito ang PRX pag si Monyet at si Forsaken lang nasa harap.
Grabe. Yung round na yon, I mean, for something, nawala na yung op, na-invest din yung Blade Storm just to make something happen, literally. Pagdating sa round na yon, and hindi pa rin nila nagawa. Kumbaga, yung reaction ko dito parang kay Coach Alex na rin. Hindi nga lang ako makapagsalita. At mapapa-time out yung PRX because of that. And I think you're right. I totally agree with you. Kanina pa natin sinasabi na nawawala nga yung firing potential nila dito. Yung man advantage sana nila. Especially, Jets is something Andun yung dalawa mong duelist na kayang mag-entry sa site ng explosive pero hindi nila magawa yon nang iisa lang yung gumagawa.
Ang nangyayari pa nga, si Monyet pa nga nagiging nasa harap Which, to be fair, since may Omen nga naman kay Mind Freak, hindi naman ganong kasakit pag nawala siya. Pero iba pa rin yung Jet yung nasa harap kasi pwede siyang mag-disengage, pwede siya mag-dash in or out. And if anything, kung gusto niyo mag-off sa attack, bigay mo kay Monyet kasi siya yung dapat sa medyo sa likod. Siya yung pwede mag-backend o mag-hold ng angle para dun sa dalawang duelist na sumusugod.
Tsaka may pull din naman siya kung sakali setting up the site itself. I think you're completely right on that one. Let's see kung mangyayari ba yung mga changes na yan. For now, the broken buy for Paper Rex, half lang to para sa kanila. Pero aggression towards Heaven here. Upper side ng B, hahanapin nila. Stinger lang ang puhunan, malapitan, up close and personal, but no one to find. Di nila alam yung tatlo nasa may backends lang.
May lockdown pa nga nilagay dito. Medyo alanganin yung oras Makakatakas pa naman si Divide pero paglalaro sila sa labas. Cosmic Divide nila pag dito may showstopper para i-retake yung site. Walang tao silang mahanap. Alam nilang meron dito sa B-main. Dalawa pa nga sa sabog. Triple kill para kay Martin. Naka-operator siya. At ang hirap na tuloy ngayon pigilan ang defuse dito. Masal na't lumalapit pa nga si Martin
Walang
dito.
bala!
Walang bala yung Stinger kahit gusto niya mag-reload. Hindi niya lang alam.
Siya na lang din yung nagulat. Bakit ayaw pumindot? Nung stinger niya.
Made in Divisoria daw kasi yung stinger.
Walang magazine Kahit isa, kahit pisong bullet, wala siyang mahanap doon. Pero they really took advantage of this post-plan scenario. I mean, they had the complete space dahil doon sa lockdown na hindi naman nabasag. Plus, you have a showstopper. Easily, makiklear out talaga yung B-main. Masasama pa kahit dalawa.
No, tsaka medyo napa-invest sila doon ng ulti ni Monyet. Wala din masyado na pala. Aggressive hold dito para sa KC sa may C site. Kailangan nila mag-ingat sa mount kasi dito na naman yung op ni Martin. Tsaka may paranoia pang handa si Shin.
Ang lalim din ni Shin actually. He opens up the door. Akaramdam na rin siya. The flash settling in. Makakatakas kahit papano. Paper Rex actually doesn't have a clue kung saan nga ba nagtipi tong Omen. Towards B ba or towards C? Instead, they wrap around towards A. Nandiyan naman yung mga traps na sinet ng Killjoy nila. But again, rotation-wise, sinisimulan na rin to ng KC.
Still din ng KC. Nandito sa mga choke pero lalampasan din naman ni Forsaken actually. Lumapit na lang siya dito sa may stairs. Naka-judge lang din, Nightfall, nakahanda na. Casey, nag-aabang mag-retake pero walang pupunta sa stairs Alam ng Casey, baka nakalapit yung isa.
Everyone drops down and something binging-bingi na siya. Wala siyang marinig dito. Lahat ng players ng Paper Rex, they have no idea. And with that, the Viper spit, nilapas din nila. Hindi pa napaplant yung spike dito, BNB, but it's actually just to force them out of the position. Pero may space sila.
Pwedeng abangan dito si Mind Freak, hindi pa makakaisa, hindi pa niya makakuha ng mabilisan si Magnum doon. And Martin cleans up the kill. Showstopper nga si Forsaken pero kailangan pa nila ng pitas doon. After the plant, si Divine magkakaroon ng Seekers. They have more than enough time para makuha yung plant na to. Kaya pa to ng Paper Rex kung makahuli ng isa dito si Forsaken.
May showstopper pa siya. But again, a quick trade. Yan ang makikita niya. Seekers, ininvest na rin ni Divine. Alam niya, tatlo manggagaling. Sa city side probably. Ready lahat mag-trade. Kanya-kanya munang trip. Flash para kay Divine. Pero walang follow-up dahil isa na lang naman din siya dito. Kaya niya bang i-isolate yung fights? Nahuli pa siya ng hunt.
Huli pa nga. KC, umangat pa nga ang lamang. And by the way, ito yung unang lamang nila that they've had all game. Galing dun sa all series actually. Galing dun sa huling round na yun ng round 7. So, laki pa nila ang lamang dito. 2 rounds now above Paper Rex on the defensive side. At sayang yung mga oportunidad ng PRX dito. May mga chances sila pero na flash out din ng KC at nakita mo doon, hindi nila pinapayagang ma-isolate sila or mag-peek ng 1-by-1. Talagang sabay-sabay sila at may tumatalo lagi para mahatak yung atensyon ng nag-hold ng angle.
Alam din naman kasi nila nalalaban yung PRX. So, ang ganda ng pagkakaset ng Nightfall doon. They really had no clue, no idea. They happily invest a Viper's Pit just to secure the round. But again, the more rounds you get here on the defense as well, mas maganda parang pangitain para sa inyo. But anyway, itong flash, at least magko-connect. Forsaken! Hindi niya na mapapop yung showstopper na yon.
Si something yan doon pa sa kabilang side kaya wala makakuha ng trade. Hirap na hirap ngayon ang PRX. Masalat na wala si Forsaken. Sayang yung showstopper niya. Baka nakadalawa pa nga sana doon kung medyo mas maaga niyang nilabas. Na PRX 4v5 ngayon. Nagsusubok mag-rotate sa B site sana or at least i-fake yung intention na yon. A site nakabang pa rin dito si Magnum.
Swarms waiting. Alam niya, pasok na. Na-cancel kahit papano yung isa. Wala rin namang tao sa 3. So, they're really to take the space here. Monyet is on that trail as well pagdating sa kanyang lurk potential. 4 or actually 5 sa players dito ng KC all the way from CT side.
Pero dahil sa Trailblazer to, expect na tuloy dito ng KC na may tao dito. Ayun nga, alam nila si Something, medyo lumapit, medyo mabante. May lurk si Monyet, kaso napakalayo. Nakaisa pa nga si Something noon, pero they need more. Si Narrate pa naman, pinatumba si Levi, but Mindfreak holding on! Naging 2v2 pa nga. Meron pa siyang ulti para mag-reposition dito. May pull din si Monyet. And now dito, matetesting ang kanilang post plant.
Low on HP. Monyet, mawawala muna. Pero tama yung swing. Kaso, si Shin pa rin ang mananalo sa duel na yon. 6-3. Abot ba? Umabot perfectly for that defuse.
Okay na sana yung timing. Kung nagano lang siya, nag-delay ng konting oras. Baka mas sure ball pa. Hindi naman sa mali, pero hindi lang din tumama. And PRX, nasasayangan na naman ng oportunidad. Time out na naman para sa PaperX.
Ang bilis mag-trade ng KC dito actually. I think they found a solution to very much a lot of their problems from doon sa game number 1 kung saan makikita talaga natin na isa-isa silang napipitas. Pero ito, at least kahit papano, na-alleviate yung pressure na yon dahil immediately napipin down nila kung sino man yung nakaabang sa posisyon. Kahit gaano pa kanipes yung angle, ang bilis nilang rumusponde as well. So, with KC having a good of a round here coming in sa first half natin, PaperX, they have to map out, plan ahead. Paano nila maiibsan? Paano nila masusolusyonan at least yung ganitong scenario na mabilis silang ma-trade off?
Mag-isa din dun si Forsaken na lumapit siya rather sa may mount, to be honest. Kung siguro may isa pa nga siyang kasama, ang pinakakalakasan ng PaperXW Gaming is pag nagkakasama yung mga duelists nila Pag death ball talaga yung balak nila. And in that case, magkahiwalay yung dalawang duelists. Yung isa mount, yung isa nag-lurk. Sana kung si Monyet na lang nag-lurk doon, baka mas abante pa nga. Pag na-isolate ang PaperX, mahirap talaga mapagana yung mga napaka-aggressive na style nila. Mas madali tuloy nagiging oportunidad mapunish.
Di nila nakukuha yung mga multi-kills na hinahanap nila dito. Bilis pa shutdown. And baka ito na, yung round na sinasabi natin, sinasabi mo, BNB. Sabay-sabay na lang daw sila. Strength in numbers. Yan ang gusto nilang ipakita. Tanggal agad yung
strong.
haunt. Yun na lang. Kumbaga, parang Curry lang.
Ano?
Strength by numbers.
Anong Curry?
Di ba kay Stephen Curry yun? Basketball ko kasi, Curry.
Kala ko, baka
iba
Curry pa.
atang NBA yung napanood ko, man.
PBA yata men. Baka kay. Pero dito, at least PaperX nakuha nila yung plant. Naka-hold na ngayon dito sa may pa-stairs. At least may konting control din sila sa may rubble. Huling-huli ni Something. Kahit na hatak ng Seas, wala siyang katakot-takot. At nakakuha ka pa nga ng isa. Paranoia kumonekta. Pero ayun, di ba? May kasama siya. May tumutulong sa kanya. Nandito dun si Forsaken sa may hell. Devi gets another one. Nagbabalak mag-retake pero hindi pinapayagan ng PRX makalapit dito. Nakadalawa naman din ng KC. Pero naubos din sila. Narrate na lang natitira. 1v3. And this round is done. PaperX pag magkasama, malakas.
Tama ka, coach. Tama ang iyong sinabi, narinig nila. Kung ano ang iniisip ni Alex ay naiisip mo rin. At
PM
mukhang
ko
dito
siya sa
nga
Discord,
mas successful. Nakikinig siya
Grabe
sa
ko.
amin sa Discord,
Boss.
guys. Dito nga mas mukhang successful ang Paper Rex. When they all play together, mas nahahawakan nila yung choke point. Mas madali nilang natitrade off. And makikita mo na mas maraming angles kailangang i-cover yung KC instead of just one angle na tatlo silang sumisilip.
Tsaka may taga-barrel siya ng util. Alam niyang hindi niya kailangan problemahin yung isang angulo kasi may naka-hold at least. Yung simpleng fact na yon na hindi na sa likod ng isip mo na, uy, baka may mag-pick doon sa kaliwa ko, walang naka-hold. Yung simpleng fact na kailangan mo pang isipin yun eh. Nakakatanggal ng tutok yun. Nakakatanggal ng kalma sa magulong sitwasyon. At yun, tuloy, Paper Rex, naintindihan na nila. Pag magkasama, mas malakas. Ayun,
Masakit
patay.
to! Buhay pa!
Buhay pa! Yeah,
Sige,
kala ko
pwede pang
itapos na.
ma-heal. Easy ka lang muna for second. 80 HP pa naman siya. Bumalik na ang kanyang buhay. Pero hindi makakatawid si Monyet. And they go for a skirmish on towards A main. Dalawa, laban sa dalawa. Sige, laban nyo!
Oo, trade lang ng trade dito. Naka-angulo pa nga, 1 HP pa si Shin. Naka-bulldog pa nga siya. So, kaya pa to. Actually, kaya pa rin ng KC itong mabawian sa totoosin eh. Ulti papunta sa may seaside si Mind Freak. Nako, kailangan niya mag-ingat. Naghiwalay pa nga. At nabigyan ng pagkakataong mag-clutch pa dito ang KC. Si Divine na lang natitira.
Yun ang masakit. Ang bilis makapag-react ng KC. Alam nila, nabasa nila na available yung ult ng Omen. They're probably gonna hyper-rotate fast. And that's exactly what they did. Quickly read by KC here. May turret setup pang nakaabang kung sakali man. And hindi na lalabasin to ng KC. They're gonna play for that initial pick mula sa turret nga. Naririnig to ni Davai. Naabangan niya, sinasaiko niya, ika nga. Pero paranoia, naka-ready na rin. Sasakto pa para sa kanya. Dog ang magiging puhunan for the meantime. Pero it's no one. He sees here. Ang hirap.
Magandang hatak dito.
Save na lang.
Para kay Davai, save na lang. Sayang yung round na yon. PRX, nagka-trade-an pa nga. Siguro kung napatay agad nila doon ni Mind Freak o ni Davai si Shin, nung lumaban siya sa 3, baka iba pa yung nangyari. Pero nag-open plant din siya, hindi rin safe plant doon sa C site. Nakabawi pa tuloy ang KC. Pero nakikita mo naman na at the very least, pag magkasama ang PRX doon, kahit magulo, gumagana pa din, naging 2v2 pa rin yun.
Kumbaga, nagkatalo na lang doon sa decision making, which is not entirely wrong to hyper-rotate towards C. It's just read by KC. That's the thing.
Mas maganda lang basa nila.
Mas maganda lang yung basa nila. And ngayon, mapupunta tayo sa 7-4. Posible pa mag 7-5, posible din maging 8-4. And to be fair, that's not too bad for both teams here as well. And kumbaga, sa next round na to, maraming pwedeng ilabas yung KC. Available yung showstopper nila. Available yung nightfall nila. 2 big ults that they can use here. At kalahapay pa ang Paper Rex. Nilabanan na naman nila. Davai! Nakapatest ng isa. Pero yun nga lang, it's still a 3v2.
Hindi pa nakakuha ng ibang trade dito ang PRX. 3v2, katulad ng sabi mo nga, may showstopper pa nga sila dito. Monyet may angulo, sana makapasok gamit yung orb, pero si Shin ang una makakahanap dito. Nightfall, hindi, tumama actually. So mag-isa dito si Monyet, tas inultihan pa nga. 8-4 dito para sa Karmine Core.
All out na yun eh. Wala na kasi last round nung half natin. And ngayon, 8-4 yung score. Di ganun kasama para sa PRX side, pero attacker-sided dapat tong mapa na to eh. Dito mo makikita na as much as they wanna try to utilize yung buong mapa na 3 yung sites na meron ka, hindi nila magawa yung lurking potential kapag Omen Viper. Yung meron ka compared sa isang Astra, talagang kailangan mong sumabay dun sa iba mong teammates compared sa isang Viper na kaya mong makapag-control at least ng A main and then the rest can rotate kapag na-stack up sila.
Meron akong stat na medyo nakakaba para sa Paper Rex. Yung attacking side nila madalas mas okay. At medyo nahirapan sila sa attacking side yun. Konti lang naman labang, pero mas okay. Pero ang pinagkaiba doon is that Karmine Core, plus 15% sila sa attacking side kumpara sa defense. So ngayon, pag swap nila, mas lalong mahihirapan pa ang Paper Rex. So, malaki talaga ang chance na naaabot pa tayo sa ascent dito considering mga statistics na nakita natin sa mga huling laro ng dalawang team na to.
I mean, they still defied the odds. Medyo pangit din yung stats nila pagdating sa bind. but they managed to pull it off against KC. So, anything is possible when it's Paper Rex playing. Hindi mo pwedeng ma-assume agad-agad kung ano talaga yung mangyayari or complete outcome. But KC doesn't seem to be phased of especially what's happening here sa mapa na to. They seem confident to take space. Alam nila kung kailan lalabas yung perfect utility para lang ma-cancel out kung ano man yung gusto nilang i-cancel out.
Laking problema dito ng Paper Rex is naging matagal sila masyado mag-desisyon, mag-adjust doon sa pagsasama nila. Ang dami tuloy round na nabigay. Nasayang nga na pwede pa sanang makapag-build ng konting score dito. Kahit 2 rounds lang, isipin mo naging 6-6 to. Mas kayang-kaya nila sana sa second half. Pero syempre, katulad ng sabi mo, hindi pa yon tapos. Edi patuloy pa rin natin.
So far naman, yung mga pistol nila, out of how many games we had right now, this is the second game. 3 out of 3 pistol rounds. Paper Rex was able to take that. Let's see if they can do it on the defense as well against KC. Sakit ni Narita. Lalo na yung mga util play niya dito. Laging sapul na sapul yung Paper Rex. Kailangan nila laging ma-shutdown bago sila makapatay.
Tignan natin. KC, attacking side naman nila. May wall sila dito sa may pabilis site. So, yung information doon pwede lang i-fake. Pero, ang PRX, dahil kinuha nila yung A, alam na nila dito, pasugod sa may C site. Si Martin, natamaan din agad sa pagpasok niya.
Ano yun, na-dink? Natamaan lang ng ghost? Pero mukhang position dito ng PRX is really more of a retake dahil 4 sa kanila. Sabi nga natin, sabay-sabay mula sa flank. Kumbaga si Monyet ang matitira dito towards city side. Kaya gusto nilang i-punish, gusto nilang i-push. Nakakaramdam din sila.
Pagsugod dito sa may site mismo, something makakaunang pitas. So far, perfecto pa ang PRX sa mga pistol round nila dito sa series na to. May gagawa ba nila ulit? 5v4. Hinahawakan nila dito ang CT. Something makakaisa naman. Monyet sasawsaw at mukhang mapuflawless pa nga posible. Silaksak pero hindi mamamatay. Grinipo pero hindi pa rin mauubos. Monyet at the end para makakuha ng pistol. Flawless sa PRX.
Ninakaw ni Monyet. Nasa kamay na ni Revay eh. Pero again, a pristine pistol round. A good decision mula kay Monyet as well to really rotate all the way para makahabol sa the rest of the team. Alam niyang ipopunish siya, alam niyang ipopush out siya in the very end. At nagalit na nga si Dabay, bakit mo kinuha yung knife kill ko doon? 8-5, 4 out of 4 pistol rounds towards Paper Rex.
Uy, grabe, sakit. Na-classic si Monyet. Pero naalala ko tuloy yung inagaw ni Jing yung Ace ni Forsaken dati. Sabi si Forsaken parang, yun!
What?
Uy, grabe! Why Jing naman si Magnum?
Si Mind Freak dun ah.
Oo.
Next!
Grabe makiiko. Okay. Nasaw naman si Monyet. So, bawian lang.
Sige, 3v3 pa rin, lamang sa barel ang PRX, pero lamang din sila sa heal. Dahil mahihil nila kahit papano ang iba sa mga miyembro. Martin, do not walk out with a knife. That's what you get.
Okay, swing out dito. Narrate, nakaabang gamit ang judge. Mahirap makapasok si Divide. Kahit low HP si Narrate, 1 hit na lang siya. Ayan na nga, tumama na rin. Something, naka-outlaw. Shin, classic lang ang kanyang kapit. Wala pa namang paranoia. Naka-isa pa nga! Kahit naka-classic lang. Kailangan niya makalapit dito. Judge ang kanyang gamit. Shin nandito sa kanto. Makikita ba niya sa ilalim? Yes, he does. And something gets the one. Medyo magastos yun para sa PRX.
Mas masakit ang burst ng isang judge kesa sa isang classic. Lalo na sa positioning wise as well. Hindi mo matatamaan yung ulo, di ba? And something on the other hand, he knows better. Multiple times napunta na sila sa ganitong scenario. And he proves na hindi pa tapos ang lahat para sa PRX. Simula pa lang to para sa magiging comeback nila kung sakasakali man. It starts with that pistol. Very important one as well. Ngayon, kahit pa paano, 8-6 sila and looking good pagdating sa kanilang magiging bonus as well. Isang Phantom, isang Vandal, 2 Bulldog. Not too bad.
May bonus nga, katulad ng sabi mo. early aggression dito sa may puntang mount. Si Something na paatras nga dahil doon kinagat pero hindi naman masakit. Mabubulag lang siya ng saglit. Yung Season naman dito, hindi naman tatama pero naiipit pa rin si Something. Low HP na tuloy siya, hindi pa makahanap ng isa. Si Shin hindi makalapit at na-shutdown na rin ni Magnum. Kinailangan niya ng isa doon. Pati si Monyet yung unang sasabak.
Monyet ready to step on the plate here. Kahit paano, nabawasan din nila si Narate. 43 HP remaining on to him. And ito na yung pag-ipit ng PRX. Manggagaling sila sa trees, manggagaling sila waterfall possibly as well. They have to clear out Magnum first though, and that's gonna be a problem kasi si Shin ang magiging first contact nila dito sa pagbukas ng pinto. Isa na namang pinto magbubukas. Aware ba sila? Monyet mamamatay muna for the meantime. Isa-isang nawawala mga miyembro ng Paper Rex, and Mind Freak save niya na lang.
Nako, bonus pa naman. Wala masyadong nagawa pero okay lang. Bonus nga naman. Sa KC. Very aggressive push doon sa may mount kanina. At saka maganda yung pag-flush out nila ng control sa may C-site. Molly, Snakebite doon papunta sa sa may bend, papunta sa C-site. Tapos naipit lang din tuloy si Something. Si Monyet lang nakahanap ng isang 1 dig gamit yung Sheriff. Hawak pa rin nila dito ang kanilang lead, ang kanilang lamang PRX. Dahil nga sa parang magastos nilang playstyle minsan, ayan tuloy, kahit buy round nila, wala masyadong dala.
Magastos eh. At dito mo makikita na syempre yung aggression, yung press W gaming na yan, it's all fun and games until one team actually answers you back. That's Casey right now. This is their map pick anyway. They've shown time and time and proven time and time again na malakas din sila sa mapa na to, even on their own region, which is EMEA as well. I mean, they eliminated Fnatic, right?
Ayun na nga eh. KC. A team na madami ding sumusuporta galing sa EMEA, mas lalo na kailangan ng EMEA to dahil yung mga representative nila nauubos din. Oo. Kaya sila na nagtitira sa PRX. Hirap din sila dito sa position nila ngayon. Makakapasok ba? Hindi pinapayagan ng KC makaretake.
Isa na namang nawawala at nabubura ang Paper Rex dito. Nahanap pa rin sila, and Mind Freak. One and done position here. Unsuccessful on that take. Double-digit scoreline na ngayon ang KC. Nahanap na din nila yung momentum. And speaking of momentum, when it comes to economy, that's definitely not the momentum that Paper Rex is looking for.
Naka-counter momentum sila dito ng Karmine Core. Paper Rex. Hindi rin kasi maganda yung yung buy nila, yung eco nila pagpasok dun sa round na yun, kahit dapat buy round nila. Kaya tuloy mas na tutuluyan pa ng momentum dito ang PRX. Eco round na naman para sa kanila. Sheriff, tignan natin kung may magagawa ba. C-site na naman kung saan nakapwesto ang karamihan ng Paper Rex.
Excellent play. Uy, sis. Lahat out muna for the meantime. Laban kung laban, yan pa rin talaga. And the Vi wins the duel this time around. Walang magiging trade ang KC. Dito ngayon, nagwawagi yung PRX. Yung mga angle na walang bawi.
C-site? Ayaw. B-site? Ayaw din. Ede, A na lang tayo, sabi ng KC. Yung spike nila, parang papunta pa nga sa C-site. Hinahatak lang nila yung depensa dito sa A. Isa smoke nila. I-fake din nila gamit yung Prowler. Magandang pag-default to, magandang pag-fake to. Tapos gagamitin pala yung Nitro para lang bentang-benta talaga.
Grabe lahat all in to. Para sa kanila, para lang talaga mabenta. Pero ito na, sisimulan na rin nilang umatras. But I think for Paper Rex, they still have more than enough time para ma-realize na peke lang to. Kasi matagal din pumasok yung nasa C-site eh. Kiniklear pa rin nila yung angles. They still wanna make sure everything is okay before they make this post-plant happen.
Alam na nila na fake din pala sa Paper Rex. Tignan natin, kailangan nila mag-iingat dito sa stairs. Baka pa nga may isa. Si Something, nako yung timing, hindi nakuha. Si Shin nakapwesto pa.
Tumazi towards long. Nakakaramdam na sila. Hindi nila naririnig yung gapang ni Martin on the other side. Si Shin. Alam din nila na may lurk. May ipit ang Paper Rex for now. May makakonektan ba yung paranoia? Mind Freak though, makakahanap siya at least ng isa. Meron pang Cosmic Divide. Naku, parang mapapaganda pa sa PRX.
Tingnan natin, Paper Rex dito, nanggaling pa sa flank. Forsaken, finding the shot. Si Martin na lang natitira. Pero konti lang din yung oras kailangan nila makuha to. And Forsaken gets it! May oras pa ba siya? May oras pa ba ma-defuse to?
Wala ata.
Meron! Wala! Hindi nga! 0.5 na lang! 4 ng isang segundo! PRX, sayang yun.
Buti na bilang mo, mahina ka sa math eh.
0.25. Kailangan mo pa mabilang yun. Pero kala ko meron.
Ang pagkakasmoke. And the fact
Bilib
na
na ako eh.
nag-whiff. Oh my God, pasalamat siya. Nag-whiff. At umabot pa yung oras na yon. Kasi kung hindi siya makakatulog ngayong gabi.
Di ba
What
kung
a clutch.
napatay ganing Forsaken yun, edi matik pag-stick agad si Mind Freak na mas maaga. Malay natin.
Oh well, it is what it
Okay.
is. Eco-buy din naman yon ng PRX kung tutuusin. Pero syempre, para sa KC, isa na lang, match point na sila. O nagkatitigan pa, tinitigan ko.
Sayang. Pero sige, o nga, good eco pa din. Pero na-plant din naman dito ng KC. At para sa Paper X, hindi sila pwedeng basta-bastang magpabaya dito. Shin gets the opening pick. May paranoia pa nga kasama. Makakaisa pa nga dito si Shin. Hinahawakan niyang mag-isa to. Walang nagagawa sila kalaban si Shin. At winan B3 lang niya doon sa City.
Grabe, nag-model sila, rumampa sila sa harapan, pero hindi pa daw tapos ang laban. PRX, at least nakahanap pa rin sila dito ng 2 kills, but I think they would rather save para maging OT to kung sakali mang gusto pa nilang habulin kesa mawala itong operator nila. May Blade Storm din si something. Napop ba yung Blade Storm? That's not, I'm not quite sure about that. Parang hindi naman. Na-rate though, gustong ipitin. Mind Freak, mawawala pa.
Nako.
I think mas importanteng masave nila yung op for now.
Hirap na yung Paper X. 12-6 katulad ng nangyari sa sa bind nung Paper X naman yung nasa match point. Tignan natin kung may didikit pa nila. PRX dito. Katulad ng sabi natin nung end ng first half. Nasirap talaga dito sila sa defense. Pagdating sa Lotus, medyo malaki yung gap din ng KC sa attacking side nila. Ito yung kalakasan ng KC ng Karmine Corp. Itong attacking side dito sa Lotus. Kaya papansin mo din naman, PRX nahihirapan kumilos. Push agad para sa KC dito sa mound. Lalo sa rubble.
Early info plays, Forsaken. One and done kung sakali. May showstopper shadow. So makakakuha siya ng isa. Lalabas niya ba? Yan ang tanong. Ito na yung showstopper! Nag-connect lang sa isa. Meron pang nasa left niya. Kailangan niyang i-clear. And that's Tomazi. Finally shutting him down. Damage has been done though. Para sa side ng PRX, pati na rin sa KC. Mula sa likod though. Something! Hindi niya mapapagana yung Blade Storm niya. Doon sana naka-gauge.
Doon pa nga nakatutok. Monyet naka-judge lang. PRX, ito na ba? Magwa-map 3 na ba tayo? Mind Freak. Magagawa pa ba niya to? Nakakita tayo ng madaming magandang clutch galing sa kanya, pero baka masyadong mahirap pa tong may convert. PRX, sayang yung mga timing doon. Si Monyet, isa lang nakuha niya gamit yung showstopper. Tapos naikutan pa nga.
May baril na shadow. Medyo mahirap. Actually, sobrang hirap. Nandiyan na rin yung Viper Spit. May Prowler na nilaba. Huh, nalagpasan siya. So kahit papano, wala silang idea. Low HP na sila, by the way. 6 bullets, but Martin knows better. Siya ang may alam kung saan manggagaling ang kalaban. And Casey takes game number 2, map number 3. Hindi matatapos ang araw na to.
Grabe. Paper X, hindi talaga nakayanan ang pinaka makating mapa dito ng KC sa Lotus. Nakita mo na medyo nababam out sila. Alam nila na sayang yung mga oportunidad nila. Attacking side din, ang tagal nila bago mag-adjust, bago bitawan yung operator ni something dun sa jet niya. So, hindi lang din naman niya kasalanan. Siyempre, as a team, as a whole, kailangan sila mag-adjust ng buo. Pero props sa Karmine Corp. Hindi talaga bumaba yung level of play nila galing dun sa map number 1 sa second half hanggat umabot dito sa map number 2. Yung Paper X pang sa pistol round lang talaga nagmumukhang maayos.
Totoo. Minsan kasi yung mga teams literal ang kalaban mo, mental. Kumbaga, it's about mental fortitude. And I think that's what happened during yung first series na nakita natin kanina with EDG. But here, despite losing game number 1 or map number 1 para sa side ng Karmine Corp, dito sa game number 2, hindi mo mapapansin na lacking may emotional damage pagdating doon sa game number 1 kanina. And they just pushed through, pulled through. And again, for Paper Rex, gaya na sabi mo kanina, BNB, daming mga nasayang na rounds dito as well. Even yung mga buy rounds or even yung bonus rounds dapat nila, na invest sila ng invest kahit sa operator. It just doesn't work. Paulit-ulit na hindi nagko-connect din yung shots ni something doon.
No, at by the time na parang na-realize na nila na, uy, teka, magsama tayo, di ba? Mag-push tayo ng sama-sama. It was too late. Parang patapos na rin yung half at nawalan din ng chance dun sa mas pabor na side pa sa attacking. Pero, tignan natin kung paano to mangyayari at paano to matatapos pagpunta natin sa map number 3 when we come back from the break.
Mi mente no se apaga y fuiste tú el error. No entiendo qué le di al amor. Un puto laberinto que va contra el reloj. Ya, ya, en el cuello ni glue. Aquí el que pierde luego se dirige al menú. Ya, 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 no volví a Bluetooth. Y mandando señales yo te acerco y te ya, ya. No sé tú qué pensaste. Mi número borraste y me bloqueaste en toda parte. Ya, te llaman el desastre. Ni haciendo chavo diario tú te compro un pasaje. Anoche me escribiste, ey, pero baby yo puse en silencio tu mensaje porque ya no estoy pendiente de volver al pasado si tú nunca lo buscaste, ey. Anoche me escribiste, ey, pero baby yo puse en silencio tu mensaje porque ya no estoy pendiente de volver al pasado si tú nunca lo buscaste. Llenas el DM de mensajes sintiéndome con quién y que va a conquistarme. Qué mala ilusión la que solito tú te haces. Cansada de escucharte el día que tú me ofreces, ey. Un día vuelve y al siguiente tú te vas, pero siempre estás activo con mi foto en Instagram. Tú pensándome las noches de manera brutal, pero baby no me afecta, me volví inmortal. Anoche me escribiste, ey, pero baby yo puse en silencio tu mensaje porque ya no estoy pendiente de volver al pasado si tú nunca lo buscaste, ey. Anoche me escribiste, ey, pero baby yo puse en silencio tu mensaje porque ya no estoy pendiente de volver al pasado si tú nunca lo buscaste. No sé tú qué pensaste. Mi número borraste y me bloqueaste en toda parte. Te llaman el desastre. Ni haciendo chavo diario tú te compro pasajes. Sin preferencia, vamos a darte mi igual y la moto te va. No puedo olvidarte.
Karmine Corp managed to bring it back 13-6, and it felt like Paper X were all out of sorts because Karmine Corp just put them in their place. Now we get ready for a map 3, and we'll see what both of these teams opt to bring out. This is it, do or die now, right? It's now BO1. No, nothing. You got to forget about game 1. You got to forget about game 2. It's all about what's ahead. Of course, Golden Boy here with Mimi and Kukuka, and I mean, just this game has just been like so topsy-turvy, it feels like. But for Karmine Corp, they looked overall damn good on Lotus.
Definitely a recovery from what happened on the first match. Again, on the first map, sorry. Again, we see the KC that is very good understanding what is necessary in the map, and also more specifically, understanding of how to break this composition that has so many holes. You're playing on a map that has 3 sides with no Sentinel. You don't even have a Viper, right? You're playing that double duelist with double controller, but it's Omen and Astra. There was a lot of things that were lacking on that defensive side. The Paper X could only surpass by doing one thing, and is being aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like that fundamentally a lot of the issues with Paper X come back to this composition. And in particular, I think that Karmine Corp called a really excellent defensive side around it. They were playing these really passive style, letting Paper X get onto these sites, knowing that they only have that Sky Youth, so they have nothing to stall you out once they're into the site. And then setting up and playing these beautiful set retakes. And most of the time, honestly, Paper X, they're not the most disciplined team. They're going to be fighting forward, they're going to be taking risks into you, and Karmine Corp was capitalizing off of that, and then fighting back in and winning these rounds. Even the last 2 of the half, throwing in some forward aggression to spice things up. I thought this was a beautiful set of
I love
calls
this
from
moment.
Magnum. And I mean, Yeah, just look at it. When you have this comp, you just don't have the util to fight back through against these really oppressive retakes. And I mean, the poor guy didn't even know he had no bullets there.
I think there's also the heat of the moment, right? He's pushing with the operator, he's pushing with his ultimate. He gets the kill and he's like, okay, I have my shorty, let me get a kill with this. Shoots onto the other gun, and it's not until the smoke is there.
To me, for me, I got pulled into the allure of Paper X. These last two maps we've watched of them.
Right, here
last
we go.
night on Split, this first map as well.
Here we
These
go.
guys are so good. They can run around. They can play any comp. They can kill anyone. They're the best team in the world. And then you remember that they play double duelist, no Sentinel, no Viper on Lotus, and they're playing one of the best Lotus teams in the world. And it kind of brings you back down to earth a little bit, right? Because for all of the you get shot, you die, sometimes you get outcalled, and you pick a comp that is outclassed by your opponent.
I would love to ask them what made them make this last moment change, right? The go in and swapping things around a little bit on this map, and actually taking it this direction. Out of all the directions that it could have gone, why this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed like the direction that they were going in was straight into the
Ascent.
to the gun, to the bullets of Narrate, honestly.
Directly into Ascent.
And directly to Ascent. But let's talk about Narrate. Young man is going up on that stage right now and really lighting it up. He's currently top fragging in the server across both games right at this current time, and that is what is expected out of this star player.
This guy's been so good. Remember the NA Tier 2 star showing up to EMEA, winning there, and honestly, he's been so good at the International as well. In map 1, playing the Raised, following up off of his teammates' Eurowalls, and here as well, I mean, just ruining Alex's day with some of these clutches.
I am loving this montage because it's just Narrate playing with such an important and key part. The information deafening their opponents, and Alex just losing at every single round. There were some rounds that Paper X were winning, and Alex was just not happy with it. He was like, no, this was not the way, this was not what I thought. But definitely something that we need to keep in mind is that, okay, that happened, it is over. It is surprising that it has been this one-sided, and I would say both maps have been this one-sided, and still the scores do not resemble it as good. But then in Ascent, I feel that we also have bigger questions for both of these teams, right? Because Casey only played it once during the kickoff, and it was a very funky composition, very much in the Paper Rex style.
Yes.
That doesn't really suit them, right? So the question is, moving into this third map, what composition are we going to see?
Let's see it. Do they continue with the crazy comp we saw, or do they go to normalcy? No, something different. They're playing a triple initiator comp. We've seen this in the past. DRX ran this comp. In Tier 2 NA, M80 nearly won Ascension playing this comp. It is a very strong composition built off these util combos, and if you're a team not expecting it, it's honestly really hard to play against. Very aggressive, extremity reclears on defense, and very, very strong retakes.
Yeah, exactly. Look at it. The Omen, the Breach, the KO, so much utility. Even Tomasi, right? Everything to help Martin in this situation. Narrate, we know what he can do in all of this initiators, but for me, this map for them is a new frontier. As I'm saying, no Sentinel for either of these teams. Yes, Paper X has that Viper.
Well, it's been a comeback already for Karmine Corp on this second map. The squad who impressed everyone in EMEA has made it this far. Now they're in an elimination game. It's either them or Paper X for that last spot in the final, in the playoffs.
Darn right, Mimi. It's do or die. Let's see how the chips fall here and who's going to be sent home. Let's send it back over to Hypoc and Pansy for the call.
Ito na nga mga kaibigan, do or die dito para sa Paper X versus Karmine Corp. Manalo, sila papasok sa playoffs. Matalo, tanggal at uwi agad. Ako si BNB, kasama ko dito si Terror. And Terror, grabe naman yon, bakbakan ng map number 2 na napunta for the most side dito sa Karmine Corp.
I mean, what do you expect? You're playing against Paper Rex. So, syempre, bakbakan talaga yung makikita mo. Pero itong composition na kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan, pati ng panel, dito na naman magkakatalo. And something, he's back on the gecko na usually nakikita natin sa sunset nila.
Forsaken naman nag-fade. It's interesting na yung parehong team dito nag-shy away sa paggamit ng Sova na lagi natin nakikita sa mapa na to. Pero tignan mo to, si Martin, nakadalawa pa nga gamit yung fault line doon.
Patience is key. Nag-aabang lang din ang KC sa entry na gagawin dito ng Paper Rex. Alam nila, may disadvantage na pagdating sa manpower, and that flash na tumama pa perfectly para kay Forsaken as well. Help them pave the way. Ngayon, si Monyet na lang ang natitira. Ito na nga ba ang unang pistol round ng KC na mananakaw nila against Paper Rex.
Low yung
Sees
tatlo.
one. Low yung tatlo. Pero kailangan labanan niya. Isa, one man out. May kasunod pa! Oy!
Sayang!
Suntikan pa!
sayang. Kahit kung alam lang niya, edi binody shot lang niya sana doon si Narate. Tsaka si Magdom kung nagkasunod pa. Pero KC with that opening pistol win. Yan yung unang pistol win nila sa buong series na to. At map number 3 na tayo. Kaya at least sa Karmine Corp, nakuha na rin nila. Pero defensive side to, mas labang syempre ang defense dito sa Ascent ever since nung year number 1 hanggang ngayon pa rin.
Wala naman
PRX.
nagbago.
Wala naman nagbago. Pero maganda yung breach pick nila dito. Madaming silang magagawa na mapahirapan ng PRX.
Oh my goodness. May outlaw rin sila dito for the next one. One-way smoke towards A main. Hindi nila lalabanan at all. Instead, it's more of a control towards that orb. At aatras na ang mga miyembro ng PRX and si Mindfreak ang mangunguna sa pagro-rotate na yan.
Karmine Corp dito din sa Ascent in the past few months. Perfect 2-0 sila so far sa mapa na to. Pero, syempre, ngayon lang natin nakita yung comp na to mismo na nailabas nila. So, iba din ang pwede mong ma-expect makita galing sa Karmine Corp kumpara sa PRX na ito din nilaro nila kalaban ng Genji. At huwag natin kakalimutan na 5-13 sila kalaban ng Genji nung Pacific League sa Ascent.
At least this time, binabasag na nila. And Tomazi, ready to push that seize away. Aware ba siya na nakatawid si Monyet dito sa smoke na to?
Naku! Alam na niya. Ngayon, na-timingan pa nga. Siguro kung diniretso agad ni Monyet, ginapang niya agad. Kasi hindi ata alam ni Tomazi nung simula Pero nung bandang huli na, nabasa na rin. Pick na naman kay Martin dito. Ngayon, 3v5.
The dry peaks. Lalo na wala silang armor. And at least may nakuha yung Dizzy. Aware sila, nilabanan nila. And again, the gun disadvantage proved its point. KC to secure the second point nang walang namatay sa kanila.
Isa tong mapa na hindi din paborito ng PaperX May punto din, binaban nila yung mapa na to. Hindi naman permaban, pero isa sa mga binaban din nila, PRX. Not the best position para sa kanila dito na pwede pa silang mga reverse sweep. Considering yung mapa na to, hindi pa nila nalalaro sa tournament na to. Yung huling beses nilaro nila, talagang nahirapan sila versus Genji nung Grand Finals mismo. At hindi lang maganda yung picture dito para sa PRX. Pero tignan natin kung may magagawa silang iba. Double controller nga ang kanilang gamit. Wala silang Sentinel.
See. Initial smoke. Wala kay Mindfreak. Pang-iwas lang sa mga early pick-offs kahit papano. Still hold control here in B main. Tomazi. Sakali man ang unang makakahanap ng kill. Pero iwasan nila yan. Martin even happily investing the updraft just to make sure kung may tao pa o wala.
Yung sa kanto si Shin, hindi na scan. Kailangan lang ingatan to. Prowler din. Pumunta sa kabila. Pero sa mid to B sila, nagbabalak dito. I-split nila. May outlaw. Hindi naman tumama. Forsaken gets the opening pick dito. Paranoia kumonekta sa Sabrosa. Si Shin matutumba din ni Divay. Tomazi na sa loob ng backside. Nahuli pa nga siya ng seize. May prowler lang para makalaban ng konti. Tomazi gets 1. Pero yun lang makakuha niya. 2v4 na ngayon. Na-rate ng galing pa sa flank. Ang gulo ng laban ngayon.
Ang gulo. Oh my God. Kanya-kanya silang kills. Kanya-kanya silang pick-offs dito. Na-rate na lang ang natitira all the way from mid. Di alam nila actually ng PaperX kung saan manggagaling o saan posible gumapang, especially with the info coming in from Forsaken here. May ibang utility plays pa naman kayang gawin si Narate and some or Forsaken actually quite low on the HP as well. Pop flash, wala rin naman, medyo malayo yung angle na hinahawakan ng PRX dito. 2-1, successful on that pero medyo masakit sa ekonomiya.
Low HP pa dun si Forsaken. Kung namatay siya doon, baka na-spray transferan pa si something pag nanggaling siya sa B main. Pero at least nakuha ng PaperX ang kanilang bonus. Pero ang gulo nga, ang daming ano.
Pati ito si Davay no?
Oo, muntikan pa nga. Well, nakaisa siya at least. Tumumba na rin. Yung Karmine Corp, hindi sila takot kumuha ng space dito sa Ascent sa defense. Pag alam nilang papunta sa kabilang side yung PaperX, talagang iipitin nila.
I mean, ginawa rin naman nila yun sa bind kanina kung saan ang bilis din nilang mag-flank, diba? So, gives a lot, at least. Pero hinahabol na nga ng mga info. Kaso sila ang hahabulin ng bala ni Martin. He secures 2 kills out of that. Mawawala si Monyet, pati na rin si Davay.
Nanggaling yun sa fault line, sa stun dito ni Magnum din kasi bigla silang napapigil doon sa may choke sa B-main at mukhang flawless round pa nga to ng Karmine Core. Karmine Core, 4K para kay Martin. PRX, bigla na lang napatigil.
Nawala sila parang bula. Literal.
Parang
Kahit
bula.
mag-smoke ka pa, lalabas at lalabas lang din si Martin sa smoke na yan dahil medyo tight yung corner ng smoke na yon. And he's happy to take the space, lalo na kung meron siya makaka-trade off. Kahit nga bulag na pala siya, nakuha niya pa rin lahat eh.
Grabe. Utility play. At saka malaking bagay talaga yung breach dito. Isa siya sa magandang mga counter talaga sa playstyle ng Paper Rex. The fact na may stun ka para pigilin bigla yung death ball. At dito, ganito yung punto na pwede mong sabihin, sige, subukan natin mag-default, subukan natin ilabas yung op. Kasi pag nag-rush sila, hindi nila basic masusugod yan dahil nga sa stun at hindi na tuloy sila double duelist. So, kung ako ang Paper X ngayon, now's the time to default, maghanap ng paraan, maggamit yung utility na maaga, sunugin nila yung fault line para pag nagamit na yun, pwede na silang maghanap ng posisyong makalaban.
Di na sila masyado masistress sa possible stunts na pwedeng ilabas dito para sa side ng Karmine Corp. But yet again, itong mapa na to, which is Ascent, alam naman natin, you go back to the foundation of Valorant. You go back to the play for picks kind of scenarios. And PRX, that's not their style, but they're dealt with these cards and they have to deal with it. Munyat naman, may showstopper ng available na pwedeng gamitin. So kung makaka-initialize sila ng magagandang picks kahit papano, baka magamit nila to para magkaroon ng advantage. But let's see, because Karmine Corp seems like defense-wise, mahirap daanan.
Binan din ng Paper X City yung split eh. Kala ko mas pipiliin pa na yung split para sa map number 3. Pero sila nag-ban sa decider. Pinaabot nilang makapunta din dito sa Ascent. So, Paper X.
Lakas kasi ng Casey dun eh.
Malakas din naman sila, in fairness. Muntikan pa kahapon, pero Magnum, good find para kay something na nakatingin sa langit. Pero walang dumating. Walang sumagot.
Isa-isa ulit sumisilip ang players ng PRX. Isa-isa na naman silang nahuhuli, hinihimay na ng Karmine Corp kung saan nga ba sila posible manggaling. Forsaken has to swing out and Shin is ready to take on the kill. Next victim.
Turn mo na. Ayan.
Okay.
Salute. Mind freak.
Basang-basa nila eh, no?
Oo. Alam na alam nila. Hirap yung Paper X ngayon maka-default kahit naka-Viper sila.
Ito na naman, si Something naka-off na naman siya. Wala nang wala nang armor to para sa isang gecko pa. I mean, kung dito yung mapa, kung default heavy nga naman, maybe. Pero wala eh, kulang na yung duelist mo. May marami kang initiator, pero isa lang din yung mas really makakapag-set para sa isang duel mo.
Para sa akin talaga, medyo nag-aalanganin na dito sa nangyaring veto para sa PRX. Masala na Ascent, yung map 3 natin. Munyet, nandito sa taas, hindi ata nila alam. Siyempre, expect nila yun kay papaano. Paranoia din nilabas dito. Showstopper, walang kumonekta. Pero nandyan agad si Munyet, naka-triple kill! Hindi nila inabangan, hindi nila na-expect. Galing sa langit, lumanding sa lupa. At doon niya sila pinadala.
Hindi pa siya tapos. Malaanghel ang galawan niya dito. And finally, that operator shot na kanina pa hinahanap ni Something mula game 1. And nagko-connect na for the meantime. But thanks to Munyet in creating that huge of a space for PRX.
Grabe. Di na chinek kahit bulag pa siya muna. Paranoia. Bulag. Pero na-spray down din. Hindi nila in-expect. Nung na-landing pa sa likod nila, napakataas. Sino ba naman titingin sa langit para makahanap ng isang lumilipad na race? At yan yung klaseng round na kinakailangan nila. Mga kilos dito. Get themselves going.
Grabe yung hihi ni Munyet dito. Literal na hihi talaga. Kumbaga, kukulangin ka ng mousepad para lang masolusyonan yung problema na yon. Thanks to a satchel play and that vertical angle he's already holding. Merong trash available. Ang lalim ng opa.
Napakalalim dito. Tignan natin kung saan pwesto. Kung magko-commit pa ba. Uy,
Naka-damage.
naka-leg nga. Si Shin natamaan doon, pero mukhang sa Shin nga. Sa binti lang.
Doon lang tumama.
Sakit yun. Tumama sa Shin mo. Pero buhay pa rin. Malayo naman daw sa bituka. Ayun nga, something. Nakahanap ng pitas. Sa wakas.
Malayo sa bituka pero critical ang kondisyon. Tumatalon-talon na ang trash pero wala ring masastan, walang mahahanap. Available yung Blade Storm kay Martin.
Yun! Ganun
Yun
daw!
ang hinahanap nila. And mukhang talagang gusto nilang i-push out ang players ng PRX. Kailangan nilang i-aggressive. And mind free kahit na nakuha sila ng Nightfall dito kahit papano, na-settle nila yung deal. Pero Shin! San ka punta? To the moon, literal! And Monyet! Forsaken combo towards a main. Doon magtatapos and we now close off to a 4-3.
Hindi tinignan ni Monyet si Shin para mabait siya na, uy, hindi nila alam nandito ako. Tapos pag kinumit niya yung TP, doon pa lang siya titingin kung kailan exposed. Tapos finally si something. Men, dalawang mapa na natin hinihintay ito. Yung mga opening pick siya. At finally, nagawa na rin niya sa mapa na to. As I said, I think now is the time na kailangan nilang gawin to, yung mag-attacking off sila kasi hirap sila maka first blood, hirap sila makakuha ng space, kailangan nila mag-slow default at doon nila mas mapapagana to kasi hindi nga sila double duelist. Pero kanina kasi, ginagawa nila yung style na hindi naman pasok sa kamay na dala nila.
At saka, napakalaking pick-off na nagawa ni something dito. That's actually the operator player plus online yung Blade Storm niya during that time. So, that was huge of a kill. It paved the way for PRX to secure the round itself. Plus, tatawa si Monyet dun sa nangyari, pero nangyari din sa kanya yun eh. Yung kaso nga lang, hindi niya talaga chinek last time na naglaro sila. So, 3-4, mapipilitan mag-timeout yung KC just to, you know, break the momentum, plan, and map ahead. Kasi feeling ko hindi rin nila in-expect na ganito ka-aggressive yung mga positioning ng operator ni something para sa isang agent na walang pantakas at all.
All things considered, okay ang laro ng Paper Rex so far kasi kahit hindi sila nanalo ng pistol round dito sa attack, close game pa rin. Kung makuha sila ng 2 round na lang, at the very least, kung maging 7-5 to, kayang-kaya pa sa defensive side. Oo. And PRX, medyo overheat kay something pero syempre nakadalawa na siya, so sino ba namang hindi maghanap pa ng pangatlo? Off din si Martin.
Invest lang.
Uy, wall din agad. Lalim na ni Monyet agad dito. Buti na lang walang taga-punish kasi yung stun sakto din. Pero si Monyet susugurin niya to. Angulo! Monyet opening first blood.
Narit, I don't think he was expecting that. Na Ferrari pick siya doon, kumbaga. Pero ito, space para sa side ng PRX. Hindi naman A site ang gusto nilang kuhanin. Instead, they wanna go B and Tomasi. Siyang magiging first contact kung sakasakali. Napakalapit pa ng posisyon niya. This gives away dahil nag-prowler siya. And plus the Dizzy as well. And Martin able to take a pin on towards Monyet from mid. Pero mawawala na si Tomasi at open na ang B site.
Tsaka medyo mahirap pa mag-retake gamit ang operator dito. Masalat nakatutok na rin si something. So, KC, kailangan nila ng first blood. Kailangan nila makahanap ng oportunidad. Makakuha ng pick gamit yung operator na to. Kung hindi na matamaan, ayun na nga. Ayun na nga yung chance nila. At nakapasok na rin dito si Martin. Alam niya na sa may kanto. Mind freak, medyo natagalan. Pero trade din naman dito. Forsaken down to the 1v1. Alam niyang nandito sa labas si Magnum. Stun, naka-angulo pa nga at si Forsaken nakakilo. Sidestep lang na basic. At PRX, tie game na rin.
Pwede na palang mag-NBA si Forsaken. Kaya nasa sidestep dito at 2 points para sa side ng PRX. And grabe naman yung pagpalit niya pa ng op just to make an angle pick happen ng isang shot lang. Just to secure a kill here and change to that Vandal. Plus again, the outplay from that sidestep. Kung iba lang yung positioning niya dito, B&B, the story would have been different. Kung flash yun, the story would also be different. So, Paper Rex, in that kind of 1v1 scenario, too close for comfort, but KC still loses that. May pera pa rin naman sila. Ina-expect na nila yung early push mula kay Monyet as well.
Pero in this case, nga, inabangan na nila. Expected nila kasi ginawa ni Monyet doon nung huli. Ng PRX. Nawala na naman ang isang miyembro ng maaga. Naka-double hold pa naman sila dito. Medyo mahirap. But Nabuksan nila yung pick. Alam nilang nandito din si Shin. So, ito-check nila to. Wide swing, nakapangatlo na naman dito ang PRX. Dire-diretso. Narrate, hinahold niya yung angle. Pero 1v3 na naman si Something finally. Nabubuhay dito. Gamit yung op niya. Bring me the spike nga. May ulti naman siya. Nakuha din naman. Mindfreak may timing din. At huling-huli si Tomasi. Planta lang sa pera. PRX, they take the lead.
Ang ganda ng pag-clear nila towards a short, I mean, na-miss out ng Prowler yung right side, but it was meant to be. It was meant to just choke the right side of it and walang makukuhang trade-off yung magiging crossfire sana nila dito. They were able to clear that out perfectly as well. All shots connecting and even yung swing dun sa up-low or high-low positioning nila na punish pa rin ng PRX. Exactly what they need right now. Mindfreak, available na yung Viper Spit. Nandito pa rin yung op. Walang pera ang KC.
PRX slowly but surely kumambak sa mapa na to. This ascent map. This one na kumakuha na yung attacking side. Napakamalaking bagay yon. Monyet opening up na naman. Showstopper. Kinawit lang kahit sa eco para lang makasecure. Para lang makasure ball. Makuha nila yung site. And PRX looking for a 6th round.
Daming beses na rin kasi nilang na-eco to So, okay nang sure. Maaga pa naman sa rounds and kaya pang bawiin yung mga orbs na yan pagdating sa ult. But Ferrari peak from Martin. Good on a double even. What a shot mula sa kanya. Kaya pa ba ng isa? Yes indeed. Knives are out pero Mindfreak to shut him away. Eco round? Hoy, sabay nag-drop.
Sabay pa sila. Bulaga. Galing sa itaas, galing sa heaven. Grabe nga yung retake. At nagsimula yan bago yung retake mismo Si Martin, nakadalawang one dig shot, dalawang one tap gamit ng Sheriff. Shoutout. Pero naka-angulo pa nga. At naubos din ang PRX yung backline nila bago pa makakahanap ng pagkakataon. Ayun 1, 2. Tapos pangatlo pa pag out ni Something, hindi siya nakaputok.
Ang linis ng shots mula kay Martin. Makikita mo yung pagkakalma na meron siya dito. I mean, nothing to lose para sa side ng KC, di ba? Wala silang pera during that time. It's all about how calm can your shots be and how it can connect against Paper Rex, and it perfectly did. Something available na yung trash nila dito. Mag-aggressive ba sila, yan ang tanong. Andito si Shin and again, magre-repossession sila, canceling out and maybe trying to delay as much as they can.
Operator nandito. Kailangan nila mag-iingat. Dizzy, buti na lang binato kasi nakatutok din yung operator din naman dito ni Martin. Papasok si Monyet pero nakaabang din ang Karmine Core dito para pigilin, para hindi payagan makalapit pa. Nandito sa may door, tatluhan sila na spray down pa nga si Forsaken. Nalkaman ginamit. Ngayon wala tuloy silang pwesto. Something matitrade din naman agad. Defy, only good for the one. Mindfreak na lang natitira. Napagugulo ng laban. Pero lamang pa rin ang Karmine Core.
Si Mindfreak, mapapatanong na lang siya. Ano nangyayari dyan, guys? Hunt, detected na. Hindi na. At least nalabas yung Viper Spit dito. Pero grabe yung paglaban nila para sa isang breakable door. Lahat ng kills nandun.
Masyado silang nagkumpulan dun Gets ko naman na kailangan paglaban pero kailangan ba talagang tatlo yung magsasara ng switch? Ipit lang din tuloy na wala ng posisyon yung nasa kanto. Si Forsaken tuloy na spray down. Pagdating doon hindi rin makatrade dahil nga nakapop yung null command, nawalan ng smoke, hindi makatakas. And got tuloy si Coach Alex.
Tsaka alam na rin nila na namatay na si Monyet. At least they have an idea kung ilan. Pero gets nga, gaya ng sabi mo, they're looking for that trade-offs. Unfortunately, they lost majority of that duels. Na-revive pa pati si Narrate doon. So, with that, we jump into a 6-5. And like you said, BNB, defensive side tong mapa na to. And for Paper Rex, as much points as they can get at attack, maganda ng possibility para sa kanila. May Viper Spit pang kayang i-invest kasusunod or dito sa round na to. And every utility you could ever imagine, ibabato na nila dahil last round naman to sa half.
May Viper's Wall naman sila dito. Yung toxic screen, pwede lang iangat. Play that default game, hatakin yung depensa or maka-lurk man lang para makalapit sa may market. Pero syempre, ayaw nila muna i-take yung risk na yon. Medyo langanin. Hindi nila alam anong nasa kabilang dulo. Mukhang mag-execute nga dito sa B-site.
Sakto yung magiging mosh kung sakali. Mapo-force out of the position kahit papano si Tomazi. He repositions onto the back ends of the site. Sasamahan na siya ni Shin. Ready yung paranoia kung sakaling gusto nilang umentry. This might be deadly pero nahuli si Martinong Dizzy. Alam nilang may city side.
Rotate.
It's a quick rotate towards A. Kumpulan na naman sila. Forsaken was able to pick up one towards mid.
Buti nga magkasama sila mag-pick doon para sure ball. Pero yung
Nice
stun
stun.
ako,
Ay,
madedelay
nako.
pa nga ng time. May aftershock pa. Uubusin ng Karmine
Oh my
Core
God.
dito. Lahat sila naipat sa may 3. At parang puno, hindi nakakilos. PRX, ipit. 7-5 ngayon galing sa Karmine Core.
Ang ganda nung stun, nung aftershock, nung flash. I mean, lahat na ng pwedeng ibigay. Mula lang sa iisang player, mula lang sa iisang agent. Lahat naubos, lahat literal ng miyembro ng PRX. And wala silang choice kung hindi mag-push dito kasi 11 seconds na lang din yung natitira para sa kanila. Wala talagang takas, BNB. Ang ganda ng exec.
Itong sinasabi ko kanina yung Breach is one of the best picks para kalabanin ang Paper X sa mapa na to. Para pigilin sila sa mga W Gaming na sinusubukan nila. Hindi sila nakakilos. Galing sa isang stun lang na napaka-on time, napaka-perfect ng timing. Sakto pa naman kung saan niya binato. 3 silang natamaan. Tapos aftershock pa, ipit si Forsaken. Hindi siya makatakas. Napakaganda ng composition din na nilalabas dito ng Karmine Core at saka kung paano nila ginagamit. At the fact na sobrang late yung rotate ng Paper X doon. Medyo talagang kailangan nila mag-commit na doon sa rotate kasi wala na rin silang oras.
Understandably, mahirap yung take ng PRX doon. Lalo na itong breach comp. Ang kati talaga, lalo na pag nasa defense yan. Maybe a story change pagdating sa offense. Though, it's still a lot. Lalo na sa isang team na lumalaban din sa loob ng site kapag nandiyan na yung Rolling Thunder, kapag gusto na nilang mag-deny ng plant or ng defuse rather. Andun din yung aftershock. So, a very wide take pa pagdating sa flashes. So, they really have to be careful and make sure the second half itself, kumbaga, the most important pistol life of their life. Pistol round of their life.
Kung yung kabila may Rolling Thunder, tingin ko kailangan dito ng Paper X. Rolling Thunder naman para makabawi pag itong oras ng umaga. Yung in and out nila, dun sila nahihirapan. Wala silang disengage na kung saan sila sanay. Si Monyet lang yung talagang may disengage pero wala silang jet. So si Something, pag nag-commit siya ng push, hindi siya makaka-atras. Si Forsaken din, hindi siya naka-Yoru, hindi siya naka-jet, hindi siya naka-chamber, anything of that sort. So wala silang, or even Reyna, wala silang disengage. And kailangan mas mag-ingat ang Paper X. Especially knowing may breach sa kabila kasi yun nga, hindi sila makakatakas once nag-commit. Wala silang reposition na gano'n. Na ngayon, final half at final pistol round ng series na to, ng araw na to dito. Manalo ng half na to, pupunta sa playoffs, matalo, uwi agad. Walang
Do
laba.
or die. Mawawala bang laundry ng Paper Rex? Dahil yon ang sinasabi nila kanina na nakasalalay pagdating sa game na to. Look at this patience play mula sa KC. Talagang inaabangan nila yung aggression ng Paper Rex. But PRX is not gonna do that. Instead, mag-aantay lang sila sa loob ng site. Alam nila na KC, kahit pa paano, nababasa na yung W gaming nila dito.
Gagawa ba nila to? Ng dalawang naka-anchor man lang, Hunt, ibinato, para lang siguraduhin. Sakto, nagparinig na rin sila. Suppress, may matatamaan ba? Oo, sakto. Si ano pa natamaan dun, si Mindfreak. So wala na ngayon Snakebite. Pagbaba niya, Forsaken good for the one. Sasaw-saw din naman dito si Mindfreak pero hindi siya makakuha. Never mind, gets the one. Buhay pa rin siya sa backside. Full HP pa din. Something nakadink dito sa B main. Si Divine nakaabang. Martin on the trade. 2v2 na ngayon. Nandito pa rin sila sa may B side na one-way pa nga. Natamaan pa nga na low HP pa yung dalawa. At ngayon may oras pang mag-rotate ang Karmine Core papunta sa A side.
Pantay ang laban, guys. Anything can happen. 15 seconds remaining. Kailangan na talaga nilang itakbo. Ang pinagkaiba nito, wala silang stun kagaya kanina. At ito na nga, mukhang it's gonna be that A take. Abangan ba ni Mindfreak o lalabanan niya? Mukhang gusto niya na agad labanan. May iiwan ata ang isang miyembro dito ng PRX kung sakaling mawala siya. Antayin niya pa rin yung rotation ni Something dito. Walang ibang utilities. Hindi na napulot yung Dizzy.
Walang dizzy, walang snakebite, walang kahit ano-ano. Lahat sila, smoke lang ang pwedeng ibato. Shin using that para makuha ng konting concealment, konting space. Manggaling dito sa 3. Kaso hindi na expect ni Something at si Martin pa makakakuha ng pistol round dito sa mapa na to. KC 2 for 2 sa pistol.
Important pistol. 50-50 fight. Pero in the end, KC, dahil nga din naman sila yung may isang utility, which was actually the smoke pa. At least, they had good coverage towards heaven here and a very clean shot actually towards doors as well mula kay Shin. So, malinis na malinis mula sa KC side. Muntik na sila doon sa B. Actually, yung sa side ng PRX, dapat nga full HP pa sila doon eh. Nadaplisan pa sila ng mga bala.
Oo nga, nung nag-pick sila, biglang na one-way pa ng Cloudburst eh, no? Malas lang din ang timing. Pero good reaction yon galing kay Martin. Sana iba pa nangyari, pero okay na sana yung hold. Ikaw na ngayon sa PRX. Sa mid sila nag-abang, pero sa talagang A-site. Ang susubukan dito ng Karmine Corp pasukan. Makuha nila yung plant nang walang pumipigil. At magiging retake to galing sa PRX.
Waiting game indeed. Wala silang mga barel. Na-plant na yung spike. And para naman sa KC side, magpo-posisyon na lang sila pagdating sa post-plant scenario. Sabay-sabay ba silang lalabas? Yun na nga, sabay-sabay. Kaso nga lang, the firepower itself, mahirap talagang pigilan. Smoked off pati yung spike. Tapay, he's looking for a pick-off here. Pero na-rate, wow, stinger pa yun ah.
Wala din kasi silang utility para ma-flush out yung hell dun eh. Kaya na-rate, shot na naman. Kala mo bulldog pero stinger lang yun ah. All the way. KC 4 rounds na lang para i-secure yung mapa na to. At PRX kailangan nila to. Forsaken, nilabas na niya ang kanyang signature Odin dito.
Dito na magkakaalaman. Meron ba siyang mapipitas? Meron ba siyang malalaro sa side ng KC? Especially, parang sila dito eh. Nag-organize na ng A-site take eh. Isa lang ata, pang fake lang. Or pang-hold na magiging posisyon, si Narate kahit papano, or rather si Tomazi.
Narate, magandang performance niya sa mapa na to. Sa buong series na to actually. Laki ng impact niya na inadala dito kalaban ng PRX. Push siya ngayon dito, suppress. Dalawa pa ang natamaan. Martin, nagsusubok, lumalim. But that might telegraph na dito siya sa malapit. Martin, nakaisa pa nga. Monyet lang ang mga kapitas dito galing sa PRX na sulo pa rin ng site. Kailangan niya mag-ingat na hindi siya maipit. Martin, hinahatak lang din dito ang depensa pero nagsusubok sila mag-push ng 3. Iniipit na nila ngayon. Sinusugod pa rin. PRX though. Good shutdown galing sa kanila. At kinontra pa nga. Mind freak nandun lang para lang isalba si Monyet. Naligtas pa. 9-6 dito. PRX against the bonus.
Ang ganda ng pag-ipit nila, especially doon sa 3 control. And lalo na kung Odin pa ang makakatapat mo. Good thing nakasurvive sina Mind Freak doon and napigilan din ni Monyet. Ganun pala yung pagkakatipi ni Shin as well. Medyo nagkamali siya doon kaya nahuli at huling-huli talaga siya sa akto. But nonetheless, PRX still alive. Pagdating sa mapa na to, they secured this round kung saan nakabili sila. And for the next, KC, happily to invest this Blade Storm and Stinger lang muna for Martin.
Abang-abang onte, Paper Rex. Hindi pa din maging masyadong aggressive dito. Wala silang disengage na madalas meron sila sa composition nila. Persasen, iba nga ang style ng laruan. Freak, alam niyang parating sila dito. Flash out lang konti, paint shells. Pero Monyet, magandang shutdown dito kay Martin. Si Monyet nagsusubok, sumugod din naman dito sa may A-site. Mind Freak tumutulong lang din para hawakin itong 3. Alam niyang madaming tao dito. Mind Freak, a double kill para sa kanya. Hinahold to ng Paper Rex. Kailangan nilang sigurin na hindi sila mag-throw na naman. 4v2, low HP yung iba. Tignan natin, mahawakan ba ito ng PRX?
Okay na daw yan. Atras na lang tayo. Though kanina may wine control si Davai. Pero after Monyet dies off, okay na. Pwede na tayo mag-safe play. 4v2 situation to, BNB. And if they lose this round, it's gonna hurt para sa side ng PRX. As much as they want, they really wanna secure this one. Pero makikita mo angle coverage dito ni Something. Saktong-sakto lang sa timing. Na-drop na ang spike and he's heavily aware of that. Rotation-wise mula sa PRX, ikutan lang nila, hahanapin lang si Shin.
Hinahanap na lang Maaamoy ba ni Mind Freak to? Shin, nasa ka na?
Saan ka na,
Sa kanto.
Shin?
Alam niya. Hindi. Kala niya sa kanan. Hindi. Yung parang tumingin nga pero mali pa din. So Shin, mahawakan naman niya ata yung Vandal na to hanggang sa matapos yung round na to. But Paper Rex, crucial round para mapigilan ang momentum ng Karmine Corp. 9-7 na ngayon. Oo.
Para sa team na wala masyadong budget, talagang gusto nilang hanapin. Gusto nilang i-punish completely yung economy din dito. But good hold mula kay Monyet first of all. Not only towards trees, but towards a main. Pati na rin kay Mind Freak na nakadalawa at na-outplay yung pagkaka-smoke off sa kanya sa trees. This is exactly what Paper Rex needs right now. And going back to the momentum, ang PRX ngayon, mapapa-time out tuloy ang KC.
Paper Rex. Paunti-unting humahabol. So far, pinaliit lang din yung lamang kanina. But they have to make sure na patuloy-tuloy pa rin ang momentum na to. It's Karmine Corp dito sa attacking side na medyo mas mahirapan nga. Yung mga aggressive push na dun sa may 3. Na-expect nga dito ng Paper Rex at na-hold naman nila. In fairness, si Mind Freak din, nagagawa niya ng paraan na makatiming para sumausaw. Wala siyang flash na tumutulong para sa kanya, walang ibang setup para sa kanya, pero nagagawa lang niya ng solo na makasawsaw nga galing sa smoke doon and getting those double kills. Pagdating sa 3, hinahawakan niya na maigi.
That was very important para sa PRX side. And kung magtutuloy-tuloy yung at least yung pag-engage and disengage nga dito ng PRX na nakakahanap sila ng pitas, malaki pa rin ang tsansa na makabalik sila. Lalo na for this next round, it's actually just 2 rifles here, 1 stinger. The rest, pistol lang ang puhunan nila. Dito yung Odin ni Forsaken, so baka meron silang mahuli kung sakali man.
Balik na naman tayo after the timeout, round number 17. Medyo hindi maganda yung buy dito yung ekonomiya ng KC. Naku, naipit pa nga ng C's, nahuli ng C's kamo. Martin nakatakas pa, hindi na spaman. Sayang kung ayun na sana yun. Dami nga pero walang natatamaan. May nakaabang dito si Martin, nakaisa. Kala ko makakapagalawa pa nga pero something will stay alive. Get the trade happening. Nakaabang na siya dito sa may stairs position. Sisigurado niyang hindi siya maipit. Si Monyet, uultihan pa niya. Walang katakot-takot. Wala siyang tinitipid dito. Gusto niya lang i-sure ball. Hindi nila alam. Nakapasok din pala si Tomasi.
Baka mahuli pa sila. Yun na
Ayan
nga.
na nga.
Hoy! Likod!
1v1.
Hindi out. Tatama kay Tomasi, hindi. 1v1. Monyet, nasa iyo yung spike.
Nakatago si Monyet. Sobrang nakakaba naman to para sa Paper Rex. Isipin mo kung iko pa dun sila matalo. Muntikan pa. Monyet gets it at the end. Hindi ata naibilang ng tama kung sinong nakapasok at sinong hindi.
Masyado magulo kasi.
Oo, masyado magulo. Ang daming kasing nangyayari. At grabe yung KC doon, nakabawi pa konti.
I wonder, yung trash papunta kasi sa B main din. So, natakasan din nito yung nasa stairs, which is something na nagsaset up nga nung
Grabe
trash
naman.
na yon.
Binasura mo naman si something. Hindi naman porkit trash agad.
Trash no? Medyo din kasi, ano tawag dito? Nakalimutan ko na. Medyo late din yung pag-ikot ni Monyet doon, ha? Late din nasabi na nasa likuran lang.
Tsaka, yun nga, nung parang sumugod, parang nakalampas na yung iba eh. Hindi tuloy nila napansin. Tsaka yun nga yung trash. Hindi na clear out ng tama lang din sana. Pero sige, Paper Rex, defensive side pa rin naman. Something. Naka-op ulit dito. May armor naman din. Prowler, makakahanap ng impormasyon kahit papaano. Null command, pero ang ganda ng C, saktong-sakto kay Forsaken. Nabigyan po tuloy sila ng oras para makapag-adjust. Na-spaman pa nga niya dito sila Wraith.
Ayan na, nilabas na nila. Rolling Thunder to push in. Labang pa din yung shorty. Close and personal. Something to get a carry sa paba. Hindi na. Shin and Mazi makakapag-trade off dito ng maganda. It's still a 3v3 scenario. Alam nilang ginagapan ng pakonti-konti. Ang ganda ng flash.
Natamaan pa nga, nakapag-trade pa nga dito ang Karmine Corp. Paano nila nabalik yun? Na mukhang maganda na sana ang nangyari para sa PRX. Na-defend pa nga ni Forsaken yun. Pero si Tomasi on the flick. Karmine Corp nananalo sa mga round na akala mong tapos na sana para sa PRX.
save? Question mark? Or no?
Susubukan niya.
Tatry niya pa rin makahanap ng exit frag siguro. Pero wala siyang angle. Pagdating sa stairs kung sakali man. Timing at least. Atras na lang siya. They're just gonna save this up. It seemed like nasa kamay na ng Paper Rex yun, Black and Blue.
Nakaisa na dun si si Forsaken, na down niya si Narrate. Tapos nung na-res siya, sakto may Rolling Thunder, pero napatay niya si Martin. Tapos pag-pick ni Something, napatay naman niya si Magnum.
Hindi pa rin sapat.
Hindi pa rin sapat, na-res pa. Kala mo 2v5 na, pero hindi, na-res pa. Tapos, si si Martin naman din. Rather, itong yung fade nila.
Yun nga
Biglang
yun yung
nag-impacto
pinaka-pivotal point netong round na to. Was clearing that B main control na lamang na dapat si Monyet. Pero hindi niya nagawa. Ito yun. Na ilang na siya pagdating sa Mosh, but in the end, he was still able to pick up the lurk kill. At saka ang ganda ng flash towards Market.
Bulag na bulag silang dalawa Ganda ng flash na beto ni Narrate doon. Para lang makuha yung Market, para makakuha ng angulo. Ngayon, low buy na sila ngayon. Pero Monyet! Nakadalawa! Clutch move galing kay PRX, galing kay Monyet kung kailan kinailangan siya. Nakadalawa pa nga.
Saang lason. At tuluyan ngang nalason ng ibang mga miyembro pero hindi na makakadalawa pa.
Naku!
Quickly trade but something is there. Dizzied pa yung dalawa. 3v2 scenario. Winnable. Pero yung baril hindi pa rin talaga sapat kung sakali man.
Hindi pa rin. Baka pwede pang maidampot yung isa. Meron pa ngang Phantom dito. Hindi na idampot yung Sheriff doon. Something, bring it to the 1v1. Mind Freak na lang mag-isa. Naka-stinger. Hindi pa niya naipulot yung baril. Naka-classic lang dito. May stun pa nga. Ayan na nga, may Phantom na rin. Parang oras. Paunti-unting nauubos. Kailangan makagawa ng kilos dito si Mind Freak. Maikutan ba niya to? Tap ng spike. Alam ba ni Magnum kung nasaan ang angulo? Nako, tumakbo na rin. Naubusan ng oras. Sayang naman to para sa PRX. At Karmine Core, kumapit pa din.
It's almost as if mananakaw pa nila yung round against KC. But they know better. You're playing against a very, very popular player like Magnum. Pero grabe tong kill mula kay Monyet. Nakapag-out pa siya doon at nakapagbato ng satchel bago mag-connect yung knife nung KO. But aside from that, a really, really good hold coming in from Magnum is there to seal the deal para sa side ng KC.
Secure pa nga PRX. Kailangan na lang bumawi. Hindi nila pwedeng payagan maging match point to kasi pangit na rin yung ekonomiya nila. Na-stun pa nga si Something, nabulag pa nga siya. Ito na ba ang momentum nila? But Forsaken, makakadalawa naman siya. Kailangan niyang ingatan yung mid-market niya. Hindi siya nakatutok. Ba't siya tumingin doon sa B-main? May nakaabang naman. Binapantay naman ni Mind Freak. Binigay niya yung likod niya. At nakabawi tuloy ang Karmine Core 3v3.
Sasalit-salitan lang sila ng kills dito. And Mind Freak has been holding to this Viper's pit for so many rounds actually already. Ang tagal lang hindi nalalabas nito para, alam mo yun, at least mapunish yung mga gustong umentry ng A or at least maiwasan na dito sila dumaan. But so far, di pa rin nila nagagamit yan. Nahanap pa rin nila yung correct timing. And speaking of timing, KC is holding a little bit longer.
Let's see, makakahanap pa siya ng isa. Trade for trade naman dito para maging 2v2. Mga Spectre si Tomazi. Alam ba nila kung saan magagaling to? Mind Freak, good find. Monyet, kitang-kita na rin niya. At buti na ibawi pa nga ng PaperX dito at naiwasan ang match point. Pero nakita mo, minsan medyo naging ambisyoso dito ang PRX. Nagkakaroon patuloy ng butas.
Itong mga butas na to, happily lulusutan ng KC. Lalo na tong mid-control. Think akala niya dalawa lang talaga. And once na nakarinig siya na may prowler sa B main, doon nabaling yung attention niya. And instead, you know how it is, playing 4 picks towards mid, lalo na sa ascent map at attacker ka, and nauubusan ka na ng options sa mga pushes mo towards mains. Ito na yung option mo and Something would take one down.
Nice pick off para kay Something. Siyempre, ego to ng Karmine Core. Pero hindi pwedeng basta maging kampante ang PRX. Nako, nako, ang ginagawa mo, Chong.
Dumaan sa firing squad.
Kala niya siguro nakasmoke. Yan, si Davai, inubos nga. Double kill para sa kanya. Narrate na lang natitira. Nakaisa pa nga kay Forsaken. Sige, tingnan natin. 1v4.
Susumbong na si Forsaken. Kunin nyo naman yung aking Odin. Rinig na Shadow ni something. At with low HP, expect the expected, sabi nga nila. 11 to 10. At unti-unting gumagapang ang PRX. Medyo nawalan ng momentum ang KC dito dahil din naman sa economy. But nonetheless, still a very close fight.
Lang. PRX, slowly but surely. Yeah, gumagapang dito. Pero sa tamang direksyon naman. Isang round lang agwat nila sa ngayon. Pero isang round na lang din para mag-match point para sa Karmine Corp.
Ayun na! Labas mo
Ayun na!
na!
Gagawitin na niya. Hiningi mo daw kasi.
6 na rounds na yan eh! I guess it's towards A. At ang daming utility play na pwedeng gawin dito ng PRX. To be fair, andyan yung Nightfall and Trash available. Rolling Thunder for KC, yes. And kung matatalo man sila dito ng PRX sa round na to, for the next one, kahit mag-eco sila, may Blade Storm possibly si Marty.
Kaso si Narrate, ang problema dito, baka magkaroon pa siya ng ult, especially after that pick galing kay Monyet. Masyado maaga yung ano nila. Di nila kailangan mag-risky play ng ganon. Total, may control naman sila ng A-main. Ngayon, mapaparotate pa ang PRX. Kahit mag-play for retake sila gamit nung Nightfall, gamit nung Thrash. Nasa lamang din naman ang KC dito. Saka magkakanol command pa nga. Something, kinailangan na yung pitas na yun. Nahanap pa nga niya. May isa pa ba? Bastaman mo! Sayang! Ayun pa nga! Nakita yung puwet! Tumama pa din!
Ayun, Rolling Thunder hindi tumama kay Forsaken. This might be huge for Forsaken. He didn't get shot. He gets the double and Martin from behind. Bulag or Bingina. For now, ipit siya. Hindi tumama.
1 HP na lang dito. Martin, tutumba na rin. Something, what a play kung kailan kinailangan nila. Siya ang sumagot, siya ang nagsalba. 11 to 11. Paper X tie up the game.
Parang puputok yung utak ko sa... yung mga ugat ko sa utak ko pag nanonood ako ng larong to. I mean, this last shot especially, catching Shin there was very crucial. And then mapo-force out pa sila na mag-push sa B-main dahil doon sa Trash. It was the perfect play at the right time at the right moment for PRX.
Get out of my way.
Bilis ng reaction niya doon para lang makuha. Kung kailan nawala yung smoke, nagka-angulo pa nga. For Karmine Corp, always a danger. Always a threat dito. Kaya PRX, nakita mo dito ngayon si Mind Freak. Play outside of the site. Alam niyang pwede siyang ma-one-tap ng blades na to. Pag nasa loob lang siya. So bibigay lang nila at mag-retake na lang.
Wala na siyang updraft ha. Nagamit niya agad yun to clear out B-main angle. That advantage. Makakancel man ang ult mo pero masyadong malayo pa rin si Monyet para makuha mo. They still have a chance to revive him. Blade Storm perfectly connects. And now with the Nightfall, tuluyang mapapatras sa mga members ng PRX. Mare-revive din nila at magkakaroon sila ng space for narrate.
Binigyan ng smoke din para maka-retake. Pero PRX nahihirapan nga dahil doon sa null command. Hindi nakagamit ng utility nila. Naka-thrash pa naman, rather naka-operator pa naman dito si Something. Kaya mas mahirap mag-retake para Forsaken opens things up, getting the first pick. Kailangan pa nilang siguro ito. Ubusan na rin ng oras. Time is ticking. Mindfreak gets another. The trades are coming in for PRX. Meron naman silang wingman para mag-defuse dito. Mindfreak gets another. Clutch rounds dito. Shin, can he hold on? No, he can't. There's more than enough time para ma-secure nilang defuse. At match point para sa PaperX.
Bumaliktad ang mundo ng Karmine Corp. This time around. Oh my goodness. Parang aakalain mong nasa kanila na yung advantage at lahat-lahat. But when it comes to this pressure moments, PaperX just shows over and over again that they can do it. It's match point. It's not yet the end though. Pero yung momentum shift na to, napakalaki. Yung confidence, mapupunta na naman sa kanila. We all know though that was a very much an eco round para sa side ng KC. So kahit paano lamang sila doon. Pero look at this early advantage when it comes to the pick-off. Hindi nila makukuha. Ang daming na-detect pero Martin was there.
Hindi nila na-expect nakatagos na pala si Martin. Nakapasok siya doon. Nakalalim na pala sa may A-main at nakadalawa pa nga. Okay na sana. Ang ganda na sana para sa PRX. Pero ito, Something. Ina-expect nila to kanina. Kasi may mas ilalim naman siyang angle. Yung paranoia pa rather yung Prowler hindi pa tumama. Nabaril na rin. So alam nilang may isang tao sa A main. Mag-iingat sa pagtawid dito. Ang Karmine Corp pwede nilang gamitan ng Cloudburst para makatawid.
Yan.
Timing! Tumalon pa!
Timing yung pag-akyat mo! Mind freak din! Nasama na! I guess we're going to an overtime here unless mag-wild si Forsaken dito. Pero mahirap kasi may crossfire sa lahat.
Nakakita tayo ng 1v5 ng isang araw. Na-clutch naman niya pero ito masyadong mahirap. Martin, big round galing sa kanya. Clutch play din. 4K para pilitin ang overtime.
Oh my goodness. Napakadikit na laban. Ito ang tunay na do or die. Kasi literal, first race to 2 ang pwede mong makuha dito. And again, yung early pickoffs na yon napaka-importante. Kahit na outplay nila pagdating sa info, itong KC, kailangan mo pa rin tamaan para mapatay mo yung kalaban. Fortunately, Martin was definitely faster on that round. 28 kill on him, by the way.
Oo nga, grabe si Martin. Paper Rex versus Karmine Corp dito. Nagmumukhang isa na namang tong classic map na makita natin. Ascent talaga has had some of the best overtimes sa history ng BCT. Scan pa si Martin dito. Oo, longest din. Naka-out pa nga. Naka-off dito, glass cannon si Something. Walang nakabantay ng short niya. Pero wala siyang Wala siyang pake. Wala siyang pake.
Alam niyang hindi magpupush yung nasa short kasi I feel like inaabangan niya si Munyet doon from the play a while ago.
Baka kasi siguro niya, no? So, good read dito galing sa PRX. Nakahap ng isa. Pangalawa ba? Nakita niyo yung binte? Hindi tumama.
Ako yung natatakot para sa KC. Kahit glass cannon to for something, wala siyang takot na mag-peek or mag-swing sa mga angle na to. Pero napakaliit or napaka-tight ng mga angles na hinahawakan niya. And he might actually sell out yung fake na meron dito for KC right now. They have no clue na medyo nakaikot na ang PRX towards A.
Depensa pa naman. Ito na, nag-a-adjust. Papunta nga dun sa may A site. Ina-expect na nila. Monyet, nagbabalak ata pumasok. Nag-ingay na nga. Paint shells to clear out the site. Wala naman din tao, pero para sure ballin lang. Kailangan nilang siguraduhin na hindi sila mabawasan, hindi sila magkumpulan na naman dito sa pag-post plant hold nila kasi dun sila naiipit nung mga huling post plant nila.
Lalo na sa doors, di ba? Nakita na natin yon time and time again. I like this position mula kay Monyet. So, dito magbabase ang lahat. Meron bang mahuhuli nung Rico na to mula kay Tomazi? So, we'll give out a lot of info para sa lahat ng nasa loob sa site. May aiming control din sila. This might be huge. Para sa side ng KC right now, they have to do it perfectly. But Something punishes one. Nauubos sila isa-isa. And PRX secures the match point.
Grabe yon. At si Something talaga, nilabas na nga yung op. It took 3 maps para makita natin talaga ang Something operator on the attacking side na mapagana nila. At tignan mo to, konting jiggle peak lang, walang nakabantay sa short niya, wala siyang katulong-tulong, pero hindi na daw niya kailangan. Tapos one and done siya dito sa paghawak ng short, one pick, tas out agad. At pagkatapos nun, nasira na ang structure sa retake ng Karmine Corp. Hindi na tradean, nag-counter swing. Ganda ng post plant dito ng Paper Rex. At dito talaga lumalabas yung experience nila. Sila ang isa sa pinaka-experienced na team dito sa tournament na to.
Oh, that's definitely true. Especially going up against Karmine Corp na alam naman natin, young bloods to pagdating ngayon sa Masters Madrid. And time again, PRX have competed into in a lot of international tournaments na meron tayo sa Valorant. So, experience-wise, definitely nasa side ng PRX. Pero iba ata ang agimat ng mga new bloods pagdating sa mga ganito kalaking event eh. Halos parating may tsansang makuha pa rin talaga. But with this kind of match point scenario and maglilipat na naman tayo ng sides dito, at least pantay yung laban. Wala nang, kumbaga, kung mag-o-op ka, lugi ka kasi wala kang armor.
Oo. Hindi na yung op ka na nga, makunat ka pa.
Same.
Wala nang ganun. Pero yung Paper Rex dito, katulad ng sabi mo nga, aside from maybe Loud, sila lang ang dalawang team dito na may core na veterano pa rin. May mga ibang veterano naman sa ibang team, pero as this team na hindi pa naghihiwalay, silang dalawa lang. Paper Rex, ilang beses na sila ng Grand Final. Ito na ba ang tournament nila? Ito na ba ang mapa nila, kamo, ang series nila? Parang sa ngayon, hindi pa muna si Monyet ang masya-shutdown.
I mean, paulit-ulit nila rin ginawa yun eh. So, expected na rin ng KC kung anong mangyayari. Just like the previous round. So, you really have to do something different when it comes to this kinds of overtimes we are looking at and seeing. Forsaken, deep pa rin nung angle na hawak niya. Nagbibigay pa rin siya ng onting mga bala towards the side of KC. But it's just this KC preparing to take A site ng sabay-sabay.
Chance pa naman dito ng Paper Rex. Makatapos ng series na to, pero ito na, susugod dito ang Karmine Corp. Nandun sila sa may Jenny. Forsaken, good for the one. Nakadalawa pa naman, pero nakiikot din sila. Pero ito na ba? Ubusan na ang Karmine Corp. Tapos na ang laban. Tapos ang boxing. Paper Rex take map number 3 and the series to the playoffs.
They won against Karmine Corp here. A crowd favorite for now as well. Pero same goes to Paper Rex. I mean, this game was basically a do or die for them. Pressure to pressure, experience to experience, and they still stand strong. They go to playoffs. Mapapaalis nila ang isa sa mga pinaka-inaabangang teams din dito, which is Karmine Corp. They managed to pull off games that looked like na akala mo mapupunta na sa kabila. But they still survive time and time again.
NT talaga, valiant effort para sa Karmine Corp. At considering na karamihan ng mga player nila dito, halos first time nila nang getong kalaki na stage. Si Shin lang isa sa mga pinaka-experienced players nila kumpara sa team na Paper Rex. Talagang malaki ang experience diff at tingnan mo ba naman nagawa nila overtime sa map number 3. Paper Rex, syempre may konting edge lang din sa experience dyan. Kaya nagagawa nila yung kailangan nilang gawin pagdating sa mga ganyang klaseng overtime. Pero ang talagang masisisi ko dito ay si Ray Ray. Kasi nung first series, hindi siya nanonood. Sabi daw niya nung second series, taga, manunood na ako.
Kasi naglalaro na si PRX eh, kaya manonood na siya. Ayun, nag-game 3 tayo. Pero maganda, panalo ang APAC at natanggal na paalis ang ating mga EMEA players dito. At kung iisipin mo, dalawang representatives natin from Asia Pacific are still alive and onto the playoffs.
For the first time, walang EU representative, walang EMEA representative at all dito.
Kahit China natanggal na.
Kahit China. Dalawang Amerika, dalawang Pacific. What does that say? Baka nag-iiba na nga dito ang simoy ng hangin pagpasok sa 2024.
Lumalamig
As we said, lumalamig na nga.
At saka, I mean, you also have Magnum who's also part of Fnatic way back bago tayo magkaroon ng Alpha Jer. And eto yung mga moments na for Paper Rex, it's all about reacting and how fast can they deal with the other team. Nung nag-media conference sila, isa lang ang sinabi nila, ayaw nila sigurong matapatan, pinaka-ayaw nilang matapatan, aside from Genji, kasi sanay na daw sila sa Pacific, pagod na daw silang maglaban sa Pacific, is an EMEA team. Dahil iba yung playstyle nila compared sa NA or more on China even, mas slow kasi yung play nila. And dito mo makikita na up until the very end, Paper Rex will just stand tall. They win again. Congratulations, APAC. Masaya ang lahat.
Ito nga sinasabi doon ng coach nila, malakas talagang kalaban to. Pero mas malakas ang ating panel. So, for the end of the night, kami nga pala ang iyong casters. Maraming salamat sa inyo at ipatuloy natin sa panel.
And what a way, honestly, if KC was going to go out in groups, there's no better way than this. Playing against a great team who pulls off some ridiculous stuff in OT.
Yeah, I mean, you basically went to the wire there against a squad that is no shame in losing to. I mean, let's not forget, these are the runner-ups of the World Championship last year, for goodness sake. Only difference is, you know, they have a new player on the team. And if anything, I think that this just further confirmed for me that Monyet belongs on this team, and oh, that kid's got something special. He's got that dog in him for sure.
He absolutely does.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and head down to the floor right now. We got Kuka standing by with Monyet. Let's see what he's going to say with the Verizon post-match.
Let's give it up for Paper X one more time.
congratulations on making playoffs, on making that top 4. Before we even begin with the interview, real quick, if it were up to you, Race, Omen, or Astra?
Can I pick all of them?
No, you have to choose one.
I think I'll still say Omen, but I'd say my race is picking up right now. Is the momentum.
Yes, exactly. We love that. Lo primero que le quería preguntar es, de entre todos los agentes que ha jugado, sobre todo por cómo le vemos cómo se mueve, ¿cuál prefería? Parece ser que se queda con los controladores, pero dice que ahora mismo su race está en ascenso, así que ya lo veremos. So, in 2 days, your team has defeated the 2 EMEA and sent them home, the 2 EMEA teams. What can we expect this time around from Paper Rex in playoffs?
You'll never know what camera we're using.
That's for sure. Do you see yourself lifting the trophy?
I cannot jinx it. I mean, we'll see.
Okay.
Like one by one, you know?
Le he preguntado que qué es lo que podemos esperar de Paper Rex después de que mandaran a casa a los 2 equipos de EMEA. Dicen que desde luego lo que nunca vamos a saber es qué composición van a elegir y que bueno, que no quiere todavía como endemoniar, ¿no? Si van a sacar ese trofeo o no. My last question is going to be, tell us about, now that you mentioned those compositions, tell us about that composition in Lotus. Help us understand, right? You make those changes from one day to another, right? Like now you go with the Astra. It's a Lotus comp with no Sentinel. So, you know, help us understand why you make these changes.
I mean, it's just like we're trying to what's comfortable for us, so we decided to change it to Astra Omen since 4Second was playing well on race like yesterday, so we decided to do that after we came back from the venue.
And that's it? Did you just double duel this double control and send it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. Le he
I mean,
preguntado.
we prepped something, but it's not like very big preparation, you know?
Okay. Le he preguntado también por esa composición que han sacado en Lotus en la que deciden estar con el doble controlador, el doble duelista, pero ni centinelas ni nada de lo que solemos ver. Dicen que lo decidieron anoche, que Forsaken tuvo un buen game con Raze y que, ¿por qué no? Estas son las típicas decisiones que te llevan a lo más alto. Well, thank you very much. We'll see you in 3 days during playoffs, but we're not done. Todavía nos queda una cosa por hacer. We're going now to the draw, so to see who's going to be facing off against each other in 3 days.
Hola a todos chicos, estamos aquí para ver quién va a jugar en los playoffs, para ver cuáles son los primeros equipos que vamos a ver dentro de 2 días. Victoria, let's do this.
All right, so this draw is very simple and straightforward. This is for playoffs, so you have 2 teams that are 2-0, 2 teams that are 2-1. The 2-0 teams will be higher seeds. They will play one of the quote-unquote lower seeds. It is a new stage of the tournament, so there are no rules. Any matchup is good to go, and it's a double elim, so there are no separation rules. I think that's it. So if you want to just kind of, you can give me one of these, and then we'll see what the first team for the first match is.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, so the first team for the first match is going to be Sentinels.
Sentinels, let's see.
And then well, by default, we'll do this.
Okay.
By default, the first team of the second match, so they don't play each other, but the first team in the other match is going to be Genji.
Sentinels against Genji, 2 de los equipos que se clasificaron a los playoffs los primeros.
Yeah, there's 2 outcomes, so let's see who plays Sentinels.
¿Quién va a jugar contra Sentinels? Loud. Sentinels contra... Oh my god.
So yeah, by default, we're gonna have Genji, Paper
Against
Rex.
Paper Rex, yes. Duelo de APAC, el Pacífico. Primero contra segundo. Bueno, estos son los equipos, chicos. Nos vemos dentro de 2 días en los playoffs. Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Un abrazo muy fuerte y nos vemos.
Thank you so much for that, guys. And
That was never
was
not
bound
gonna
to
happen.
happen,
There
man.
was no world where
Like-
Sentinels and Loud didn't play each other first
I
round.
mean, at some, like I was saying, I was like, you know, I'd be fine if it was like, you know, we got a little America's fight, a Pacific fight, America's fight, Pacific fight. No, instead we're just gonna.
It's just 2 finals.
Let's run it back. Let's run it back.
Let's run it back. Let's
Yeah.
run our regional finals back. Oh my word! Firstly, Mike, good to have you here, pal. That was insane. From a color commentator perspective, just so that we can give the viewers at home just a little bit of context. How fun is it to commentate those games?
I said this in the cast as well. It's always nice to hear that insight from Eng, where it's just like, yeah, we don't really know what they're gonna do.
And it's like that when you're watching it, you're like, whoa,
Bro,
what is going to happen next?
Moniette literally said to Kakuka, we didn't know what we were going to pick. So it's like, how can you know what you're going to do when your opponent?
Exactly. And the number of times we've seen examples of this on the international stage from PaperX, it just goes to show, again, you can't really take much away from KC. Like, they played an outstanding series of Valorant today.
They absolutely did. I mean, in particular, I was so impressed by that Lotus. Don't get me wrong, the PaperX comp.
Yeah, there were other discussion
Not
topics.
the finest showing, but I did think their calling on that map was on
Yeah.
point. We saw a lot of these players step up. The rookies, honestly, on this team, Martine and Narrate both having exceptional series here against PaperX, and throughout this tournament, people will walk away from this and be like, oh, they got grouped, it's that one thing. But both matches, Sentinels, 2 or 3 rounds difference, they win that game.
Yeah.
This game against PaperX, same damn thing,
2 or
it's
3 round
overtime.
difference.
Literally 1 round difference in OT.
Yeah,
That's all it would have been.
It's a bit of a heartbreaker for Karmine Corp, but it's not an indication of this team. They just happened to run it. They got introduced to the big leagues because they ended up meeting this PaperX team first time, and you're just getting shenanigans.
I mean, look at the run they've had to face here.
Yeah.
Up against Sentinels, who are looking in insane form, and PaperX, who, like we said, were an international veteran. Like they've come to events time and time again and put up these sort of explosive performances and tested some of the best in the world.
Yeah.
But man, does that set us up for a wild
Yeah,
playoff.
I mean-
We're starting with the
Let's
regional
show the graphics.
rematches, which is like, okay, it's a regional rematch. But after that, the games we can get here, I want to see Sentinels PaperX so bad. So bad. I want to see Loud PaperX also, because both those teams are going crazy with the compositions and stuff. It is, I feel like all these matchups are going to be really interesting. We have such unique styles throughout this one as well. We have Sentinels' balance of like individual risk and like pre-cooked stuff and really counter-stratting. You have Genji's fantastic fundamentals. You have inexplicable PaperX, and then you have a Loud who are finally looking back in, you know, like championship form just as they get into playoffs.
The concern being if PaperX just start going down the rabbit hole before playoffs. I mean, they've already started today, right?
Yeah.
They're happy to just bring out composition, not really know what the hell's going on.
Feels a lot like Copenhagen.
It's got Copenhagen
similar
kind of
vibes.
vibes.
It's got Copenhagen vibes.
You know what's wild too? We're having a tournament in EMEA and both of the teams go home, and it's a tragedy for this crowd. But I'm also just so sad about it because both of those matches for Heretics and Karmine Corp to be eliminated, both just a round away. I think this tournament is proof how close every region is, how close every team is, that people were doubting Pacific coming in. Both their teams are in playoffs. People didn't know what Loud would look like. They've stepped up. They're in playoffs. People doubted Sentinels. They're in, like, everyone was here to play.
I mean, Benji alluded to this, right? This year is going to be a very different landscape. There are some new contenders here, and I think even losing both EMEA teams, I think it's a real positive in terms of the performance, in terms of the demonstration, the level that they've shown here in Madrid. Definitely a positive to take away.
Oh yeah, this in no way, shape, or form is this an indication, because we were saying it leading up into this. This is one of the most competitive, wild tournaments that we've ever had.
It was impossible to predict.
It was impossible to predict. Everyone came here to play. This is the peak. This is like what Valorant esports, what this sport is all about, and it is freaking awesome to watch, man. I'm having a blast, just like a little guy just enjoying it on the side. It's amazing stuff. But folks, we're gonna get Mike out of here because he just casted a game that gave him a headache more than likely. Same thing for Mimi también. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you all at home for sticking with us throughout the week. We hope you had a really good time checking out the Swiss stages and all that good stuff. Make sure you let everyone know what you felt about the event. Use that hashtag Masters Madrid as well as hashtag VCT. But the good news is we will be back here Thursday, and it's time for the playoffs, baby. This is gonna go in, and I'm so excited. We'll see you then, folks. Take care and have a great week. It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance.
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
They've got to be extremely careful. Tui's needs to time this just right. Over from 4v3, and might be down to just one. Very few defenders left standing. In fact, now just one. Smoggy's on all fours. Aodong tries to get back towards him.
Be right up behind them. First kill's free, and he'll close it. Loud come in with one of the most dominant performances we've seen in the tournament. They are one step away from making it to the top 4.
We've hit a reset point. We've gone into sunset. Man, am I worried about EDG.
This is a confident-looking Karmine.
Combat, Haodong though wants to take down Les, forced forward, and Tui's was waiting. A quick double for him, a triple in fact.
The spam almost eliminating Haodong, wallbang in, it's just one left. They're cleaning house. It's left all onto nobody, and the fact is nobody is standing in Loud's way, closing out this series. A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Both teams here looking to move past their opponent in this competition. This is going to be a tough game.
Karmine, they've been tested before, but this is going to be something they've never experienced in EMEA.
Monye going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monye just popping up over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today. Forsaken going to play forward. Paper X still starting to thrive, going alive. Divide and Forsaken in unison. They're not going. Oh, they do swing ahead. I mean, it's Paper X. Narrate can see you just fine. It goes in for more. Karmine Corp just about staying alive. Monye is getting audacious, but Paper X get to 13 and claim map 1.
It's tough to mount a comeback versus a team like Paper X.
Can he do this? Can he really pop off here? Oh, but Divide just... Oh,
He's got him.
He's got him. This time he gets his 3.
Oh, he didn't get caught with a stun. The showstopper's huge.
Monye can't hit the shot on the cross, and now it's all on mine. Friction! What a way to come back in. Karmine Corp in here. That's a freebie. And now there's problem. Oh, Martin. He's caught him. Karmine Corp are in the server. We might actually have a game on our hands. Forward. Paranoia landed. But was one of the players ahead of it. I'm waiting to see. Oh, my God. No! Come up in.
I think the operator posting up here, who wins out. It's Martin to find another pin.
Down. Ringer, Rosie. Magnum playing with it. Oh, it's perfect. Back to business. There it is. Thanks to Massey. That's got to be so revealing. Oh my God. Oh, another one, something! Switching out to the shorty is Divine Forsaken, racking up bodies! They've held them back! They're on the verge! I can't believe it! Paper X taken to OT, beating Karmine